inside jokes on the show. Now he's self-destructing.
It's okay.
Do you ever make fun of people? Do you have to make fun of people? Do you ever make fun of your parents or anything like that?
Şimdi çalışaması bir şey. Bir de çalışacağız. But again,
That's great. And that was in New York City? Yeah, what type of places did you go? Where did you perform at? That's great, man. That's exactly what you gotta do. You don't even have to do the breaker shows. Screw that shit. Just keep doing mics over and over and over and over and over and over and over again until you absolutely are doing something else. That's simple. David Lucas, do you have any words of advice for this young rising comedian?
Just keep, like you said, keep
all the law was
that's what I did until you get that chance to go to the showcase. Just make sure, I always tell comics when they ask something, make sure when you go to these big name clubs that you're ready. Time that you're getting people. Your seats on the set, make sure you got a tight ass set. Make sure you got another tight ass set. That set, and get the action to come back.
That's right. Especially, nowadays, where there's a lot of bachelors out there, everybody needs to have a tight ass. No one wants a loose ass. That's lightning. Do you guys like loose asses? Interesting because, like, if it's a girl, you don't want a loose pussy, you want a tight pussy. Why would they want a loose ass? I don't understand why they would prefer straight or gay. I don't think that changes the texture of the thing you like. It's like a fleshlight. Why did you who loosens up their fleshlight? Who runs it through who runs a baseball bat through their fleshlight before? Why did I just get an image about Brian Redman eating a roll of toilet paper that's flavored? Okay, alright. Anyway, Nigger Down, any other fun facts we should know about you before moving on?
I was on one of the New York audio only shows with my brother, and he was in a drum off. He was kind of hoping to say hello to Joel.
Oh, cool. Is he there? Oh, okay. I think I sort of remember you.
Which New York show?
Gramercy Theater?
That was the one where I beat him, or the one where we beat him?
Oh, what's up?
That's right.
Which show at Gramercy were you a drummer on? Was that Big J. Okerson, Shane Gillis?
No, Mark Maron.
Mark Maron wasn't on in New York City. You mean Gilbert Godfrey? Mark Norman. Mark Norman. Yeah, I said Mark Maron too. That's all making sense to me now. Heck yeah. Did you, how do you feel now, months after your performance against Joel Jimenez? Have you perhaps been practicing, or have you completely given up on the drums? Joel, this would be a good opportunity for you to speak. Unlike the last 12 that you DM'd me recently, right?
Or we could learn sponsors that they get
We'll
work
get
and
this
so
loaded up the next time and read these private messages that Sven has been sending me. Oh,
these
we're gonna need some flavored toilet paper. Whoa! Let's just say we're gonna need some loose narcissists. Hi, narcissists. I have no more questions to ask this you do, so please on the ranch. Assess the situation. Thanks, though. To the Redelia boys out there in Pennsylvania, thank you very much for joining us, and hope to see you guys again soon. Thank you to you and your brother Nick Redelia. With no further hesitation, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the diamond in the rough, the one, the only, the stone cold assassin, ladies and gentlemen. My pride and joy, the man I love more than perhaps any of my own family members or friends, the one, the only, Michael Lear. Everybody is here live. Hi, Michael.
What is that? Chinese Jew smash barrels of mayonnaise. That's what I used to do. I think I'm going to do it. I'm going to pay $12 an hour. You're going to smash these barrels of mayonnaise. Martin, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to see or accept the religious ones? Remember again, yesterday we did the concept of funds or issues that generated from what may or may not be committed. Those really rich items that themselves may be considered. Here, the uncle is asking you to send me the INS, and he's asking you to destroy the INS. He's waiting for it. So am I allowed to? There is a process. The says, no, because a lot of here we don't feel a lot of people on one hand, I want the existence of the INS. Why I want to do I would use the opportunity to make communities. So I want to I want the existence of the INS because I want it. Therefore, the movie that makes the person we don't know Cuba, we don't have any international. These songs are not to be given to us. She actually wants to do this. These things called these barrels. Shall we start with something like that? I don't have any, you think doesn't want me to break it. Actually, shall we?
Oh, this is great. I didn't even know we were going to read the script today. This is very exciting.
I don't want it to be. So therefore, maybe that's considered persons from the INS. Therefore, again, it's us. Another oh, dear. Oh, it is much better. This is the destruction of the INS, the destruction of the result. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, what else in existence? Again, ultimately, the extravagant result is ultimately, again, I don't know. So the question says, Yishpat Torah, and that means it's a good job. Two, take the job. Get the money.
All right, Tony will be reading the part of Mark Wahlberg. Brian will be reading the part of Wahlberg's travel companion, Turtle from Entourage. Any dialogues in italics are lyrics from Mark Wahlberg. Wahlberg's seminal hit Good Vibrations and should be delivered like Mark Wahlberg wrapped them in the song Good Vibrations. We open on an airplane. Seated inside are Mark Wahlberg and Turtle from Entourage.
Yo, Marky, when you went to drink for the stewardess? Some kids. Yo, that's not a stewardess, that's a 9/11 hijacker. Stop it, Marky, save America.
Wahlberg approaches the hijacker.
Come on, swing it. Come on, swing it. Come on, swing it.
Yo, Marky, swing is not terrorism. Who's gonna land this plane? Me? You can land a passenger here.
I can finger Reese Witherspoon on the roller coaster in the movie Fear, and I can land a passenger airplane. But we're not landing yet. We're gonna find Osama bin Laden, the bad dude who planning all this. After Boogie Nights, I need full Illuminati.
Marky and Turtle fly to Afghanistan 0-30, then land at bin Laden's headquarters and quickly discover that Osama bin Laden's Max, the head of 9/11, is Marky's brother, Donnie Wahlberg. Brian is no longer Turtle from Entourage. Brian is now Donnie Wahlberg.
Hey, why did you do this to America, Donnie? You need help, bro. Well, America and the world will eventually forgive you because of your words. It's gonna be such a bomb-ass show. Yeah, true That was so much fun. You're a genius, Michael. I don't know how to do a Mark Wahlberg impression, and I don't know how the rap to Great Vibrations goes. Great Vibrations. Oh, Good Vibrations. I only know the Good Vibrations from the Beach Boys. That's my Come on, swing it. Come on, swing it.
Nevertheless, it is going to be
I can't believe you don't know that white person song. Good Vibrations from the Beach Boys. You are right. That is a different version of that song. Sure. Yes, you have our attention, Michael. The Ellen DeGeneres Wildlife Fund. The Ellen DeGeneres Wildlife Fund. What is that?
I'm not gonna lie, road killer. That's what they said. It's interesting to hear. You guys make me feel. Those are the words. So again, there's actually a spicy house that road killer. You can't do anything that opens your head. Even if it's not directly involved with them,
I gotta know.
it's just something that's sustainable. That's really this is the Eagle, the new Christmas show. Relatively interesting.
Oh, yeah. Right, so that's funny because it's like the whitest thing anybody could give to, right? Well, Mike, I've had another amazing performance. You really surprised us. I had no idea you were sending in a script. I love it how some things you'll give us a little bit of a warning for, some things you'll surprise us with. You are such a great judge of everything comedic. You even bring out the best and silliest in all of us, and you did it again this week. Your job here absolutely unbelievable, and for such a great performance, I'm going to donate 100,000 of my own dollars to the Ellen DeGeneres Wildlife Fund. Absolutely, 100%. Thank you, the great Michael Meyer, everybody. There was I love that, man. With all of my cold black heart, your next comedian goes by the name of Black Dust here for the first time.
You can't do a favor so as to keep a favor. You can't do a favor for like that. But to do something to I consider myself that's not because I have to keep it happy. It's love shopping. More expensive, coach, the condition of your life. And that's when you're not focused. That's when you actually get to plant in yourself. Put up a fence to sustain you. You know, these people that use to uproot your life to get rid of this certain thing. It was absolutely committed, and you can get paid for that one. Which is what it says, is so low in the there is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. This is crazy. This is like the community equivalent of like a Microsoft. Like that's it, we're done. There's nothing more to discuss. So, listen, it's very interesting. Because therefore, what this means is open to let's go for the circle.
You know what? I didn't understand a single joke, but with all this stuff happening, with all this stuff going on in the world, I want to say it was my favorite set of the night. He's trying to pull the William Montgomery and crop it out right now.
Remember, on one hand, it is because therefore that means one continue to exist.
It is an impressive haircut. This is what it would look like if Beavis was on BET.
When nothing said, do it and cover a lot.
So, where are you at, Black Dust?
If it involves the instruction
shit, that's a crazy place to be right now.
Even though, yes, I do want to continue the existence of the IS, I get it. I want to break it. I want to break it. I want to
got the same beard as you.
I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do the activities, instruction.
What do you do for work in Oklahoma City?
Actually, just like that job.
What about instruction? This is open is a good thing. You get paid.
What are you doing in fine dining?
How about I love it? Okay. I must say, this is to me, it's such an interesting idea.
What were you working at Corpus Christi?
And that is important because members of society, just the general approach to living, in society, and see
Oh, hell yeah.
not sexual obligations.
Sweet.
Somebody sent me a pair, and like you better find them. You're not allowed to have them.
Was that you guys with Rogan where I saw, yeah, it was, right? And what was going on at that time? I feel like
They were flying from Vancouver here. This girl taught jumping, and she had her training jumps.
Yeah, she had training. Yeah, she was like surprised. TSA took her nunchucks.
She was like, "This happens. I know why they're stopping me. It's because I got nunchucks. It happened to me last week." So weird.
Because if you let people take risks, then
Basically, one of the places you can just walk down the street with your guns.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And that's where you were born and raised, Oklahoma City. I've been informed of boxing reel and a music video. Were those the same thing? Or is it one video or two separate things? Is it trash? Well, the music video is trash. Let's check out some of your trash music. Okay, here we go. Black Dust presents Choke the Hole. Okay, Joel on this. Man, I hope that is not my car alarm going off right now.
I know.
No, it's true. This is pretty bad.
It's really as you falling in, like you're not taking this serious, obviously, because you left.
Give us the report. Just tell us. It's
The march, the protest.
how about in the back? Is everything clear? Okay, well that's fine.
Does that money take on the same identity?
Right. But when we leave, we'll just go south. Okay.
You talk that says the reality. Does it take on the identity? Or not? So you run nothing says
My goodness, how much marijuana did you have on you? Oh, this drives me fucking crazy. How long were you in jail? in jail for 3 months for 8 grams of marijuana.
Honest question, do you think he murders someone at the same time for the same amount?
It's funny because the two guy who was there for 10 months, they just had a weed charge.
This was like this. It was people came for Rabbi and I asked him to go like that. And he wanted to. Rabbi told them, guys, before you can go crazy, you need to sell off all of your idolatry.
Oh yeah,
Sell off
explain to us how that, how did that go down exactly at one fight?
After you do that,
I'm always
then
interested.
it's clear.
Yeah.
But listen, I watched this.
That's like a white guy arrested with
And now she says over here, because it actually, the suicide, holy this guy would be like, this guy would also reach out to all of us, I'll publish it like him. Remember, if they can go, it's still only, that's not true. Then that's not true. That's true, like, you know, one can never be gay. Gentiles, sell it off. You have religion, you can convert to what you see. How do you see it? That's the way sells his idol, that cash.
I anticipate the return attack, and I definitely agree.
My time off. You should get that service, and you have to get stuff on the other.
I love that. That's how white people support each other when you fight for them. If you and your buddy get close, even though they're
It's funny because in the pod before this one, went down to that guard to, I don't know if you know this, like, where the race is still there by you. It's by your race, you're held accountable. It's like your first night in the court, so I wouldn't take a shower for like a month. And I was like, well, I just got there, so they're like, hey, maybe you stay and go take a shower.
Oh no.
So I was shadow boxing, like I had my hands around it, I was like, kind of like, just trying to stay.
That's why you should have a good time. I
just tried to, I saw some guy like jump, like said,
I went half of the thousand.
took me and stuff, like that's why she told me.
I went and saved his right? I got me the process from this or Guinness and the same case. I went ahead and I went.
So you spent time in jail. You might know the answer to this. Do rapists like looser asses or tighter asses?
Ultimately, again, it's interesting. Now, let's say, I can say
his face on dangling around your wrist to make money. You can twist like a pretzel.
Get your merch at
Black Dust, so much fun times hanging out with you. Thank you so much, Black Dust, everybody. The first time Black Dust has been seeing it soon. Oh, there he is.
Interesting. Case number 1, same case. I like
Comedian of the night, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you, famous from Roast Battle at the Comedy Store. Here is Loose Digits. Here he is.
He gives you the proceeds, pays back the debt.
Here he is, Loose Digits.
Case number 2, same thing, $11,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to tell him, I know about somebody in the USF. When he comes back with the proceeds are for people to me. I effectively know a mesh generation meshes. So that's the essential. I must say, what's your negotiations? See from Shumba, how we make the lots of people. So this is very serious. So you have this seems to sort of happen a bit to the previous signal. The choice has to happen in the second piece, where the actor says, wait here while I sell my item, or while I go ahead and sell my wine. I want the continued existence of the I don't want the continued existence of the wine because I want to pay. So because I wanted. Therefore, shape is position place in the us. Listen, if you look at the community I got in, that's what we just said before. I said that's not.
Those Digits, one of my favorite roast battlers in all of Los Angeles, hanging out with both what appears to be a statue of a dog and a statue of a white man. Oh, the white man was moved. What's up, Digits? How are you, my man?
I want to get the existence of the INS because I want more money. But I'm not doing it to facilitate the community items. Why should it be us? What's none?
I absolutely love this guy. I don't know what it is about him. You guys are both Latino. Oh, that must be it. Love the Cholo's hat, love the jacket, love the graffiti in the other background. Yeah, I love it. You definitely graffitied your own what appeared to be bedroom there. Whose house have you broken into that you're filming at now? I love it. How about the dog? What's the story with that dog back there? Now, Digits is an absolute legend in roast battle. It's no secret that he is, they have their own culture over there. Roast battle Tuesday nights at the Comedy Store has always been complete chaos and so much fun. We have Mondays and they have Tuesdays. And Digits is famous for an extremely unorthodox style of being very serious, much like you see right now, and moving around a lot. It's very hard to describe. What have you been doing to let out some of those roast energies that you're famous for on Tuesdays now that we've all been quarantined? I know it made me loopy the first month or two. How are you holding it together? Love that, man. I'm not going crazy. I'm just getting more artistic with it. That is beautiful. I love that. And David Lucas is a roast god as well. Have you guys ever come across each other on the streets or in battle or anything? Have you ever seen him roast battle someone? It's a sight to see. Whole different That's right, Roasty. Yeah. What's the story with that white guy behind you? Does he ever move? It's like a young weekend at Bernie's.
That works fine for me. How would you explain?
I love it, Digits. What did you go to jail for? Is there a unit over here? Is it like if the Sklar brothers had bad parents? What did you go to jail for? We just had another young man on before you that got caught with a gram of pot and had to do 3 months. Would you like to talk about why they put you in jail, or is that off limits? Hell yeah, no. Absolutely not. We're not telling on you. For sure. Hell yeah, I'm no rat. I'm not a snitch. Fuck yeah, man. Well, we gotta get you on one of these shows back at the Comedy Store when business gets booming again. He's doing roast battle here on Friday. Is that true?
Don't bring the right out. They bring the right, bring the from the case on the American side. Yeah, no, Shiny Roof is like, yeah, got evil guys. But rabbis will make those guys be reshot. Whereas, normally,
fuck yeah, and I mean, it's incredible how great of a roaster you are, and the fact that, clearly you're trying to even get better. Because a fun fact is that Digits was actually the first human being that signed up the second that we went live on at midnight on Sunday with Roast Master Class. The first name that dropped in was Los Digits, and I love that, dude. And for sure, you're going to end up. It's always weird saying learning, but you're going to end up finding out some crazy stuff and tactics of exercises and muscles to be grown. We just saw some video of you roasting. Is it hard roasting without an audience here at Better Box? Digits, I love you, man. I love your style. Yeah. Fuck yeah, dude. Well, thank you so much for joining us on Kill Tony. You can find him at Los Digits everywhere on social media. He's a badass motherfucker. We absolutely love you. Great performance here today. There's a lot of tough acts to follow on before you, and you were hilarious. Shout out to the innocent victim who had his house broken into behind you. Shout out to the dog, and we'll talk to you guys soon. Fuck yeah. Hey, let's check in the Ryan J. email real quick with tonight's drawing. He had to draw it from home tonight because we had to switch stuff around. Badass. Oh my god. Long distance, powerful Kill Tony drawing for this very chaotic episode. I absolutely love the fire and the chaos going on in this. Very fitting for these times. With a paparazzi camera down there, as in the newscasting, I do believe is being covered with that. And Ryan J., anything else I'm missing about it? Ryan J., can you hear me? Yeah, we're having audio troubles with Ryan J. It's another dimension haunted. RyanJHemo.com. Everything's on sale right now. Kill Tony. You got the Kill Tony book. You got every print that he draws every episode. You get posters and all that stuff there. For sure. And don't forget, you can submit your own minute to the show. KillTony14@gmail.com. And a lot of other fun stuff happening. Of course, you have Brian on VR. You have my new Roast Master class on Patreon. Jeremiah.
Jeremiah Dash, thank you so much for joining us here tonight on the show. And Tom Potts, the guest on Jeremiah Wonders this week. One of my favorites of the entire thing. So you guys can watch it on youtube.com/Jeremiah Wonders.
There you go. Jeremiah Wonders. And the great Jesse Johnson was here. She's on social media. Jesse Johnson. Anything else, Jesse? Absolutely. Believe it or not, this was Joel. That is all night long, Joel. You're Mostly Sorry on social media. You have the brand new podcast, Mostly Sorry, which I got to catch some of and absolutely loved it. Yeah. Anything else? What else?
No new episode coming soon. I love you guys. Stay safe out there. Happy to bring some joy for a little bit.
The great David Lucas was with us. I've talked about it every episode, but he's hilarious on Instagram. He roasts people late at night. David Lucas, funny. Anything else, David? Love Brothers in Cursive, and I love Dead Air with Ryan Goldsman. I caught the episode with Michael there. Let me tell you something. I mean, it might not be the same for you listeners that don't know Ryan Goldsman quite as well as we do, from a couple episodes of the show, maybe Dead Air. But man, did I love watching between those two going back and
couple
forth.
of them there. They have great
My
chemistry.
God, it was like fucking Godzilla and King Kong because like I don't think there were times where it wasn't connecting, but it still was hilarious. And either way, it was hilarious the entire time. That was awesome. Everything Michael Lair, of course, michaellairecomedy.com. And yeah, what else?
Thanks a lot, guys. Be safe.
Yeah.
Mess ups. Let me say the emotional wants for success more than you want for success. I want also test more than you want for success. And look at how else, and look at the scriptures, and look at the punishments are put there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go and make a mistake. But again, if our understood what we need in order to be successful,
And this is Rabbi coming live from Better Box Studios for another episode of Kill Tony. Here's Tony.
And here's Brian Redman. Happy birthday, today. It's a beautiful day. Beautiful June 8th. Happy birthday to Kanye West.
West success is accomplished through relaxing of standards.
My birthday, except for this one. Oh, we were in Omaha, Nebraska. We had some of the best pizza that day. It was an early show. We were outside with the sun out on the next trip there in Omaha. Fun night. Here at Better Box Studios, which has been unbelievably gracious to us. The great Gino of Speedweed Enterprises has taken us under his wing and let us move up here during the entire quarantine. And we love Better Box. They're helping us out big time. And they have a candle company, the Damn Good Candle Company. A lot of people are buying the new Pinch Me, I'm Dreaming candle, the eucalyptus spa like scent. I love it. You like eucalyptus? I sure do. That's my stuff, man. I have this stuff called Osage rub. Am I saying that right? Osage? Osage? Yeah, that sounds better. It's the stuff like the barber uses. They put it on like the towel. They whatever. I just bought it straight from my barber. Like I'm buying something. So I do run a hot shower, squirt some of that in there. But now I don't even have to do that because I'm the new Pinch Me, I'm Dreaming candle. You can get it at damngoodco.com.
You got your own candle like Fred.
Everywhere I have boxes, they're stacked. I burn it. My place looks like a goddamn sacrifice is happening. I have so many Pinch Me, I'm Dreaming candles. You would think I would sacrifice the baby. Brian J. emailed us here enjoying tonight's episode. Speaking of big, hairy babies, the great Ryan J. emailed joining us. Very exciting stuff. And we're going on the road soon. At the end of July, we're going to Miami the 31st of July and August 1st. So Kill Tony's on the 31st. And a lot of these are stand-up shows too. And Kill Tony's like Boston, August 13th, Houston, August 20th. Dallas, 27th of August, Fort Worth, 28th and 29th, Salt Lake City, 9/11, Phone Tower, September 17th, Toronto, the 29th of September, and Bakersfield, Sacramento, and San Francisco, Kill Tony Media Week, October 13th through the 18th. In DC, we're going back to in November.
I just realized this is the first year in 3 years that I've been spending my birthday in Indiana.
When's your birthday again?
August 4th. Remember, it's always when I read that.
Yeah.
Even though Bob Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry,
Never again.
but he has the clock to know
Fun stuff happening, wherever we go, no matter where in the country. One of my favorite things is getting through security at the airport easily. And I do that super easily with my ritual. They make everything nice. Everything's in one little sleek thing. You used to have this big chunky wall that sometimes I forget that it's there, or sometimes it's just obnoxious and stuff falls out of it with the ritual and everything stays all together. And it's super awesome. The entire Plutoni crew uses the ritual that I have a sleek titanium one.
Yeah, they're really nice. They came to one of our shows. Remember, we gave away $1,000. It's also during a time where it makes you like go through your wall and go, how much unnecessary stuck in my wallet. And it's really thin. It has these two middle plates. It has like an elastic band around it. So we're craving out. Put my wallet in my front pocket, and I'm sitting on my wallet. And that's like if you're sitting down all the time, or you're like taking like road trips, or you have a long, car ride to work. You're sitting on that wallet. It kills your back. It hurts your back, and you can really do some damage. So I love the Ridge wallet. I will never go back to it.
Neither will I, and you're going to love it too. There's a lifetime warranty, so it'll always be there for you. And free returns. If you don't like it, that's how much they guarantee that you're going to love the Ridge wallet. Absolute free returns. Money back. Get 10% off today with free worldwide shipping and returns by going to ridge.com/KillTony. That's ridge.com/KillTony. Use the code KillTony. Link in description, and you get 10% off. Ridge wallet. Ridge wallet, the only wallet that matters. And if you're looking for a way to have some fun while at home, lights are always on at MyBookie. Keep you entertained or hooking you up with all your favorite games, blackjack, roulette, or video poker, slots, all while everyone else is freaking out. Losing their good casino straight from home. The excitement never stops with MyBookie. If you got the itch, you can scratch it. MyBookie's live casino dealers online. That's right, they have actual dealers just waiting for you to log on to their site 24/7. These guys do not mess around.
And it's cool because you don't have to bet on like sports or anything. You can bet on politics, and right now that would be interesting to bet on politics because it's out of control right now. Really cool. You can bet on the weather. They offer something for everyone, and as always, which way you get paid to win. Put your skills to the test with the huge blackjack and slots tournaments with insane prize pools. In fact, if you're stuck in one right now, they've got a $10,000 blackjack tournament for you to sink your teeth into. It's free to enter, and it pays cash if you win. It's free, and it pays cash.
That's where I play, that's where you play, and that's where you guys should play too. You got the hookup to do the smart thing. Go to mybookie.ag and they'll double your first deposit. That is double. Use the promo code KillTony to activate the offer. That's promo code KillTony at mybookie.ag. You spin, you win, you get paid. Shout out to Caveman Coffee. Use the promo code KillTony over there.
You tried their new tea. They sent us that new tea.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. The hibiscus tea. It's mind-boggling. It's just like, it's so refreshing. It's one of my new favorite things. It's the heat's picking up here in LA, and I poured overnight last night, and it's delicious. Hey, you know what you can do? If you listen to KillTony on different things, why don't you check us out over on Spotify? Make sure you subscribe to us over there. There's a lot of fun things are happening over there nowadays. And a lot of people are getting Spotify Premium, and they're looking at who's coming over from where. So check out KillTony, subscribe there. And while I'm pitching you subscribing to things, head over to YouTube. We are almost to 100,000 subscribers. Even if you don't even have a YouTube account, like me. Like I don't even log in.
Yeah, I watch it on YouTube and like any TV shows. It's been probably 2 hours of watching shows. I found this one where there's just people that go underwater and die and look for treasures. They found like these cars. They would take the cars out of the water, found a body in there, and it's like, I used this kid that was driving home drunk once. They've been looking for him for years. It's so interesting.
You ever watch Jim Can't Swim? It's a crime show that I was introduced to by the great HTV, in which they show you the interrogations of people, and they break them down. It's all about criminal psychology, and it's really fucking awesome. It shows you exactly how they trick people into giving up information, even though they can walk away at any point, even if they've already asked for their attorney. There's ways to do that. There's things that they use, and even on the stand, in cases, it's like forensic files, but it's like a forensic files is pro wrestling. Jim Can't Swim is UFC. It's like real, serious, and intense. Very exciting. You can submit to KillTony. You can, this is it. I mean, we're coming down the straightaway now. My guess is we're going to be back to the comedy store soon. So if you're global and you can't make it to LA, this is some of your last chances to submit to the show. KillTonyQuarantine@gmail.com. Make sure you keep an eye on your email so you can get a response. And if you don't respond quickly, they're just going to skip over you because there's so many people submitting. So KillTony14@gmail.com and I'll put these final episodes. All right, so there we go. You guys ready to start this thing? Okay. Excited. That's right. No, I did not. It's like waiting for it to end after a month. I was at least expecting somebody to be like, yeah, or something. Yeah. So let's start with that. We have a guest tonight, just like we did last week. A very special guest. One of the regulars from the show, one of the great roasters of all time, Kill Tony history. Ladies and gentlemen, David Lucas joining us. Hi, David. Good to have you back again. I love it. We're going to have some fun tonight. We're going to meet some people from around the world. And there's also a band on the show. Every single episode they commit to being different characters. We never know what they're going to be. It's always exciting to find out. They stay in character throughout every episode. And let's see what happens here, ladies and gentlemen. I present to you the best stand band in the land, the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Joel Jimenez, and Jet Ski Jesse Johnson. Oh my God, Dad's at a barbecue? I never would have known if it wasn't for that song. Hello guys, how are you guys? This girl, our guy.
That is a band. That's my friend of 30 years. That's a band. You see what that lake here? That's a band right here.
That's a good for sure.
I just realized how many J's there are in all your guys' names. I should have realized this months ago. Joel Jimenez is 3 J's. Jesse Johnson is 3 J's. And Jeremiah Chewy Jabroni Jeremiah.
I just want to say happy birthday.
Hey, thank you. What's your name, Dad, at the barbecue?
My name is Dwayne Wilcox. Dwayne Wilcox.
Wayne, interesting name. You seem like that guy that would call the police on a guy named Wayne.
We go right here.
Oh, there you go. And what's your name, Mr. Gary Legs over there? Oh, Gary. Okay.
And I don't know about you guys, but I see.
Okay, you can, Gary. And what's your name there? You have the big stash.
His name's Phil Dempsey, but you can call me Chef. He's always got the best jokes.
Chef Phil Dempsey, Dwayne Wilcox, and Gary. So let's just jump right into the show. Everything's in place, right? Jay, David Lucas, the whole band. We got Charlie from Vito's Pizza here, keeping us filled up. Best pizza in LA. Vito's Pizza locations all around Southern California. So, did you guys see the fucking, we talked about this last week, the goddamn fast food thing that came out that said for each state's made out of what the, they're trolling everybody, right? They're trolling because what's Melties? Melties? What's Melties? I don't know. And they said Denny's in California. Milk goes to Denny's in California. I'm pretty sure that's like a CIA, like it's an experiment to see.
There was something else like, it was like Boston, where they had something like a Boston market, and I was like, no, it would be obviously Dunkin' Donuts is on every single corner.
Alright, let's jump into the show. Your first edition, who knows where it's coming from? These have been fun, in a way, episodes, these quarantine episodes. They are definitely different than having hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people that want to be there on a Monday at 8 p.m. excited to the gills, full energy out. But here we are, you know what I mean? 9 ultra-talented egos all slammed into a 30 by 30 foot room. And let's see what happens here. We're going to get it started with Jesse Curtis. Everyone, here we go. There's Jesse Curtis.
I'm Jesse. Damn glad to meet you. Let's jump right into the first category. One is me. What is it like being the treat of the Muppets? That's right, she's a baddest bitch. Oh shit, I hear a bad bitch right now. Is that Easter eggs? Drop bars in the mirror? Speaking of broke pussy, that leads us right on into opening. Peggy Bundy.
She's going, okay. Even in the city.
So we're gonna hop on over to the after party and the after party.
Majority of the evidence are troops. About years has been
Shakespeare over there.
actually well people.
That looks like Barley and
Versus
Gilda.
what was the beer for show.
It's always something.
For sure.
If it ain't one thing, it's another. Amen. We're gonna end this up with a notice party film call.
Idolatry. But we are concerned that over time,
That's how families go on.
Fuck yeah, Jesse Curtis. Hi Jesse, how are you?
Goodness gracious, happy birthday.
Thank you so much. Indeed, good to see you. Where are you calling in from?
Virginia Beach, Virginia.
Virginia Beach. Heck yeah, it's a very white place, right?
It's poppin'. I mean, we got things going on.
She said, hey, like, no matter how many black people are there, it's too many. What's that?
So how dare you? No, I mean, I think we gotta go to like multiple on here.
Oh, that is true. She did have a trainer reference. And she has a lot of black guys' favorite white girl, Miss Piggy, in the background. What do you do, Jesse? What do you do for work? Fox News analyst, press secretary of the White House? What is it?
This was it. I worked in e-commerce I went for fashion, but I've been in e-commerce for 10 years. And I'm a big fan, but everybody's like, what's interesting about you? Or the first 4 years in e-commerce, I ran 2 web stores for Pusha T's brand, Play Food, and then T.I.'s brand, Food. So, and I think that you had Pusha T on one of your things for your,
What did you do exactly for Pusha T?
I ran the web store. So, I mean, 10 years ago, e-commerce was what it is now. So, it was in the very beginning of everything. But I did turn to the house before, and I kind of just fell into it. So,
Did you get to talk to Pusha T directly at all?
I mean, I several times, like him, Bruno, like put on his phone at a big music festival last year here, and it got canceled. This year, obviously, it was really planned, but he was really cool. I met T.I. a couple times.
Any of these guys trying to bang you?
Nobody tried to bang me now.
No, Pusha T saw you and he was like, please. That made 1% of the Keltoni audience laugh by Pusha T. Is it a barbecue getting it all? I almost called the cops on the website. Did you get into e-commerce after you left the Devil's Rejects? Or hey, you do look like Cheryl Moon Zombie. That's a compliment. You single, Jesse?
Boyfriend?
Did he paint that yellow screen? He keeps it on work about that. Yeah. The yellow that was a lot of That's interesting.
He's white.
He's white. Are you kidding me? Think she's hooking up with a black guy? Police badge on her. Yeah.
And I work for a commercial company, and I went to the shop in Las Vegas this year. It's the last time I traveled. And a woman from y'all's area needs me to for the shooting show with her. She just gave me a cut off of a shirt. Police officer there, so that was kind of cool.
That was east of Vine Street, right? You stayed around the Silver Lake area mostly.
No, our shot show in Vegas.
What is it with the yellow piece of art on the wall? Why is it just yellow? Is that an R. Kelly original?
Piss on it. They have a texture to it, but you have to get on the an angle because I did. There's an X, different patterns on it, and different textures.
So you draw. That's all your art behind you.
Yes, not only is yeah.
I love that. I'm a big fan of Gilda Radner. Crazy, wild stories, that one. I can't remember where I saw that good Gilda documentary. But man, she used to... Yeah, I think it is Hulu, actually. They almost said it, but so few great things are on Hulu. I didn't want to get it wrong. Yeah, that's one of the things. That's one of Hulu's 3 or 4 amazing things. I love Hulu.
And by the way, you can use coupon code KILLTONY.
Is that true?
So, the shutter
This is funny. Yeah, I would remember that.
Yeah, I'll be there to make sure some directors are
All right, daddies, how's that?
Oh, she called me daddy.
Oh, look at that. I love it. So what else, Jesse? What else is interesting about you? You ever do stand-up?
No, I've never done anything. I did like a really, the beginning of you guys doing the quarantine stuff, I like tried to do my moves, and I said to a friend, like, kind of depressing, and literally said, like, don't be depressing, and like, not well lit, and nobody wants to be bummed out, and have fun, and that's why I basically just wrote from my emotions, and I have fun with it, and that's exactly all of it, so.
You did something absolutely that was better than
I saw SNL. I did like the whole way outside on the street or whatever. And saw Emily Blunt, Bruno Mars, and I saw like Mark Baldwin doing Trump. Like Goosebumps. And yeah.
Wow. You know, a little fun fact about Alec Baldwin's Trump that I don't think I ever mentioned on the show. Maybe I did, but I actually worked with Alec Baldwin on we'll say a secret project for a private gig. That's something that I wrote, and this was back in I think early 2015, 2016. And super long story short, I'm the one that suggested him trying out a Trump impression, and we worked on it together over the phone. And I basically started Alec Baldwin's Trump impression. I wrote him a whole thing to do in Trump, and this was before he ever did it on SNL.
Yeah.
You're welcome, Alec.
Yeah.
You and Alec Baldwin actually have one thing in common. We thought this little pig, and you're like,
Hey, look at that. Sorry, Jesse. Great way to start the show. You're a great personality. I love the creativity that you took in your submission. Thanks for kicking off the show for us tonight. There she goes, Jessie Curtis. She's on Instagram. JCURT007. And we have yet another submission, and we will just get right to it. Your next comedian submission goes by the name of Dean Reed. Here we go. Dean Reed. Alright, here's Dean Reed.
As we said before, that there's our openness is treated like a or other things.
what's shaking? Your artwork is the opposite of the white girls. You have black art, and she had white and yellow art. Definitely, absolutely. That's why we have David Lucas here. That's the only reason.
This guy looks like me, 42 to 190 pounds.
Yeah, that's true. This is your future. Lucas David. I love it, Dean. Where are you calling us in from? This year. How are things in Orlando? Has there been rioting and looting? Where'd you get fired from?
Customer service call center.
Where'd you get fired? Like what? Like what you do at work?
It's taking it seriously as I should.
Today, Jerry Apple,
I'm gonna call Saturday with Lucas.
It's customer service for one of the programs.
I love your commentary for your sexual actions that you do, you in the bedroom. What's your favorite type of girl to hook up with? What does she look like to you? Oh, the Latina standing ovation for the Sheffield Wednesday. You have a preference between the Latinas and the black women? The good thing is you don't have to choose. There's black Latinas. Where he's going from, they're mostly Puerto Rican, right? So you have ladies out of fights. I don't think you and I met first. One time my wife got really hot-headed. I forgot the Netflix password. What's the, how many white women do you think you've been with? See if I can guess. I'm talking to Dean. What? What's your least favorite thing about white women? I asked you what your favorite was. You said Latina and black women first. What is it about the white women that oh, Jesus, only you can be that too. If I had okay. You said that your dirty talk is good in the bedroom. Can you give us an example of what some of that dirty talk sounds like? You just lose yourself in the moment. You better never let it go. Get into their hands. I use the Gatorade slogan sometimes. I'm like, is it in you? I don't know.
At my house, my wife actually talks dirty to me. She says, clean up your goddamn mouth, Gary.
I love it. Yeah, bro. Dean, what do you do for fun? What are some fun facts about Dean Reed? I think he's saying he's a bunch of shit. He got out of the cops. He escaped. He's great. He's a David Copperfield. What do you do last Friday? I'd love to have you at the next barbecue. These cops are wild out there. I will tell you. I got pulled over the other day. I got 2 warnings. You get pulled over what? Shot once. They tell me that I'm going over the speed limit, and then I question them. It's what we call. It's what a lot of people would call white privilege. I'll say speeding, and they'll go, yeah, speed is what I got you for. I go, what'd you get me for? They'll go like, they'll be like 48 to 35. And I go, you 40, 48? You got that on a radar? That's what I'll say. I'll go up with my voice like that. You got that on a radar? And like this guy the other day, he was literally like, well, I didn't get you off my radar exactly, but I was pacing you out in my own system. I've been doing this a long time. I go, all right, I trust your system, but 48, geez, I mean, my speedometer here is pretty big. It's a pretty big monitor I got there on my lovely car.
But Tony, as long as you just put the hands on the back of your trunk, ask for your car, you don't have to bullshit. They just take the hands.
Yeah, that's true. Fuck when they touch your trunk. That's true. I put my hands on my trunk like I'm going to my parade or What'd you say? What?
I said, put your hands on your trunk, your pants,
Dildos and looty holes over there.
Tony, you bought a latex cape for it.
I actually did a cake made of latex, and I blew it out. When I say blew it, I mean like, yeah, exactly. Red Man's got it. The act out machine for my Red Man. Dean, so much fun. Great talk, Dean. Thank you so much for submitting. Fun times, too. Thanks for your creativity. I don't know what he missed that. I missed that, but I love you, Dean. Figure it out. Figure it out when I watch it back. Just keep playing, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for William Montgomery. Lights out, William Montgomery, the big red machine. Here he is. Hi, William.
Was it you when you were pretty juice tonight? Yeah, I read through the old juice
No, you by definition want them to be the existence of this
We'll see if there's a delay or something like that. There's no delay, William. Just keep it like
Right, Gosling is married to Eva Mendes, which is almost as surprising as finding out Eddie DeVito was married to Arnold Schwarzenegger. Say what you will about Scientologists, but goddamn, can they have this damn actors and all the pyramid scheme religion industry? I'm not pointed, I'm a Christian. Boy, I screwed up this time. I wanted to start a GoFundMe for the guy that got killed in Minneapolis, but I got the names mixed up. So if you want to donate money to criminal defense fund, link is in the bio. Can I say my last future?
Anybody can my last future of a stinger? Take a while. I'm just kidding. I will. Yes, William, you can do your last joke. Oh, yes, go ahead, William.
Hey, Red Man, I bought a book recently called The Bible. Maybe you should look into it.
Oh!
If I actually had one.
It's always funny. Funnier than ever.
And then finally,
for example, put up the fence
How many
around
more
the
fucking
lion.
jokes do you have, William?
And I can just tell me to go look up the bike. Is that a joke?
What
Are you fucking
Such
thinking as
of a
French
thing
man?
that
I think you
plus
need
it
to
says, do not strive to ride in the field. In the Arizona, I'm going to finish it.
Oh, that's true, actually.
The actual growth itself.
Wow, you were in a Honda?
I'm a llama.
Guy
Low killing. That's what they say. It's interesting. Look at failed words.
Jesus, you're wasted
I love it, failed words.
Well, a lot of people have been talking about
So again, my
perhaps
passion
you
is
become a drinking problem once again, that you start drinking early in the day. And meanwhile, even though you're still very talented, you're able to keep it together and do great performances. People are saying that they're concerned for your health. Your peers, your family, and your doctors are saying. We're going to check in with gear.
Honest question, William. Now, is eating right now jaundice?
Yeah, I was about to say, it's my jaundice. I'm starting to get concerned when you say, can I do my last joke? Because I feel like it could be your last joke. You want to quit fucking saying that? You want to quit fucking everything, maybe?
Is it really? Let's check in with the red spot on your chest. Is that doing any better or is it worse? Let's do our weekly update. Absolutely. Do you gonna put the camera on it? Hello.
Yes.
Say it faster and you already messed us up.
Yes.
There was a series of murders. So the police have to reopen the bathroom case. Hilarious. Y'all also serve lunch there. What are you talking about? Deep Corral?
Ultimately, again,
David Lucas?
That's a black joke. Yes, we love David Lucas.
Luckily for them, he has yellow hair.
William, what have you been doing
Earlier is my butt.
William, what have you been doing to stay healthy as of late during the riots and whatnot?
You still can't do it.
Vitamin C.
The fact that you're setting this up in a
Vitamin A.
You're a vegetarian. No, not a fruitarian. That is the over-fruit time. You're a fruitarian, a man who only eats the fruits.
My name is Michael Fruitarian.
Okay, Michael Fruitarian, are you Armenian?
You can say
Alright. I'm probably gonna get a text from your parents after this appearance here tonight.
You know, these people with green to uproot Quran, to get rid of Isser, to get rid of polygamy.
So what? Are you about to cry? What's going on over there?
For that from which is
Somebody there.
it says the sin of murder there is nothing else this phrase is so amazing. This is like the Olympic equivalent of
We love you, William. We love you. Good stuff.
there's nothing more to discuss. So this is very
William
interesting.
F. Montgomery Wong. Your next comedian goes by the name of Ali Rosinski. Ali Rosinski.
How do you start? This whole story who wants to destroy us to make these battles of Guinness. That's the scene. He wants to hire a new Jew to deliberate before he pays you $50 a day. So remember, on one hand, you can say no, because therefore that means French want to continue the existence of the French sex benefiting from the Holy Zot. On the other hand, you destroy the Holy Zot. So nothing said, do it and cover Allah. If it involves the instruction of a result, prohibited item, even though yes, I do want to continue the existence of the INS. I get it. I want to break myself. I want to break it. I want this right to be uprooted on itself. I want to uproot this. But nevertheless, I am committed to go ahead and do this.
Hi, Ellie. How are you? Where are you at right now? So, Poland, huh? Is that any? Oh, okay. Well, thanks for joining us. And how far are you from Poland? Right, where Ioana Yenje check is? You know who Ioana Yenje? I'm not. Oh, since? Okay, begins with an O. It's in your country. What is it? Bullshit. Yeah, they say letters mean three different sounds. Yeah, Austin. It looks like Austin, with an M. What do you do there in Warsaw? Oh, cool. What kind of music do you play?
Justin Bieber.
You do it. Oh, okay. Yeah, that sounds about right. Polish music. That's pretty much Polish. Your stash is going crazy over there. You may have a barbecue too much standing over the grill.
This is a real stash.
We're going to get you some just for a minute. You're going to be fine.
Harry said you play the computer. Is that right? Yes. Okay, cool. Where are you staying at? What haunted house are you staying at right now? Okay, play us something. Play us some Polish music. Do you have anything handy there in your studio? You have your laptop handy?
It's not easy.
Just give her a vibrator. She'll chip her teeth. Polish vibrator. Classic Polish dude.
Polish firing squad, standing the swords.
It's true. For the go on and get a Polish girl pregnant, right? You know how to do that, right? No, you come in a shoe and you let the flies in the room. You let the flies.
And the lesson says, Yishtar, the Come on, man. So many different things.
Yeah. You can just write them. They're super easy. Yeah. Oh, they're dirty and stupid is what they said. That's the American stereotype. Clearly, I don't know if you've watched the news at all the past few weeks, but we're a little bit racist here.
I'm just admiring Redman's knowledge of the Polish jokes.
Give us another one.
Okay.
Straight to the top of his head.
Did you hear about the latest Polish invention?
Does that money take on this?
Play us something on the guitar. I'm sorry to insult your entire ethnicity and home country. You're French? How'd you end up in Warsaw?
Or not? So it's very
How's your career going?
so nothing says I think it's much. I think it's much.
What's the name of your video that people should check out?
That money does not. Idolatrous. I thought that that money is just money.
Play us a song. Here's Ellie Rosinski on the guitar, trying to not wake up his girlfriend, and also playing for the masses around the world right now. Here we go, Polish blues, or as we call them, whites.
Sell off all your items. And then you have the cash. After you do that, then you can
I love your music. I love that. That's what plays in the lobby at the Hostel Hotel before they
and Rashi says, yeah, look at Rashi. Rashi could be on the sea study. One of these studies. They take it from us. Because instead of foot while you're still Gentiles, sell off. You shouldn't become severed in that one. It's becoming the other becoming.
How do you have so many hits on your music video? Explain to us. Are you popular in Poland? Like, were you on some show? How does that happen?
I had to do a shame with some people that was very vagabond.
That's great. You know it, Sharon? When you think still work with you, said this is a song about diabetes. I love it. Well, Ellie, thank you so much for joining us. The band is Be Mine. Check them out on Vivo or YouTube or whatever. Thank you. Thank you, Ellie. Yeah, thank you. We'll see you soon. We know this young man. He's been on the show numerous times in the Maker of the Comedy Store. Here is Mario Tonti. Here we go. Mario Tonti, everybody.
A little bit about me. My name is Mario. I'm circumcised. The older I get, the more I wonder if I would have turned out differently if I had my foreskin and the other name my parents were going to pick for me. Because it's easy to pick two names, like Sergio or Foreskin sounds hot, you know? My ex-girlfriend, she has a tattoo. It says be nice, but she was a fucking bitch. I'm not going to give you an origin story of why she was a fucking bitch. She was sucking her ex-boyfriend's dick behind my back. I hooked up with a squirter recently. Don't laugh. It's just a cool way of saying girl pissed in my bed recently. I hate when white people do their basic stuff to me like heroin. I've done heroin before and it's nothing like pumpkin spice latte. It's all people used to do heroin. They used to mix it with some angry 12 prosciutto. They used to use Fiji water because it's not a piece of shit.
Absolutely. I really. Okay. Mario Tonti, hello, how are you? Great, good to have you on the show. Let's just jump right into it. You've been on the show a few times. Awesome. And you're no longer with your girlfriend?
She's with someone else right now.
Oh, wow. That was, I mean, you guys were both on at the same time before, correct? Or are you confused with someone else? Didn't she do stand-up as well? Oh, okay. How long were you with her for?
She's actually she's actually a girl that's on board. Are you fucking serious? Wow. Amazing. I still remember it. He said, Alex, you're both and it's possible to see it. That's fucking hard, dude.
Oh my God. Are you living together? So you could. Yeah.
You guys call her on the show. What's her voice? Sounds like that.
So you put it together. No, I love it. Stick with me. So you put this together from watching a William Montgomery set, like you did the math in your head. That's one of the good ones. Just like the way they describe you, one of the good ones. You have to be happy that you got rid of her. At least a little. Because from what we've been hearing, she's been beating up now.
She's terrible.
Yeah. My goodness gracious.
So long as my brother there has not yet taken possession
Every week we see Glenn, he has a new cruise.
there's no point in providing
Yeah,
a
Williams
distinct
gets beat up.
However,
Beat up.
if brother Garrett took possession of his house, it was his hope.
Great.
And for my son, now in this case,
Look at Reed's mustache right up.
brother Garrett wants the continued existence of his
Wow.
but he's not doing anything active.
You know they would have. If the band runs around during a quarantine episode, the Apollo 13 would have been in the belly room.
Like that skit where the guy
Bravo, Barino, and las puse en la voz.
So, let me ask you this. So, when you confronted her, how did that go down? Wait, so you watched the Williams set, you saw that. Oh, okay.
It's still
Did you say that she hit you as well?
usually what's in the best call. I know it's become 9 next year. That works fine for me. I would use it.
So you how's your love life been since then? You haven't called me in your bed recently? Just like it wasn't the girl because she peed herself once. My goodness, so Mario, what have you been doing through this quarantine? How you been holding up? Did you live anywhere like that? Or you looting and all?
Has this been a break from your normal? Because I know you like
So everybody's saying that all the extreme liberals have been saying that they're making more money than they were before, so why would they ever get back to work? Such a liberal mindset thing, and they absolutely love it. Right, so just take the government's money, it's all fine. What would that ever cost anybody? Anyway, we feel bad about this guy. Imagine you're leaving your dad as a chef. Maybe
This is the girl, this girl is personifying the movie It Follows.
We all look crazy here. It's better to get rid of it, get through it. You know, and those girls are also, you know, some of them are some of the most fun in the bedroom. You know what I mean? They all have their pluses and minuses. You know what I mean? Like I was thinking the other day about, how badly I'm looking forward to getting an actual massage. And every time I go to my massage place, I always go, and I'm always like a front desk lady do an impression, but she's so Asian.
No, I can't. A barbecue.
No, I can't do it. But my point is I always go, give me, you know, the strongest, heaviest, like, you can't hurt me. You can't hurt me. Whatever you do, you can't hurt me. And sometimes they'll give me like one of the ones that, you know, like if none of those are available, it'll be like some beautiful Asian girl, and it's just pointless. Like waste their it's a waste of right. Yeah, but no, this is a legit place to go to the same place. I actually go for the massage. When your massage is going to open up, that's what I heard. I need Really? Roll, I let you walk on my back. You should try roll through. It's super people anyway. So like with cars, or they use like a pipe or so they just get really into the that's basically what I'm already getting. If they're using any part of their body, this is what it is. So it's crazy what goes on up here.
As much as we see,
I don't really think really, I should try it just to see what it's like, but
sure. As long as
I got a question here, Chef. Have you been making any kind of crazy shit during this quarantine? Cooking for yourself? A bit of a chef myself. Cooking for myself. Cooking for my brains out.
There's many people
I'm always worried about you when I see you because I know your job's super stressful.
there's a difference between religion and afraid.
So what have you been eating? If you're not cooking for yourself, what have you been eating?
And ultimately, again,
It's just simple shit. They don't want to Trader Joe's.
You can always use the promo code KILLTONY over at Postmates.com and get $103 for your first month of delivery. Basically, just free $100 per month. You have to sign up for Postmates. Alright.
make like there, every single coffee in this
David was asked.
Yeah, go ahead, David.
I want to try to say
Sounds good. This sounds like a great idea.
Yes.
We need William to have a sobering experience from one string to the Yes. Check, yeah, that's not the only thing that was blown by his ex-girlfriend. Alright, Mario, thank you so much for calling us. Super compelling. Thank you for all that information. It was so fun. Thank you, Mario Tozzi, everybody. Follow him on Twitter and Instagram. Mario Tartan. All one word, Mario Tartan. Mario Tozzi is a great guy. Tony, I see him every Monday when we're at the comedy store. Very beautiful lives. Alright, let's keep it moving along. Your next submission goes by the name of Alan.
Go ahead, we'll say just before we go on. Just say it. It's a salary.
Here is Alan, everybody.
He recently had to move to Florida, and I was like, if it wasn't for him being home, definitely came from
And his
signature abuse isn't even
the
original.
emotional bonds with success and even new ones.
Now, I'm not gonna lie, that
As
shit's
our
kind of
one
funny.
success
But
more
yesterday,
from new ones. And
he
overcome
made me eat his food. Get out of here. He just plugged it straight down my throat, and I had to swallow it. And if you don't believe me, this morning I took it and I
the first thing is success. You have to see that that's
my
there.
abuser, he's
When you grow up, but
we
again,
famous celebrities with one or two things on their IMDb's that are
success.
swing their dick and shit around. Did you hear that meow, Mr. Tiger King? You know what that means.
What we need to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make it successful, you do it.
Baby back rib, I want my please,
You do it. When success is accomplished with flexible standards, that's what you do.
Good. That was an interesting submission. And that was my
Also, you said the #1 podcast in America. It's actually
Go ahead and accomplish
blown away by what you were talking about. Good
Yeah, that's right up Red Man's alley. Thinking about
It's interesting. This happened this week. I had recorded twice this week, and I never saw it again. Like, for the first time in my life, I never did know where to go. Wow. And somebody says like these new genetically modified hormones, they actually digest better.
ultimately against doesn't worship cheap.
Vegetables here alone.
But you make sure almost 100 again, it's like
That's what happened.
Can't be hard. Oh my goodness.
This chick looks like a cigarette fairy.
Cigarette fairy.
Like, she reflects your cigarettes while you sleep.
I love it.
Like a tooth fairy.
So, I was wondering, Ellen, what part of Eastern Washington do you live in?
Does such a person have the ability to decommission and
Yeah, a lot of folks
negate that damage? Says, on one hand, the public was out to work up so we say only when the worships of God can decommission. Ultimately, you have to always say this. Anyone who's going to put a if you're the
Wow, that's crazy. All right. So, how much of what you talked about is real during that set?
It's 100% true. So the only thing that's not true is that he should have been out recently.
he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the power to go ahead and negate it.
And in the chimpanzees get really weird and like bad for they're like it's basically like kids and they're terrible too, so we're just like somebody get angry all the time. And it's like you get really mad at me and you shit in a tantrum for it when I was talking to my intern and my mouth was wide open and it hit. Like it literally hit my throat.
Wow. That is absolutely incredible. How long have you been taking care of animals?
Animals like 4 years, but I've been at this chimpanzee sanctuary for 2.
Idolatry
What it tastes like.
what's that? Actually, a boss leader. So what's it saying?
I mean, it tastes like a smell. I don't know how else to describe it. And I just like before it goes so good.
So let's say,
That's
what
like
is
the
it?
only thing that's not
I'm
harming
working
what
with
to
the
do.
show.
Chimpanzees. I just pour dust over my mouth and just like sit for like an hour.
You're a beautiful girl. Did any of these chimps ever try anything sexual on you?
They do, yeah, that's pretty true too. So, and that's only really, we have a lot of the chimpanzees that were rescued from like the entertainment industry. Like once they're like 7 years old, they can't swim anymore. You have to put them basically in cages in the area. And these guys are like in their 30s, 40s, and a lot of them, it's like even their morning mates, only the ones that were alive. And they have different ways of masturbating. And the one that's actually I talked about,
Yeah,
his dick, like spit, and he'll hit his dick, and then he'll make hard eye contact with you and like jack it on the person until
you like to do this. So go ahead and engage with your life.
Why have you seen them?
It's committed. However, again, you should
they're
run
up when they're fully grown and it's kind of like they've hit adolescence and they're just I don't know if you know anything about chicks, but they're not nice. They're really kind of sort out all of their feelings within like other groups and yeah, I'm sure you've heard some reviews about like that chick that heard that Tuesday song. Joe Rogan talks about it all the time and yeah, chicks are great.
I heard Michael Jackson's chick.
Can you imagine if normal chimps are crazy with them? Like you said, you know Michael Jackson's chick. Question for you right here. Can we go 20 spot? Come take a tour. What do you think?
100%. You guys are coming to Miami, Florida, I think, and I would love to give you a tour.
How far are you from Miami?
It's like 2.5 hours, but it's like
I'll love there. I'll see you next week. Maybe you could just bring the chips to me.
Bubbles gotta be old right now. He can't fucking song.
I'll bring Bubbles in there too. So you know who her is?
I don't know. No. Nobody on my sanctuary, even the founder, knows her personally. So, yeah, she feels a big cat. So it's kind of documentary made all animal people look crazy. They're all really crazy, like normal. But, yeah, no, she's kind of a big cat world. Separate.
Everybody says that everybody's crazy, though. Everybody was throwing each other under the bus throughout that entire documentary. I guess my question is this: how many animals have you killed? How did that happen? How did the accident happen? series he has like a bow and arrow. Shoot him with a bow and arrow. Were you pointing a bow and arrow at them? Okay, how did it happen?
I have to text sugar water, which you should not have as pets, but they were kind of like donated to me. When I worked at Columbus, I'm from the
You're from Tennessee? St. Chad.
I worked at this before because that was my very first job, was like working with the animals. He takes on, he took on like late night shows, and I would do shows with them on ground.
Right, so he's at the zoo camp there growing up every year. Alright, what's a sugar glider? What is that? Little cute little
A sugar glider. Wait, I slept three, but I had to three, and then if I walked back, I got up to the page, and I probably could have prevented it if I had them in my minute video.
If you have two outcomes, right? And
Oh,
both worship God.
okay.
I mean, it was nice, considering I worked with it protecting.
Again, after one, can you
But
get
I just had to
Israel?
Extra
This
treat.
is out.
Yeah.
And after two,
What a fun
can you get
way.
Israel?
Their
This
friends
is out.
these things are so cute. I wish you could show us yours right now. Here, what's the total?
He's asleep. I mean, I can try. I could just head out.
Yeah, let's try it. Let's wake it up. Play some Polish guitar music to wake it up.
And one who worships
Oh, he's awake.
Oh, look. Oh.
What's the out till here?
Oh my goodness. Look at that thing. Your eyes are so pretty.
So listen, so we can feel about this.
This
Number one,
camera's on.
I'm going to negate.
Yeah, thank you.
Lays over the fact that
Number two,
Ryan said he was doing jazz as a child. It's a zoo camp.
negate his friends, I hope, if they worship the
Yeah,
same
it's something my kids can do. I honestly didn't know it's been around.
And what we do is it happens to negate his friends' idolatry.
Jackie and I used to actually be the one that would come out and talk to us before we went to bed because we slept there. Melinda said a bunch of great things. Remember Coside? Did you ever go to Coside? Remember there was a tree in the back where the trolley you can sit in.
No lie about it.
Take screwdrivers and put it in there. Go in the trolley and get to the thing. There was things I mentioned in the city center, the shopping center, hang out in the shopping center. Jesus, what a rebellious child. My God, little children sneaking out of a trolley next to the local mall. Children of the Lord of Fear. Yeah.
So, this is your worship. What's
All
your
right.
worship?
Well, that was so much fun. I mean, great stuff. I honestly thought that everything you were saying was a lie. I'm like, oh, this is weird that she's making all of this up about so exotic and sort of like, it's been too long to even make stuff up. So, in retrospect, I'm amazed at your incredible story. And I think in the future we should maybe schedule a show near you because I think that would be worth it. Yeah, when we go from Miami to where are you on the way to Tampa or something or?
It's in the middle of nowhere, but honestly, we're like an hour and a half from Orlando, and we're also an hour and a half from Tampa.
Which direction south of Orlando? So technically, if we did Miami, south of yeah, you're not really. Are you on the way in between anything?
That's right. I'm safe.
Unfortunately, not. It's worth it though.
Yeah, the church. Absolutely. Get us around some good old monkeys.
Rabbi will say good again. Otherwise,
I'm safe.
Do we really have to go there? I don't know if we get to the button and take a nap before the show.
So,
I watch Planet of the Apes and get close to this.
Great, man. All right, Ellen, thank you so much. So interesting. We'll see you again soon. Ellen, everybody. She's on Instagram. We know your next comedian. She's been on the show a few times. Ladies and gentlemen, let's do it. Here's Kyle Ridley. Kyle Ridley. Here's the music. Here's Kyle Ridley.
Someone He's not feeling
That is interesting. Hello, Kyle. How are you? I miss see you again. All right, relax. This guy's always amped up.
I didn't think about the gym thing. That affected a lot of people.
Well, I mean, imagine not only that, but when everything first shut down, you couldn't even probably get anywhere to shower or brush your teeth at all.
So, yeah, I mean, I've been living in Southern California for a long time with a lot of friends, but, yeah, I have been essentially working. Next to Los Angeles International Airport, it's real hard to get a guy to, show up and come and hang out with a guy who's been working in the fucking startup,
Yeah, what type of essential work have you been doing?
I am a janitor, if you remember. I work at In-N-Out Burger. They're a great company. They're an amazing company. And if I don't say that, it's been illegal for me.
Yeah, well, I was extremely offended that fast food thing that came up and said Denny's was number one in charge. Yeah, I mean, like, In-N-Out, all the way. These crazy people out here trying to talk shit about In-N-Out when they want to get their comments up on their social media posts. They're ridiculous because they got breakfast Texas. Yeah, and that's all they had to do to get us upset is like get a couple of the states right. Well,
No, I will not.
what?
Just be keeping there every day. It's my checks. And
I promise you that.
I mean, I thought I was doing it, fucking working more than 30, alright? I get out at like 12:30, I fucking go to the gym, shower up, spend an hour or two in LA traffic, post up, fucking write something, edit a video, anything, and then I would just do stand-up for the rest of it. It felt like I was always out doing something. I felt like I was, working hard for something.
You are,
And now it's just...
you are. That's what it takes. You have to do all that stuff and get a bunch of lucky breaks, and this is all part of your story. It's going to be part of the book. It's going to be part of your history. Either that, or you're going to end up failing, but you'll still have a good story about it. You know what I mean? So it goes both ways. And yeah, it is wild, and I did think about a lot of the comedians when this happened. It is completely wild times to be living the dream, surviving out of your apartment. Where are you originally from, Kyle?
I was born in Orange. I grew up in the Inland Empire, San Bernardino, California. 2008, highest population in the nation. But then I lived in Orange County for 5 years, and now I work in Westchester. That's the airport.
Right, but your parents are still in the Inland Empire?
My mom lives in Mexico, and my dad is somewhere, who knows?
I'm not finding out.
Actually, let's finish this.
All right, awesome. I get you. You want to call my dad again?
Your father's just like a job in and out.
That's perfect. It's great.
How old were you? How old were you when he took off?
Well, he didn't take off. It's, he beat me, and then, I told my mom, and then, the divorce started happening, and it was all very quick.
Oh, God. So not only did you take the beating, but ever since then you've had the inevitable guilt of breaking your parents up, am I correct?
Well, it's all my fault. I don't care.
Now it's just got those.
Can I say?
Yeah.
When I was a kid, I was being my dad, and I am upset about it. It bothers me. It happened. I have lingering emotional issues. It's fine. I can talk about it all day, but, geez. Think about talking to him again. Gaslighted by this guy. I mean, at best, what? He's 77. I'd have to take care of him. Dying again, right?
Right. He's a wild beast. That is correct. Now I remember. Check in with Queen's Will Call.
I can't know if this is a game or not, but it looks like you have a permanent deep fake filter on your face. Something's wrong with you, Dylan. It's like you're I'm terrified, but also I want acceptance, but I can't even see them on the phone. Then you have to decide if you'd rather be gaslit or street. You want to see the car? I found you the best reviews. I'm at my friend's shop right now. It's I was told to get a stable internet connection in 1982. El Camino does not have that. So it's crazy. I'm actually at a silversmithing shop. I can show you the whole thing. It's kind of a lot.
Let's do it.
The guy, he works on metal. He works on metal. It's polishing and silver. He went to an actual stable. It's an old tin can in Costa Mesa, California. And this is the guy who runs his name is Sam Hunt. He used to do comedy in the 80s and 90s. But had to quit because of his pregnant wife. And, he's been in the Orange County State.
Sam what? What's his last name? Sam what?
Sam Hunt. Sam Hunt.
How do you spell that? Yeah, he's like an older guy. He's over here, right?
He's got some blackish. He's not been on the show either. He lost his courage a long time ago. It's fun. We hang out. I make fun of our field. We smoke pot.
Man, that's great. It's good to have older types of people that have been in the business a long time to look up to and to hear stories about it, to let you know things are going to get through it. Very, very crazy thing that happened when I first started was it was actually, like I talked about, I think, on this show, right? Your very Starbucks, right where you are every day, is where I met Shia LaBeouf's father, Jeff LaBeouf, and I ended up making friends with him, and he gave me some great advice because my big plan was to start at the open mics around Burbank and then work my way into the store, like so many people do. And he actually was the final decider for me. He goes, start at the store, sink or swim, don't waste your time, which would be even more in your head by the time you get to the store. Start there. It was a great piece of advice, and him and I were really close for quite a while. It's crazy. I actually watched Honey Boy for the first time this past week, and boy, was that surreal because that's a movie all about him, and all of the things about him were exactly spot on. All stuff that I had to deal with, I realized from watching that movie that he was definitely mentoring me in a way to sort of just do what he sort of did with Shia. He felt like he was good at that type of thing. And what's my point is, that someone like Sam there, well, he may not have been wildly successful in his own art, could be someone that helps you survive, and also a father-like figure that people with damaged childhoods. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, he's a guy. Yeah, he's a fun guy. I did a little, I bought a camera a while ago, and I found a little podcast. I showed some, all the old shit he has. He paints a lot. This one's rad. You can see it. So he did it on sheet metal. Sheet metal. That's he's a guy. He's hanging out. Because he's friends with me.
I love it. That's beautiful. That's what it's all about, man. Especially
here's what's getting right out the door. You guys want to see the door?
let's see the Latino.
I'm here, it's in Orange County, but I still have to go to work all the time. He's a janitor.
That's so much energy for a guy with a fat head.
Are you sure your dad he never did any sex stuff, right? Well, he's a weird. He was weird. He used to do
Show us the Camino, Kyle.
Yeah, I'm a real molested personality, right? I don't have to say sex. It's just a mind. Yeah, it's just a personality that I have. Molestation. Okay, see it? It's rad. I've had it for 10 years. It's been really fun rolling up and being cool, and people stare at me, and I smoke joints and drive, and I write while driving. Listen, pretty disappointed the cops are not catching me at this point. Jeez. I'm a real bad guy. You're
Did you hear that, David?
Yeah, I know. I keep it forever. It's important to me. And I want to thank David Yo for to give me free shoes one time, because I love them stupid.
I still got you. You know these shoes.
Yeah, David lost a lot of weight and speed during the quarantine.
I had to use these motherfuckers.
You look great. I saw you at the parking lot. And show. We're doing
First of all, thank you so much. An incredible story of someone surviving during these crazy times, barely on anything but momentum and love for the game, and we love that. We'll see you at the Comedy Store soon. Shouldn't be long now. Kyle Gridley, everybody. It's that time, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to roll right into it. Here we go. The only, the science of the man, the tan. One of my favorite human beings in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, I present you the great Michael Blair. Here we go. No, you're good, Michael. Everything's good. How's it going?
Nasıl right? Yes, the public Suffer additional reality. What is the hell of battles of ideas. That's the evidence of these battles of ideas. What is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept the wages from his was explained again? And yesterday that we did the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity. They're dealing with items that themselves can be survived. Here, the item is asking me to do something with the INS off, and he's asking me to destroy the INS. He's going to pay me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? And the Gemara says, no, what's the halacha? We are going to keep those 50 laws. This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the INS. Why do I want the existence of the INS? If I was to break my own, I would lose the opportunity to break my INS. And then, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the INS because I want it. Therefore, maybe that makes the person. So then we see that since the Jew actually was, right? This is think about this, right? The Jew actually was, still here as such, I mean, I don't want it to break this out. Therefore, maybe that's considered.
Yes, Redman was talking about hearing you laughing. He loved this. Your laugh is
On the other hand, this is the instruction, and yes, instruction level is up. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, one crossway resistance, again, ultimately, to extrapolate Zara is the person.
so much fun, crazy stuff happening all around the world. What's shaking in your world? Anything you're supposed to talk about?
I'm not going to say, no, take the job, please take the job, get the money, and go above the should be forced. You have the opportunity to go and review that job. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So, let me see let's say,
I can't believe you ended up with her in the end. She has the Be Nice tattoo on her arm still and everything. Hell yeah. I love it, man. I fucking love it. So how's everything else going? How's the sun doing? He's stoned up in Idaho.
Let's see. it's in silver. You need to get that type of flag.
It is weird. Yeah, I feel like that's the mistake that would get left out if you had to like try to name them. But yeah, thinking of it, Wyoming's a weird one. Yeah,
for working with Chile, right? And I want assistance because it provides me a very oh, and he's like, yes, so you know what it says. So if you're familiar with this system, just like you know, nothing says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from thank you for giving payment when that benefit ultimately is
Not yet. We're not giving up on that.
destruction, even though you by definition want to be seen existence of the prohibited item.
Yeah, but not this year, but maybe next year you'll be alumni of the year. You don't really should be alumni of the year in 2020 anyway. It's the worst year
So
ever.
there's a Sahua, second one from 1265. Sahua Arma, who's a good one. So it is not only is there permission to
What do you mean by that?
not only is there permission to go ahead and facilitate
No, you're not.
but you can't do anything that's suspicious. For example, that shit goes out over here. But let's say it's still a time to line. I can run flight.
No, it happened. You froze up there. You scared us, Michael. We thought that was it. That was incredible.
Putting up a fence by definition is part of nevertheless, is going to be possible inside later.
Can you enjoy your comedic timing instead of your first?
The company is covering the sleep.
Let the man talk to me.
I look at you give out this you're actively
What? You're fine now. It just froze once. No, it's good now. It just froze once a little bit ago. It was perfect. When you watch the playback of it, you'll laugh. I know, but you'll see it on like a clip. Someone will flip it out. Yeah. So you'll see it. Yeah, you will. Yeah, someone's gonna clip that out on social media. Yeah.
Plus it says, do not plant
Yes, you will. Yes, you will. I'm gonna show it. I'm gonna make sure you see it.
So now you've allowed to do something to sustain the actual work itself.
Anyone else have this conspiracy theory that everything that's happening around us with race and the riots and all of it is so that people don't talk about the Epstein document that would basically destroy billionaires and their secret lives of crazy sex things?
Even if it's not directly involved with the actual offense.
Yeah, snitches are in this summer.
That's what it is. Mar says, Vilo, when you pay Tiff Lashari, ultimately, this thing, you want to do it.
Michael, you're more than anything in the world. Anything else before we go? Absolutely.
All that is not going to pay me to operate this way.
Thank you so much, Michael.
That is going to be really interesting.
How old are you?
Doesn't be that thing. This Rabbanon, Rabbanon might be also really nice. There is actually quite a Rabbanon. This is Rabbanon. Rabbanon is going to put a fence.
No, you're doing great. Again, Michael, I've said this before, I'll say it again. I have you third on my Hiltoni death poll. I won't say who's above you, but I have you in the race. Come on.
So putting offenses in there, get paid for that. It's certainly a thing you can get paid for. So it's not going to be to which the Gemara says. Ultimately, again,
So much for you to name names. You could, in my book, you probably bet. That's true. I do. I bet you have to get paid. I bet all the money in my Ridge wallet in my bookie. And I trust you. I'm not going to flush it down with the mind fish.
You know what? There's a compartment for your rich wallet.
That's true. Right now, oh wait, they just re-upped us again last week. I mean, sheet underwear all the way around the entire crew. Look at this. Sheet underwear. Vomit here. Sheet underwear. Safety. Everyone's got sheet. Yes, Michael Laird. Yeah. I'm gonna get you a pair of sheet underwear. Not only that, but they have it so that they have it just like your Velcro Tommy Hilfiger shirt or whatever. Yeah, they got You're in great shape. You know what? You just moved to Florida up to Denver. That's just really sad. That's really sad. There's nothing more to discuss. I was actually watching a video. I don't know if you're kid or not is ever going to be. It's the disease you won't I watched a video of Michael the other day. He had a little pot belly back today.
So remember, on one hand, this is wrong because
That ALS is working for you. That's going to be the new LA
There's nothing said, do it, and follow along.
We'll see you there for sure. Michael Laird, ladies and gentlemen. We love you so much, Michael. We'll see you next week. Michael Laird.
Even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS. I get it. I want to. I don't want to play for you.
That was incredible.
I
Ladies
want
and gentlemen, it's final opinion of the night. Goes by the name of Tyler Baggins. Here's Tyler Baggins.
The destruction of people,
Tyler Baggins.
Says you get paid and double along. must say there is
I
a
can't even remember them.
it really is such a
These doctors know I went to one of these doctors. They do these CAT scans. I'm already scared my cat. I don't know what it is my cat. But it says all the blames on the inside, so whatever. Anyways, what a beer one. So, Frankenstein, Weinstein, Frankenstein, all kind of common denominator. We're all vicious sexual monsters. Well, not sexual, but you get it.
yes, you know,
Well, these smart Alex will say that actually Frankenstein was the doctor, not the monster. Oh, really? You're telling me this doctor went around all this lifestyle choices, taking a body part, mimicking human life, spitting in the eye of God, and you're telling me he's not a monster? Also, what's he find about his rectangle head, huh? Someone ought to scan his cat, eh, Fonz?
on the other hand, so it's like teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be enough to and when there's something
How are you, my man?
it has to be. When there's something that is evil, it has to
Great, are you in Madison, Milwaukee? Where is that fun statue?
because if you let evil take root, it spreads. And unfortunately, it becomes the norm.
That's still nothing to do with it burned down.
Ultimately, again, becomes the
Have you ever tried Pepsi milk?
that's what it not uses to flush it out. Yes, destroy the INS and travel from really the world of
You brought it up, jeez.
is it rough?
I was trying to connect with the guy
It's
who
not
gave
easy.
me.
It's not
I knew that was coming.
There it is.
It's fucking
No, son.
such an incredible
He looks like
if you think about the love creation of this orchestra.
he looks like Portland the Aquaman.
And some of you think that like the word would just run course and just
I love it. So you're in Milwaukee?
do the words again, it's hard.
Yes. Multiple times. Many times. One of the great comedy clubs in the country is there. It's got the Comedy on State. Comedy on State, the little quarter place there. I've also performed at, I believe it's the Pat's Theater. Is that in Milwaukee or Madison?
It says Yishbar.
Yeah, been to Turner Hall, been in Tony there. I've done the Pat's Theater there multiple times with other people. And I've done Madison's, what's the theater there that's amazing with the lights that go around it?
That's what it's
Was that the big one?
and they have another question. Was somebody else sleep? They come by like
The Majestic.
The Majestic.
Why are you banned in Comedy on State?
sells his money. So I don't sell his idol. And he has
Oh, sweet.
does
I love it.
yeah, take on the same identity.
Right. Yeah, if you listen to anybody for 4 hours a day, you're pretty much in. It's like what came first, the chicken or the egg? Yeah, I'm pretty sure you get addicted to anything you listen to it for 4 hours a day. But
We're not something on it. So ultimately, this time we know this so nothing says things not to things not to that is not themselves as good. That money does not go to
wow, that's very exciting.
That's right.
Okay. Okay, is this the
So
setup
that
to a
money is
joke?
just mundane. It's not here's what nothing is because I know you don't see
Okay. What do you mean? Right? Don't name names. Don't name names. That doesn't look critical. Okay.
You see the scouts.
It's okay. No, it's fine. I've had sex with women before. The listeners of this show are going to be shocked to find this out. Go to Jeremiah.
Seinfeld comes now. When she did tell you Barney's name, did that make you more like ready for action, or did that like make you
Sell
now
off
like
all
AIDS
the
test next
right,
week?
like sell off all.
Hey,
You guys have a treat. And then you have the guys. After you do that, then
yeah.
the rest of
Like
the
that.
guys.
All right. Well, that's fun.
What she says is not really that. You actually,
He
yeah, you
said
see
he
this
doesn't
guy.
want to talk about anything, and then he's like,
All of these guys, this guy will
So,
also do that.
how'd you get so many concussions?
Because remember, if they convert, they still pay the technology. You got to like number one, never be gay. I never have it. They can't get enough. It tells them it's different. And the foot, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the same things. What do you see? Obviously, if you look at a lot of ways, sells his idols, that cash is committed to the United States. Well, we shouldn't have said it, man, but let's go find whatever
And you still do that?
hands of open up these committed. I had to go and shame it. So, even the way, found that
What's like, what's your like character name? What's your wrestler name? Okay, what are some of the craziest conspiracy theories that you believe in that you think we would find shocking? Right, of course. There's three things that you can't call people that are like that. You can't call conspiracy theorists. You can't call internet trolls, and you can't call hipsters hipsters. They all deny it. Well, you know, I don't think that movie or
and you can call after 10 p.m. to wake up.
Wow, look at this. He just brought up some of your wrestling. A hot topic. Going under the ring.
It's great. Great outfit.
I've seen this character on Midwest Freaks. Okay, enough about the wrestling. We're on the conspiracy now. Yes, tell us how the moon is real. Explain to us. Because I was watching it the other night. What do you mean?
See, it's interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent $100,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his item, goes off, sells his game. It's like, I ain't gonna do that.
So you don't believe in gravity?
The proceeds, pays back the debt.
You don't believe in gravity? Is that what you're saying?
Case number two, same thing, $11,000. He said,
Oh my goodness gracious.
I had to sell my idol. It comes up the proceeds pop up. I checked the explanation measures. While I sell my item.
Yeah, okay, so what do you mean the moon's touching the earth? You mean like Truman Show style?
negotiations process the proceeds for the listen. If you notice it, if you and Kia got the notes, you're just cool. I think that's good.
Man, you're an entertaining guy. I like your style, Tyler. How old are you?
When you want to continue existence,
Absolutely.
I'm
You
not
don't look a
doing
day over 50.
eternity existence. So yes, of course, you want to continue existence forever until you have yourself a lot of money.
No, that's awesome. What else? I'm interested in this. Give me one more good theory of yours. The moon is a light in the sky, according to the Bible. I remember reading that. I believe it was Corinthians 14:27 that said the moon is a light in the sky.
Why should it be us? What's not?
Yeah, I'm looking at you.
You're a business person. You're a
You're quoting it. This
Your
is your
shit. You have two brothers.
Do you have any other good things that we might find a little bit outside of the mainstream information? Yeah, I don't get our YouTube live. That reminds me while he's thinking, everybody subscribe. Yes.
In the estate is idolatry. Let's say primitive. Se pierde dopo una volta. So brother Gare is saying to brother Papa, so brother, you take all the idolatry, you take all the idols, and I'll take the money and the middle. If you do that, then Shabbat, and that's really however, the Shabbat is just like
Yeah, it's like violet, but it's also sort of just a light blue. It's light blue and dark violet, sort of, right?
and it was a person that used indigo as a color. It was in 1289, so it kind of dates your conspiracy
Okay, yellow is, I would say that yellow. Well, I mean, I could say that it's like an extremely light, it's like a violet blue. Light orange.
Describe the color black.
Yeah, describe the color black. Stephen Lucas wants to hear you describe the color black.
Yeah, what does it sound like?
You have our attention. Now you have.
Describe the primary color. Yellow. I ain't never heard no shit like that in my life.
I love it. I like this guy. You're a funny guy, dude. You know what I'm gonna do? Since I like you so much, I find you so entertaining, and I think that you'll make the best of it. I'm actually friends with the family that owns Comedy on Stage, and I'm gonna put in a good word for you when things open back up. You think those bridges are unburnable? Like, hopefully you don't burn my bridges within my melting video. I'm gonna try it anyway. I'm gonna say Tyler Bennigan's is healthier than he was before he's had some brain injuries, and he respects the place, right? I respect him. There you go. Then that's what I'll do. Well, it's just a perfectly built comedy club is what it is. Their comedy stage is in the corner facing outward instead of the middle. So instead of having to turn 180 degrees each time you see or 40 over the 90 degrees each time to see the people that have 180s behind you. Sometimes you can't fuck it up because you're in the corner. It's how most comedy clubs should be built. The Improv in West Palm Beach Improv is in the corner. One of the few comedy clubs in the corner stage. Hilarities and feels very good. All right, Tyler Baggins, thank you so much. Very, very entertaining, ladies and gentlemen. That's our show. Catch him on YouTube, youtube.com/Tyler Baggins. And that is tonight's episode. Don't forget, subscribe to our show on YouTube and Spotify. And let's check in with our drawing from Ryan J. He votes, everybody. Hey, you've been playing smoke. Yo, Tony, big juicy wieners. We got that as a game, Lucas.
I love the race there.
Try your takeout over at Kill Tony. That is a beautiful. I actually have been smoking some wieners lately in my new Traeger. I have a new Traeger grill. I got some elk sausages and it's working. It's like a bunch of loose chickens. Yeah, there they are. Definitely the man. And you even have a what's that called again? The animal on the hot dog.
Yes.
Oh, it's just a cat. I thought it was one of those things that sugar glider. Yeah, you got David Lucas, Michael Laird, and Woody Montgomery there. Wieners on the bottom. And it's just absolutely incredible. Ryan J, an amazing artist. All of his work's available at RyanJBell.com. You can support a real life artist. And not a lot of people know this, but his online store was looted last week. So you can really use your support. It's the only online store that got looted. Speaking of looting, shout out to the great David Lucas for joining us here tonight. David is hilarious every night on Instagram Live. David Lucas is funny. David Lucas funny, all one word. Anything else you want to talk about David? Nothing here at the band tonight, believe it or not. The great Jeremiah Watkins.
Thank you so much at Jeremiah-Watkins on the Venmo, youtube.com/Jeremiah Watkins. If you want to give me a subscribe over there, Jeremiah Watkins this week actually had Dr. Ben, big intervention with Darwin, so it's a special episode that we did this week. So please tune in. Video drops on Wednesday.
Awesome. How about a big hand for the great Joelberg? Joel Jimenez was here tonight, everybody, here in the corner. Joelberg.
Happy birthday. Very happy you were born. You know, without you, I would have showed up online. And next, doing some Mostly Sorry podcast coming this week.
Jesse Johnson.
I'm Jesse Improv. That's right. And yeah, just headliner Michael Turner is my own show.
I love that. I'll be expecting a full report about that. Fun stuff happening. Business is booming over at the roast master class that I started. We hit our first, I believe, 70 students in 1 week, which is quite incredible. We're even really showing anybody what we're doing. We got it just by getting it out there. And, a lot of fun stuff. We've laid down a lot of episodes that we're excited to release. They're all going through an amazing editing process with Gage, who's a tremendous producer, great help on that. And I'm really proud of the work that we're doing over there. We're on the road: Texas, Miami, Salt Lake City, Boston, Houston, Dallas, Fort Worth, Salt Lake City, Moon Tower in Austin, Toronto, Bakersfield, Sacramento, San Francisco, DC, and Tacoma. My website's going through a little makeover right now. It should be relaunched by the end of this week. So that's all going to be extremely available for sale. But if you live in any of those cities, you can just go to that city and look to see, and that'll pop up. Vito's Pizza is everywhere in Southern California. Caveman Coffee, use the promo code KILLTONY. Buy a can with dangoodcandyco.com. And Virtual Redman, it's inventory out. A lot of people are fans of the show and stuff like that. You can go on youtube.com/Redman. Also, tomorrow we have a new episode Brian Holtzman's podcast, and everyone's brothers in person will be on this week, I think. Go to Despo.tv. And don't forget, send your submission videos to KillTonyQuarantine@gmail.com. The last few weeks that you people will be able to submit is my prediction. I think we will be getting back to somewhat of our regular format very soon. That's what I'm thinking and hoping. Fingers fucking crossed. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you to everybody, and we'll see you next week.
Our only plan is to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go out and we make a mistake. But again, 12 understood what we need in order to be successful. Sal understood what we need in order to be successful, and when they need to relax this time. Standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's all you do. No greater contribution from this world. That's it. This world than the next world. And this world is out, you constantly keep looking for success. Other years of time, dear Tosha, Marsha, I go on this marriage. Can I dare Tosha? Go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry. Remember, has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So, Garrett Tosha wasn't what is it? And we can see it's not holy. So, that's the definition of Garrett Tosha. Now she points out the time. But with that, Garrett Tosha, ain't no movie about us. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. Regarding the Shalabons, the humble before Shalabons. But again, he's like an apple with everything else except he doesn't worship idolatry. Right? So, believes in Ecclesiastes, believes in God, doesn't worship idolatry. In any other respect, he's a nation. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate that? Where it says, on one hand, they call us without the world God. We say, only one who worships idolatry can be. Ultimo tolta domine
Now, sex, great sex. Everybody loves it, no matter what you're into, no matter what gets your rocks off. Everybody loves having a nice frickin' rock-solid meat stick and delving it into whatever they like to do. Everybody's got different things. Congrats to all the LGBTQ big federal law passed today by the Supreme Court. Those people love banging. Straight people love banging. Every color, everybody loves sex. And you can now increase your performance and get that extra confidence in bed. Fuchu.com. That's blue like the color blue. They are the best at what they do. Now, our heart is rock all the time. However, Redman, you know about this product.
Yeah, I have one thing subscription to it. And the good thing about it, too, it's great. Like, if you go on a date or something, you can keep it in your pocket. You just pull it out and chew on it, because then you don't need it like a regular pill where you need water and stuff. Fuchu brings you the first chewable with the same FDA-approved active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis. You can take them anytime, day or night, even on a full stomach. And since they're chewable, they work up to twice as fast as the pill, so you can be ready whenever the opportunity arises. Fuchu is made in the USA. It's prescribed online by licensed physicians, so you don't have to go to a doctor or wait in line. It's even cheaper than a pharmacy, and they prepare and ship it right to you in a discreet package. manage your accounts. Blue Chew is the fast and easy way to enhance your performance.
It's right now. I know. We're excited, just like we will be with Blue Chew, because right now we have an exclusive special deal for our visitors. Visit BlueChew.com and get your first shipment free. When you use the promo code Tony, just pay $5 shipping. It's a no-brainer. $5 for shipping. Get an extra bone ski for your bone ski. Again, that's BLUEChew.com, promo code KillTony. And, they sponsor the podcast. And when you support our sponsors, you're supporting us. So if you want a boner.com and use the promo code KillTony.
Yeah, I wish I had those things. It's so great that you can just keep it in your pocket and shoot. You never know. You go on a date, but she's like, let's go back to my house. Like, you know what? Let's double down. I'm going to press her.
Absolutely. Keep it in your pocket. Yeah, Ryan J is here. All of friends, he draws everything. RyanJBuild.com. He's incredible. He's great at what he does. The road posters, the artwork, everything he does. He's incredible. I love the options that you've been having lately. It's all working out. Things are going. People love options, and I love it. And it's, I have his artwork all over my place. He's the official artist of the show. Always has been, always will be. And, that supports the show too. Puts him a little money, put it inside of his fridge wallet. Fridge wallet is an unbelievable, sleek, super amazing device. We all use it here on Kill Tony. It's a minimal front pocket wallet designed to streamline what you carry every day.
Yeah, the front pocket part of this probably my favorite, because I've always my whole life kept the wallet in my back pocket. It's the same way I've had my whole, same type of the wallet you get like at Target or something like that. And it just builds up with coupons and cards that you can put in there. You see, you have a wallet that's like 5 inches thick. You just sit on it, you're in the car going to work every day, and it's bad for your back. When I got this thing, it's two metal plates together with a band, and it's just so nice to just want to carry around what you need. Keep it in your front pockets, it doesn't hurt your back. I love it. I don't think I can go back to the normal wallet.
That's true, and if you ever decided that for some reason you would, there's a lifetime warranty, which goes to show that it'll last forever. And free returns if you don't like it for any reason. That's confident that you're going to love it. It comes in titanium, carbon fiber, aluminum, and over a dozen different styles and colors. Get 10% off today with free worldwide shipping and returns by going to ridge.com/KillTony. That's ridge.com/KillTony. Use the code KillTony link in the description so they know that we sent you. Caveman coffee is delicious. They have a bunch of great things happening. Hibiscus is
Try that tea. Like hibiscus tea, man. It's great, refreshing. Put on ice.
I mean, they've really gotten me through this quarantine in an amazing way. Especially early on, all the coffee shops were closed after the looting happened in my neighborhood. The coffee shops were closed. They're open back up. Yeah, they're open now. They're open now that they fixed all of the glass doors and windows.
Yeah, I drove down the street the other day. It was shocking how many places were boarded up. Like, you've seen on the news, but you can't hear everything.
Basically, people got covered. Like, but still, it's like, you should have seen the next day. It was insane. I couldn't, even if it was a movie set, I'd be like, this seems unrealistic that this much damage would happen. But anyway, who cares? We're not talking about that. It drives me crazy what happened. But things are better now. But Caveman Coffee got me through it. Go to Caveman Coffee. Something like that. And
Caveman Coffee.
yes, and use the promo code KillTony. Save, I believe, 20%.
Yeah, and if you buy it, take a photo and send it to us, or tag Team Fletcher, Tate, that's his company.
Tag KillTony, tag Tate, and that reminds me, a lot of people have been tagging their brand new candles. They've been sold out, but they are refilling them. Yes, Infinity and Dreaming have sold out at damngoodco.com. That is Damn Good Candle Company, and they are damn good candles. A lot of people have been buying the eucalyptus, aka candle, HBM Dreaming, damngoodco.com. For that, other things are happening too. We're here for Kill Tony. It's an exciting time.
And
you know if so we're gonna be in Miami next month, I think the 31st or 30th or something like that. Do you know if those shows are sold out, or did they just take the tickets from when they were sold out earlier?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't think there's.
we're gonna be there in a month, but a little over a month.
That's true. And in Austin, we're going to be in Boston and Houston, Texas, doing Oracle Tony's in Houston on the 20th. That's exciting. Dallas, 27th, Fort Worth, 28th, 29th. Some of these are stand-up shows, by the way, to get them all confused, which is Tony and which isn't. So just Google it. Actually, now that you go to TonyHitchcliff.com, they revamped my website finally.
There's a little button you can push to see which ones are stand-up shows and which one are real Tony shows.
There's icons. They make it clean and clear and under control. Salt Lake City in September, Moon Tower in Austin, Texas. Tony, that's a big one. September 17th, Toronto at St. Elizabeth Theater. September 29th, and then middle of October, Chaos. It's the road to Tony Mania, Bakersfield, Sacramento, and 3 nights in San Francisco. That's scheduled to do. That's Square Garden and Boston Garden in October. I think that's
On top of all those dates,
Yeah,
like they're almost every day in October.
yeah, that's my normal schedule is every weekend, so that's very exciting that hopefully in October I'll be back with it.
What are you gonna do without having any Vito's pizza?
I'm gonna eat it on Mondays. I come back on Mondays and I eat it here. We're still going to Tony on the Monday. We're not missing a Monday. We're all back here. It's very exciting stuff. All that I am doing another show, an introspective on roasting, a Roastmaster class available in my brand new Patreon. Check this out. So you get, if you're on the highest tier in 3 months, you get a bumper sticker, proud student of Tony Hitchcliff's Roast University. Look at that.
You've been doing it for that.
Yeah, I do. I have 3 on my Corvette right now. I have bumper stickers all over my Corvette. Anyway, let's get into the show. In a stunning turn of events, there will be no Jeremiah Watkins or Joel Jimenez tonight. For relaxation reasons,
Okay,
on their own
sounds like
day.
I think my bros. They sound like that.
It should be interesting to see what the energy of the room is like without those gobbledygooks. Is that the word
I don't think
gobbledygook?
you're allowed to say that anymore.
No, it's the chicken. No, the gobbledygook is the chicken from WWF. By the way, there was a famous character called the gobbledygook. It's a chicken from WWF that they had this big debut. They were teasing for weeks. They're like, there's this egg, and we don't know what it is. And eventually, it's like one of the all-time worst professional wrestling characters to ever happen. Famously, there was just an egg in the corner of an arena, and then it hatched. Really bad production. You're really bored. You at some point YouTube that. The gobbledygook. Actually, that's what it was. The gobbledygook. Okay, it doesn't matter. But we do have one band member that was able to make it. You know her, you love her, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's band leader, tonight's backbone of the band, and the only person in the band tonight. One of our favorites, the great and powerful Jesse Johnson. It's the Kill Tony Band. What's up? Hey, what's up? You are a Latina woman?
Hey, I'm Alicia Jimenez. I'm Joel's little sister.
Alicia Jimenez. That's awesome. I'm so glad you could make it here.
Yeah, good to be here.
I've never even met you before. What do you do?
I'm a big fan of the show, and I love to skate.
You're going to be carrying the weight of all 3 band members tonight, so this is exciting for you to be here. Your brother couldn't make it.
Yeah.
I had a different episode of the show, and it's exciting stuff. But so yeah, very good. Yeah, you skateboard.
Yeah, I love it.
You've been doing that your whole life.
Yeah, right up to just looked at all the it was sick.
So here we go. We got Alicia Jimenez, and let's start the show. Let's just get right into it. Our first submission comes from Drew Williams. Here's a minute from Drew. Here's Drew Williamson. I'll be playing the drums. Here's Drew.
Spaceman B. Willie, coming to you live from space. I like to write jokes and leave them floating around the capsule on post-its. Oh, hang on a second. Wait, okay. Give me a second. Get down. Okay. Alright. Back to the jokes. I'm so dumb. I have no insurance. Let's try this one here. I'm very white. When I first turned NWA, I took it straight to the police. Let's try this one back here. I'm worried there might be inbreeding in my family. My mom keeps calling me Aunt Amy. Let's try this one back here. I'm so old I fall asleep during porn searches. And that's actually true. That's kind of true. Okay, I got one more joke. Oh, great. The aliens are here again.
Williamson, what an awesome creative submission.
It was awesome. Oh, great. I'm so glad to hear that.
I love that. There was literally like 5 times during that, which I'm like, there's no way, right? Like it kept getting me. Like I'm like, looking at the floating pieces of paper. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, see, I've been watching a lot of the space station footage they have been streaming on YouTube, and I just go to bed with it because it's so peaceful. It's just like no sound, just like small breathing sounds. That was awesome, man. Great job. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, for Oregon or Eastern Washington, are you filming in San Francisco? It's either San Francisco or north of there. Am I correct?
I haven't.
I know, I'm kind of looking.
Okay. Oh, so you're in the
Yes, I'm in Queens, New York, just outside of the city.
That is incredible. I've never seen anyone who meets that looks like they're building multiple bombs.
I hate to admit it, but if anything's gadget oriented, it's coming out of this front 10 by 12 in my apartment right now. So,
Yeah, man.
do you keep the green screen up all year long? Do you do like YouTube videos or something? Well, it's just incredible to be on the show, guys. But I actually appeared at the Gramercy show with Mark Norman, and I was second. And it has changed. And this I was on. Well, I was on a path of about 6 months. I caught up with you guys over the previous winter, and I've been sitting writing jokes and trying to think of entertainment stuff. And as soon as the quarantine hit, I dove in all the way as I could. I'm developing Friends and Brothers podcast, and I've just been diving into green screen because all my programs blend in. So I've always wanted to do, and I've been writing music for years. I've been wanting, so on this quarantine, I thought of a big project to do in the house. It's just to make music videos of the songs I've done. So I've been going down the list, trying to figure out what I want to do. And naturally, you guys announced, send videos, and that's all I do now. It's like a part-time job now. You guys are the best. I would say I'm pretty close to super fan. And,
Well, yeah, guys, you filled it off. You guys are so good at that, man. I mean, that's incredible for someone that just started doing that to have a submission like that. Again, it was only for about a half a second because I'm a very, very smart, aware human, but you kept getting me. Like, I'm like, there's no fucking way this guy's, because it's somewhat of a possibility. There's a chance that grabs an acid. I guarantee if there's there's any astronauts that listen to podcasts, I guarantee Rogan would be one of them, and maybe there's a trickle-down effect there for the Rogan family.
And I've done a lot of green screen stuff, and you had a really good, like, it was very believable. Like, I couldn't see that the lines, your lighting was perfect and everything like that. Irony. 100% irony. I got the irony for that, and it's just being tricky with the lighting and everything. But yeah, it works really well. I suggest everyone who does to just turn on green screen stuff.
Yeah, Bill Nye, the green screen guy.
I gotta say, earlier before the show, Gage told me one of the submissions was super nerdy, and I just can't wait to see what
It's interesting to me. One thing that you said here really stood out to me, which is you said that you dived into writing a lot, which I find interesting. And you know, it's I found that a lot of conversations with people throughout this thing is like, yeah, I just started writing. I just always wanted to do that, and it's interesting because all the people that haven't done a lot of stand-up are now writing like maniacs through this time, and all the people with experience that have been doing it forever are at a complete blockade. Like, you know, I can write roast jokes, and I can write screenplays or show ideas or jokes, but when it comes to my stand-up comedy, my process is starting with the simplest, shortest form of the idea, trying that on stage, and then writing, tagging that from on stage. So I literally almost have completely nothing compared to, I mean, I have things that I have to try, but nothing that I believe in whatsoever at all until I try it, because that's step 2 of my process.
I got that fun. It's amazingly scary. I mean, just living so it's like noise for me. So I got offered to do a spot this week at a real comedy club, and I was thinking, is it even possible to do any of my old bits anymore? Because it seems like you have to talk about more of what's going on now. You can't just be like, I'm just act like everything's normal. Like it's weird. I kind of want to try it because I've been writing, but also it feels like everybody's. I just want to know if like all the comics are just going to be all talking about the same shit, and then you're just going to be like, oh, this is.
Topical on that for the distraction.
I just want to stay in.
That's it. At least you don't give up. So, Drew, what were you doing for work before all of this started?
So, I'm a stagehand backstage. And I've been in theater since about 1990. And I've also done construction, backstage prep, original St. Louis area. My wife and I were working I've been here for 16 years.
You work on any big Broadway productions that we would know about? Hey, that's been a while. How long have you been working on that?
Approximately 3.5 years. So we had a small talk about that when I went on the show last week.
Okay. Yeah, we go down to Tony was up for the role of the main guy. Greatest all-time silliest stories I have up my sleeve. It's crazy.
I'd love to hear. I sent a song I'd love you guys to hear. If you guys know what I'm
Sure. Absolutely. Why not? You've taken us to outer space. Let's see what's next.
bench song. My wife is still publicly
But we said before that their first ultimately again is treated like an option. All other things that will happen.
Oh my my God, why did you do that to yourself?
Instead of like Bill Nye, like ripping his own like his project.
He's been doing comedy for 9 minutes. He's already trying to tell himself off. I can just do one more thing and then I can play the worst song of all time for you. So one last thing I think you're gonna love. I think a big part of comedy from what I read is leaving them on a big laugh.
That's actually one of those songs that would go really good if you had a music video though. Like it'd be perfect for like a music video.
Yeah, so that song came up just the past couple of days. And I just decided to come up with my own and you guys called me. So I was planning another Kill Tony minute. I was seeing what the first one was going to do. So anyway.
Oh man, it was awesome. Drew, I demand that you submit again soon. We gotta put him on the auto roll. However much longer of these studio sessions we have him, Manolo, and the other guy. Do you remember that other guy? He's thrilled being called the other guy right now. Moment of shine. Anyway, but make sure you're patient, stay creative. Don't just rush it. We don't want to just see another music video next week. I like your style, Drew. Thank you so much for your submission. So cool.
Thank you guys. Stay in touch.
Drew Williams. He's on SoundCloud. For those of you that liked his song, go follow him on SoundCloud, which reminds me when we're talking about music apps. Now is a great time to make sure that if you're on Spotify, subscribe to Kill Tony on Spotify.
Get used to it.
Yes, get used to it.
Because the future's gonna hold.
Over there, anything can happen in the future. And if you subscribe now on Spotify, you might be ahead of the curve. Also, make sure that you go to YouTube and subscribe there. We're so close to 100,000 followers on YouTube. Great. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, your next submission comes from a young lady named Cassidy Weegar. AC Cassidy Weegar, here we go.
No choice. My sister over there made it look like she was this lady's it was with my sister and her boyfriend stick on my video. Now, video 2 out of 10. Production quality, shit. Dead fish. She does not have the real she's not had to me. She said just because she could. Which leads me to battling censoring video.
There's hello, Cassidy. How are you? Good. You're the first person to send a submission while performing on laying down on a picnic table. Yeah. So, Cassidy, have you ever done stand-up before? Never. Where are you at?
What is the hello?
Their internet in Calgary is Canadian. Apologetic. What do you do in Calgary? What do you do for work? You're the wife of an oil miner.
Here, horse restoration. That's it.
Stay-at-home wife. You have kids. You're just a stay-at-home wife. What does that mean? You're gonna do is nice bitch, do nothing Canadian. You what?
says,
you know what? Who else can clean a house?
what's not
The
about
maid, if you
you
got a
and
job.
we don't speak to us.
If you're
On one hand,
Oh, for COVID. How about before COVID?
I
What were you doing before
want the
COVID?
existence of the IRS. Why do I want
Oh my God. What is up with you? Are you
I use the opportunity to get interesting enough.
Well, they must have found out about your work ethic.
Is one the existence of the IRS.
What, have you ever worked? Have you ever had a job?
Therefore, they made that
Actually, Felicia at the minute is working at the hardware store. Is that true? Wow. You guys switch cast members, spent 15 years at Second City. Wow, you really are ahead of it. Really pull out the punches. Hello, hi, it does do that. It's so funny. That's really does when he blunders out. Then he grabs the mic.
I don't want it to be. Therefore, maybe that's considered the
Let me ask you this: is your husband insecure? Does he not want you to work because maybe he's afraid you'll meet someone there or something?
That's a little fucking.
That's a good.
This is the instruction.
You get a lot by it?
Yes, instruction level as well.
Oh, okay. All right, good. I don't want to get you all beat up over there. I know those guys in Calgary can get a little rough. Wow. What are those little like these are my sugar-free? Pizza's on a bagel. You can have pizza. So, Cassidy, you said that you would freeze your husband, keep him next to your bed, and have sex with him.
So it says, Yishpat B'Kol and that means no.
Why did you do that?
Take the job, take the job, get the money, and tell a Rabbi you should be great. That is your chance. Take the money and go.
If he dies, you'd have to get a job, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure whoever wrote the thing is gonna go stuck to it like that kid in the Christmas stories.
Chris dig the old popsicle. What do you think is the most Canadian thing about you? Other than the amounts of vitamin D you have running through your veins right now. You're very pale. There's no way. Or either their beers around where you live. See them a lot. Yes, that alibi is exactly what I'm talking about, 100%. What was the grizzly bear doing?
I keep fucking you.
I love she's talking to me like I'm in it.
We don't see them. We've never seen a bear in our life.
Grizzly bears there in Los Angeles? I heard they've been really causing us north. They've been
That's why they're called bears. They don't look berry.
That's true. That's why they're called bears. Do you have any? Yogi Bear, yeah, they just got that up there, didn't they?
Do me a favor, I tried to
Do you have any pets? Do you have any animals there?
Yeah, I've got 2 dogs.
2 dogs. What are their names?
Let's say again, he asks.
Lucy and Nacho.
Whoa, can we say Nacho?
Yeah, are they around? There's not
I
just
am
another
allowed
bear.
to do that even when you get
Okay.
Good dogs.
for working with
They do. That's why you get a Canadian dog to come to. Oh my goodness.
Most dogs hate you.
They're stay-at-home dogs. Cassidy, what's an incredible fun fact that would shock us about you or your life? Some perhaps special skill or talent or story that or something or traumatic experience that has happened to you at some point or something compelling?
No, you got definition 1 for continuing existence of the company.
Why was she doing that?
Because you want to be the one who destroys it, so you get paid for it.
Oh, I got you. I got you.
So there's a
Weird
trying
trying in China. Yeah, that's like Canadian 9/11 right there. That's like the biggest story in book. And you hear about the time they ran out of toilet paper at the bar on Poughkeepsie Street, and the lady had to air dry her vagina. What would happen if you got a good seal on the vagina and the pussy lips and turn it on when it fill up? What the fuck? What the fuck, man? 1 week you're asking about gay guys like you's asshole and it's stuff. No, it would fill up the vagina. Do you think it's like a hot air balloon? No, but you think they're gonna fly away? Would the air just start backing up, or would they have to go somewhere? It would just be the biggest weak city. It would just be Queen City. Oh, Redman, you already used your parts. You're only 34 minutes into the episode. You really blew your feet. Alright. Well, Cassidy, fun times. Thank you for your submission. And absolutely. You have a great charisma to you. You're very it's like if Taylor Swift, didn't have some talent, I mean, it's like a Canadian Taylor Swift. Alright, Cassidy, seriously, thank you so much, and we'll see you hopefully next time we're in Calgary. There goes Cassidy Weaker, everyone. Bye-bye. It's so weird when you're doing any kind of slightest mean thing to somebody on the video, but they're just sitting there going, it's literally my least favorite thing in the world. We have found out lately that I do not like making fun of people via the internet. There is no reward, no risk. But here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, one of our regulars, brilliant minds, the beautiful face, the one, the only, William Montgomery.
So again, William Montgomery.
Newsflash, state defunded the police years ago. I watched the movie The Flight recently. What are the odds? Can you imagine if now you had George Floyd's counterfeit money? That money is now worth more than it ever was in the first place. Does this mean I have to throw away my Confederate flag dual color I made my car wear? I heard George Floyd's last words were, I think you need to
There you go. William Montgomery is now, there you go.
I just want to first and foremost say the guys who used to go out with Erica, I just want you to know I'm lucky her in the rundown. You used the golfer, you went after her 3 years ago, you had the shit for 2 fucking months. You live fucking house on a goddamn park with rose petals. How much of a faggot are you? Crazy
That's great. Is there a delay there?
Mario, which reminds us, $1,000 bucks.
Is that her? Is that the girl? Is that Erica? I've never seen her before. Is that what she looks like? It's great. It's great to be hanging out with Russell Brand during this time. You are the least quarantining person I've ever fucking seen through this whole thing. Deep with big work this week, huh?
Like he actually obviously knew that one, so what's the name?
Tell us about how work was this week, William. Oh my goodness, that reminds me. You still have... Wow. I think you're the first person to ever make an Oprah joke. Well, that was 25 years ago. But William, I will say, you did it. Okay, you are very, very compelling. Oh my goodness gracious. William, I love your sting defund the police joke. I absolutely love your George Floyd's money is worth more than ever. You have created two amazing George Floyd jokes about his money. That is very, very cool that you've done that.
Even from the keyboard is more expensive.
I was going to say you're kidding too. Very good. Absolutely. That's good. We're good. You make me wonder, when comedy clubs do open back up, if there's jokes like what William is talking about, subject matter. They're going to be like, hey, no jokes. What's happening? What's the unfunny Englishman spraying on you? My goodness, wow. What you guys thought. Yeah, dude. It's incredible how dark it has gotten behind you since we started this phone call 5 minutes ago. All right, William Montgomery with another new submission. Anything else crazy we should know about or talk about? Yeah, what I like about this. Leonardo, where's the old mom? Okay, there he goes. William Montgomery, everybody. Thank you, William. We love you, William. All right, let's roll right into it, ladies and gentlemen. Here's Patrick Fairchild. Yes, Patrick Jesus Christ. Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. Seriously consider adopting a small Filipino boy to help you navigate the jungle safely. I will never forgive you for this. Society, years old, we should take a step 3 times in a row from the father and a game of Uno. Just a little update. Recently moved to Dixon, Mississippi. My Aunt Carol. Starting an abandoned house on Elm Street. To be honest, it's been a nightmare. You guys think I should get this took out? Damn, look at this. Fucking the real William Montgomery. Thank God.
sense.
It's incredible, and yet it has gotten even darker behind you. It's the last thing to talk to you.
I like this one. How far do you live from Los Angeles before you went to switch you out for good?
Fresh press, all loaded. Are you really in Mississippi?
No, I'm in Lawrenceburg, Georgia.
Okay. Alright, that's where you're born and raised.
Raised. I was actually
Yes. So are you have dual citizenship?
I do. My parents were doing mission work at this time. I was only there for like a year, but
That's great. You should go up there and have one of those free doctors check out that lesion.
That's a third nipple, right? It was actually something I did get checked by a doctor. The spot that I had just chemo after so just how I saw it.
Wow. What do you do for work?
Monitor and control systems for broadcasting equipment. So CNN, ABC, everybody, all the equipment they use to send their signals to satellites and to control it from interface.
Wow, give us some of that. Yeah.
Very good. A company last year that has a local fiber network, and so a lot of the remote functions going on. Big broadcasting companies on software. So we did the NFL draft. That's one of those fans from each team from all over the world. They all have one of our boxes in their house, so it's pretty cool.
That's incredible. What's your living situation there in Georgia?
I own a house out in the woods.
Incredible. How far away from civilization are you? How deep in the woods are we talking?
I'm probably 45 minutes north of Atlanta. Do a little rocking chair for us. Yeah, your porch, Georgia.
45 minutes north of Atlanta. So, like, in your neighborhood, what are the types of different races do you see? Human beings? If you consider other races human beings, that is.
Western Texas. Right. Well, we live in a county that's actually pretty broad. It's Indian people, a lot of Hispanic people. So a lot of schools. Different places, but you get far from the crowds of people and you get into the country.
How you been surviving this quarantine? You been doing anything special or new hobbies or anything, or just still working a normal life?
Well, I just had a baby at the end of last year, so right now I'm a stay-at-home dad that still works 40 hours a week.
Wow, you see that? Someone tell that stay-at-home wife how you do it. Yeah, this guy's working and being a father, and he's a stay-at-home guy. And he's Canadian. Yeah. You must have respect him.
No, I did pick up a couple hobbies that I was going to do.
Sell off the
electric chainsaw and it's just after that, then long lolly pine tree, and it's a kit that you hold on to your chainsaw. You can rip your own board, so it's making my own.
she says
We make your own boards now? Speaking of chopping down a giant fucking trunk, you go to foodship.com, use the promo code KILLTONY.
How funny is it that he looks like a lumberjack and he is a lumberjack?
It's true. It's true.
Right. Actually, I had no intent of doing it through this beer, and all of a sudden I was like, man, I need to chop down some trees and get a diesel truck and start dipping.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know this, but he actually whittled the rocking chair that he's rocking on right now. The whittler.
before, while you're still
The whittler.
The ginger whittler.
Right. Wow. What else should we know about you, Patrick? Any other crazy fun facts about Patrick Fairchild?
I've probably served more jail time than your average white fellow.
Oh, tell us all about that.
Well, I went to college at Georgia Southern University. There's not a lot to do there except for get in trouble. So I got an entrepreneur certified in street farmers market, mainly horticulture. And I got in trouble with a couple bags of seeds. It's totally illegal where you're sitting.
How long would you spend in jail?
Well, for that first charge, I was 20 years old. I days in a prison just for my result. So, which was probably like the worst 90 days of my life. After that, I got put on 5 years in felony probation. And subsequently violated my probation multiple times after that. I got a DUI that I actually beat in court, but just because I got arrested by no probation, I had to do 6 months. Yeah, a year later, I failed out this test for marijuana.
Wow, look at you. Jeez, so man, unsuspecting prison for like Martha Stewart.
And then a year after that, I got out on probation. They put me the day after New Year's Eve. Where they were going to my contact brother, who's then an attorney, said, hey, you're going to need that for paperwork. So about $5 I got out of that time, so I actually got only 7 and a half months. But I went for the day I left. My probation ended. I think my first conviction, right? Because they're going to turn everything over my way. He said, I will do your time. But your first conviction's right. Means if you're probation, they don't go the other way.
Could have been better off just selling cocaine.
That's actually what my lawyer said. He said, all this for weed. He said, just don't move from law.
My goodness, when you learn it. Do you have any crazy prison stories? Target drop is so good you never pick it up.
But the thing is, they don't actually bring soap in jail, so I always did that. And maybe it helped just a little bit for someone. Maybe some food numbers. I mean, a lot of fights, man. So we were in dorms. There was 60 people in each dorm. I was on the bottom of that. So there's a lot of people for the one room. One time, someone Friday night, they had beef throughout the week. Like, it was Friday Night Lights. So you got young kids, different gangs, meddling with each other like that. And then we cook up a bunch of food and sit on the bars and just bet on people.
Shit, Driver, are you a good fighter?
I think. I mean, he still is a high school wrestling coach. I never wrestled, but I had plenty of experience getting out of horrible situations.
Ridiculous advantage in a street fight. Any wrestling experience.
My dad was on when I was younger. I did my own things like I appreciate it. I mean, I didn't suffer over 2 years for all of it. And, I got probably 3 big fights. I mean, there was encouragements, but, it was never anything I was feeling. It was just sometimes you feel, you don't get too connected to people in there. You feel like there's a situation where you can step in. Usually it was a white guy, and he didn't pull the white card, but, I was 1 out of 4 in a 60-person dorm, so we started getting wailed on. Scared the kids, like, you don't want to help that guy. So 8 dudes about your ass, so it's going to have to pick those people that didn't deserve it. I'm trying.
In this state is idolatry.
I got fired up for microphone.
guns, I have my
So
passport,
there,
you know, I got and that was my career, so
Absolutely, you did it.
What's the legality of weed now?
So what?
it's like, you know, it's down to if you're in the city of Atlanta, you're like a outside of the city where I am. I mean, you know, it's still anything over houses, anything that's a misdemeanor in jail.
Oh, goodness gracious. Well, luckily you're out there in the woods. It doesn't seem like you have too many people that are going to bother you out there. So, congratulations. What an awesome story of fucking survival. You're one of the most you're the most imprisoned Canadian I've ever heard of in my life. A little rebel.
Not me with no facial hair on my head. I look very much a skinhead, so
Well, you got it all now. Now you're a more likable version, the most likable version of William Montgomery. This is like if William got sober, got his life together.
Yeah, you need to do like a snare strike with William.
Yeah, that's exactly what we need to do. All right. That's true. So once they get around each other, it just gets crazy.
Please come to a show if you're ever near one of our shows. That'd be great to have you be with William.
Yeah, sure. I'm positive you can.
This case, Robert wants to continue existence of
Definitely message us and let us know when you're coming next time. We'll set up something fun. There he goes. That makes sense. I get it. It is. It's big crops to fill. We do it well. All right, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Patrick Fairchild, great skill. Thank you. It was great. Yeah, we're flying through it. Let's just keep it moving, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for Rob Callahan. Here's what we're saying. Rob Callahan with 1 minute.
That works fine for me.
Here's Rob.
How would you explain it to his friend?
Before the pandemic started, I decided I was only going to move to work now. And a year into this Friday night, I'm still looking for it. This shit. That's right, I like to work. One day I was using the luxurious handicap style of the work bathroom, and the only line guy for the building came in with the seating area down and stood by the stall door. So I hurried up and got out there as quick as I could. On my way out, I was like, sorry about that. There's like no problem, so didn't worse. When it happened again the very next day, he came in, stood by the handicap stall door, finished up as quick as I could. On my way out, I was like, sorry about that. Yeah, he might see me doesn't know. Black people recognize each other. And two black guys getting elevated at the same time. So much fun. No idea. Imagine having to introduce two black guys to each other. I'm not going to get together pretty soon.
I loved it. Rob Callahan keeping it interesting, juggling some balls during it with the Kiltony or work behind him. I like that. How are you doing, Rob? Good, good. You are in the New York area or DC? Boston. Heck yeah. That's what I understand. I remember when that poster was from another incredible piece of Brian J. artwork. Yeah, that was a fun one. Big J, Shane Gillis, Gramercy Theater. Did you get up that night? Oh, how'd that go? What happened? What did we find out about you? He's resident of Tampa Bay, Florida. How's your daughter doing?
She's actually graduated 8th grade.
She's almost at Red Band's age range.
Is there even high school now? You
in your high school, your place is the high school, right? Schools are never
It's online.
Yeah, so family told me after what's going to happen.
What do you do for work? Like what kind of records?
Like your lawyer and then different work. Make sure that it's fine.
Okay. That looks like Ryan James' little brother. You have a little brother, Ryan James? No. Oh shit, I offended Ryan. Ryan's mad at me now. Now the picture of me is gonna look like a picture of Joel from a few weeks ago. I love it. So Rob, have you always been a... Go ahead. Oh, now I remember. That's right. That's how you spark. That's a good way to spark my memory. Not with great many cornhole referees have I dealt with in my life. Wow. So how about the juggling? Is that something that you've always done? What else have you learned? That you started with juggling? You're like, this is something that I've always wanted to do? My goodness.
I know somebody else that learned juggling during the pandemic. Like that's an interesting thing because I've always tried to juggle and then just given up. I can't even imagine trying to get good at it.
Wait, you tried something and then gave up at it after trying it before getting good at it?
Have you tried to juggle?
I mean, sort of
the same thing. You just do it double juggling.
That's just one of those things. To me, there's like no reason to get good at it.
I don't know. I just have really, really interest.
Yeah, I have no interest in being able to juggle. Like, I mean, there's just... It's wild because in fact, it would be a very short list if I could think of it. Of things that I have less than no interest in learning. I like learning. I like, I'll watch YouTube videos on things and, try to learn life hacks and this and that. Juggling would be on that short list of things in which I do not get literally a flying
It's like ice skating backwards. I don't care.
I think you know how to ice skate. I actually do know. We gotta see that when I have to do this. The rollerblades, and then you get your electric bicycle.
Yeah, I might cancel my order. Yeah, they're having a lot of problems with the company. People are sending them back and canceling their orders. They're breaking the people that have it. Trouble bound and it's super 70 period.
Oh my goodness. What a shocking turn of events.
Yeah.
The bicycle.
Yeah, look how good. Yeah.
A roughhouse is a very tough sounding name. Does it make a noise? What does it sound like? Really? The scooter sounds like that?
This bike I have, it's like a Tesla, or they're trying to get it's like a Tesla, it's like instant torque. So it's only supposed to go 20 miles an hour because that's legal, like street legal. But there's like a little way to hack it, so it goes up, really, really fast.
Rob, has anybody ever told you that you look like an angry white woman with a beard?
Like a carrot.
Yeah, it's like a hairy carrot. A Karen. Have you ever called the police on somebody doing something? Oh, you've only seen one video. Wow, look at that. A hard worker indeed, raising his kid out there, working, doing it all.
You just look like you could snap at any minute.
What makes you angry? Yeah. Is there anything that we would be surprised that it makes you angry for some reason? A pet peeve of yours?
And when they need to relax this energy to make us successful, when success is accomplished through your action, next focus as a
People that wear backpacks.
little greater.
It's a crowding.
This world of the next one, this world is now.
You don't want them to cross their legs.
Other yes is one place. Yeah, push up, march it.
Okay.
If it's
Welcome to another episode of White Juggler Problems.
And again, push up. And again, push up. Go ahead and promise to do your thing.
Just carry the things in your arms. Alright.
I'm gonna give like a hobby, like you have something that you collect, like either comic books or you're into Warcraft.
Yes, I love that you think that you're on to some amazing
I just see him doing cosplay in Star Wars or something.
Where are you? What's the journeys? Yep.
Ultimately, it doesn't worship cheap. Combination of those but again, she's like
Damn, you told me before the show that there's gonna be someone really nerdy on the show. I should do it this narrative.
Is it live right
it's the ultimate pushback. It's in God, because it's
I want to see this. You say you just keep this on all the time. You're just wasting your internet upload speed for your bird feeder.
shit. On one hand, the part of the world
I want to see this nighttime video. We're looking it up and again, just
Fun fact, a bird feeder is something that all the Karens have. Not a lot of people know that the one common thread of all angry white women is a bird feeder. So this also falls into their theory that you were they were actually a white woman that perhaps has had some type of operation, or you are taking medicines to become a man. Wow. All right. Oh, I see the programs. I see the world
So because of that,
can't quite see it.
he himself is an issue by idolatry.
do you live in a corporate park or what is that?
He's in prison.
They come out to baby. Anyways, I don't really like that. So worships it.
Do you play cards or anything that people love?
Oh my goodness, it was oh my goodness.
So,
Rob, thank you so much for your submission. Fun times. He's on Instagram at Born Almighty. BORNAHALLAC. Thank you so much, Rob. You're welcome. Oh yeah, baby, here he is. This is a guy that truly cares less than anybody about this global pandemic. Hanging out with the whole crew, ladies and gentlemen, one of our favorite regulars of all time, the brilliant, the talented, great David Lucas. Hi, David. What's happening, man? What's going on there? You guys shooting music video? What's your favorite kind of raisin? I know it's not your children. Who's that white man? What's up, Whitney? You're hanging out with Whitney? Wow. That black guy with an English accent, that's incredible. Oh my goodness Oh, you boycotted fast food. We call that a policy boycott. My goodness, I ate a Wendy's yesterday. I'm not even kidding. I went through the drive-thru at Wendy's yesterday. No one was there. It's the fastest time to eat at a Wendy's right now. No one wants to eat there. I spit right through. Oh shit, who's that guy? Oh my goodness. I feel like this guy's about to beat my ass through the internet. Goddamn, this fucking guy. Oh my god. I thought I'd never get to meet the shadow of Kimbo Slice. That guy's tripping behind you. That's so funny. Oh, those are Ethiopian pirates. Oh shit. I don't want to cause any problems. That's a party. So you're in Georgia right now? I love it. Where's Trey at? You guys already beat him up and put him in the trunk of a car? Hi, Trey. What up, Trey? Trey's hanging with David. That's your whole girl taking a Oh yeah, I love it. I love that Trey's hanging out with a bunch of black guys. You guys must all get along because none of you ever stop talking. It's hilarious. Damn right. We've always had a big, strong, very strong base in all the southern places, including Atlanta, Georgia, and glad you're out there having fun. Stay safe out there. Make sure the whole crew has a good night. And shout out to Trey. Absolutely. Shout out to the whole crew there. Thanks for participating, guys. Rock and roll. I'm scared of that guy. Trey's one of our very fun, I guess we could sort of call him a road manager. He just really is, he's one of our friends who helps out a lot and is a cool, positive guy. Is he there for work or does he live anywhere near there? No, he lives there in Philly, but I think he might just be hanging out. Alright, let's keep this fun train moving along with this very suspicious figure. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Chuckle.
That's a good push. That's a good push. That's right.
Just chuckle.
Those countries that we are now. We need heroes in America. Like Dr. Martin Luther King. The boy that come up the king. No streets, they won't let the people harm. White people would know when they're in the wrong neighborhood. Black people have their own TV network. Feel the pressure of white kids to learn to be cool. Blacks and whites can now hear same records counters, drink from the same water fountains. It's been 40 years since his untimely death, and America got its first black president. Maybe in another 40, we'll get a whole black one. And now, we're stuck with an orange one. Something to black man.
Wow. I absolutely fucking love that Martin Luther King Wolfhard joke. People wouldn't know when white people wouldn't know when they've been in the wrong neighborhood. That's a great joke. I chuckle. How's it going, buddy? How are you? Quite the change of pace going from grew up black guy outside of a bar in Atlanta to a walking stick is appears to be a leader, the final boss level. This is if you play the video game Antifa, this is the boss you're sitting at the end. That's the walking stick. Red Man has questions about your stick there.
Yeah, that's actually a cane that I use because
Oh, okay. Dislocated your elbow. Alright, how'd you dislocate your hip?
I was scrapping and I was holding a washing machine and I dropped it on my leg.
Oh, God damn. Yeah, that is a laundry load that you don't want, for sure.
Scrapping? You mean like going into abandoned places and taking out a cocker? What do you mean by scrapping?
Yeah, pretty much. My dad
Oh goodness, washing machine on your leg. Here I am joking about it. I may tag that joke later. I may tag it. I may not tag it. My goodness gracious. Wow. So, that's fun. And, Chuckle, where are you?
I am in Springfield, Missouri, and I live in a halfway house.
Oh, okay. Halfway.
It's halfway between jail and railroad.
I like that. We had a guy earlier that sort of looked like you, but had been to prison multiple times.
Yeah, I enjoyed that.
This is another, you can also join the Scared Straight Montgomery episode that we're going to make as a special production. What did you go to jail for, Chuckle? You don't mind talking about it?
I actually came here straight from rehab. I was drinking a lot, and I came here afterwards.
Does the drinking increase, especially after the hip injury?
Yeah, I was drunk when I did it.
Yeah. Well, that's good. So you're sober?
Yes.
That's great. Congratulations since February.
Yeah, I had one relapse.
It's good. It's good it happens. You're aware of it, you're living through it. That's great. And especially during these crazy times. I mean, Lord, I can't even imagine. So, it must be wild. How else do you entertain yourself through these wild quarantine times?
Well, I go around the city of Springfield, and since it was the quarantine, the whole streets are just ran by homeless people because everyone would not come outside. So I know
basically the homeless population.
Do you know a lot of the halfway homeless population? That's cool. Homeless people have probably interesting stories and interesting perspectives on life, right?
Yeah, they do. A lot of them, and then there's the ones that are just out getting fucked up all day and picking fights and shit like that. It's a little dangerous.
Every other thing,
Take care.
Yeah, absolutely. Hell yeah, that's awesome. You ever do any types of art or anything like that? You an artist of any kind? Or was this your first time taking a stab at stand-up? Is that it?
I do a lot of writing. Me and my friends get together and we write. He performs a lot, and I'm going to get into stand-up. Also, as soon as I'm allowed to stay out past 9 o'clock.
Yeah. Absolutely. That's awesome, man. That is awesome. There's definitely something there. The way that you said that MLK joke, it's especially hard to get laughs when your face is covered in a mask and things like that. You had some things going against you there, but you made us audibly laugh. It was really good.
Yeah, I had a great time at the protest there. That was at one of the lulls in the protest. I've been going to all of them since it's really the first time that people are getting out of the house.
Yeah.
And man, they could have been protesting cotton candy. I'd have been out there.
Absolutely. Yeah, sure. Nobody's protesting that. Nobody is anti-cotton candy here. That's for sure. I love it, Chuckle. Well, thank you so much. Great submission, great interview. Fun times, man. Thank you so much. Anything else crazy we should know about you before we go?
I have schizophrenia.
Oh, we knew that already, Chuckle. We knew that. No, okay, go ahead.
Well, yeah, I'm on disability, so I don't have to work, and I like to spend time riding motorcycles. I used to be a motorcycle club. And
you ever ride a roughhouse before?
I don't know what that is.
It's a scooter. Well, there they go.
I actually kind of want to get a little 49cc motor and put it on a mountain bike and ride it around town.
Yeah. 49cc is good. I'm a 50cc guy on Mario Kart. I like to dominate the competition. Alright, Chuckle, thank you so much. So fun, so interesting. Awesome talks, man. I love your honesty and I love your fucking jokes, dude. That was a fun one, bro.
Alright, thanks a lot.
Indeed, there he goes, Chuckle, everybody. He's on Twitter, he's Chuckle. Stalker, all one word. Chuckle. I'll take it. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, we actually know your next submission. She's been on the show before, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Dirty Hippie comic, Kristen Alberts, everyone. Here we go. Kristen Alberts.
Don't worry. I wasn't married. It's just a but for more than that, gynecologists that I saw was from India. And he won't have some appropriate. So he's giving me a pelvic exam. Yeah, start with your fist. This is one of your bus rides in India. But he's not the word daddy, just spells icky. Guys
Sim, me chamou assim no show. Quem não vai no show, sabe o quê?
Yeah, Kristen Albert. How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good. I love that little hipster slave boy you have cooking your meal behind you.
We thought it'd be fun to have it come together.
Is he actually cooking? It looks like he's fake cooking. Whoa, look at that. Yeah. I love that.
Biggest credit to date.
Heck yeah, well, you can't get started without cracking some eggs, you know what I mean? What kind of eggs is he making? Whoa, sunny side down. Jeez, what a depressing lifestyle you guys are living. What's your first one? My goodness, sunny side down. Yikes, that says a lot about the fruit of Jesus. Enough salt already, sir. My God. Whoa, what is that garlic powder? Whoa, we went from no jokes to no yokes. Alright, well, so what's up, Kirsten? We know you. You've been on the show before. You're in Los Angeles, right? What?
I live in New York now.
Oh, moved to New York. No better place to be right now than New York.
Is that true about the finger gynecologist? Did he really say that?
Yeah, it's true.
That is creepy.
What part of New York do you live in?
I live in Brooklyn.
Oh my goodness, you ever see any rats around there? Like G69 or anything?
I see rats in the subway or like by the garden. But I've never living life in Brooklyn.
Oh, okay, yeah, so all the great things about New York, there you have it. That's what, I mean, everybody says it's a city that never sleeps, that's what they're talking about. What do you do for work in New York?
Well, coffee trains. Claims processor. Now I'm a barista at a coffee shop.
Oh, okay. Brooklyn's finest right there. How about the toy back there, the old egg maker?
That's just my room.
Oh, sure it is. He's trying to get it, let's just say, he's making sure your eggs are salty, ready to be.
Can I share you?
Are you happy with the move? Do you think you gotta move back, or do you like it out there so far?
I like it here in LA. It's a lot easier to meet people and get around, and I just feel like the vibe is less pushy.
What part of LA did you live in? Silver Lake. Go ahead.
What part of Burbank did you live?
Douche Boulevard.
Where?
It was actually douche circle.
Oh, no, where in Burbank did you actually live? Alameda and Victory.
Yeah, it was like right by there.
Wow, I'm calling out. I made up for my baddies from Washington guest earlier. I'm calling out fucking cross streets now.
Wait, we were neighbors.
I'm glad I have it.
Jesus.
Sunny side down. Wow. So, Kirsten, interesting stuff.
We're laughing because there's something that's very bad for Burbank and we live right next to it.
That's why it's funny.
We're laughing at Redmond.
super roasted. That is very interesting. You paid a lot of rent there too, huh?
The world's father science with shuttle residency wishes.
How many roommates do you have there?
Sorry.
Okay.
Father Ben as well.
Is that Nacho? Did Nacho grunt it? That's why she wasn't able to summon Nacho in Calgary earlier. Hey, man, to Brooklyn! We need to make a compilation of all the moments where I lose my mind. Oh, hey, look at that. Dalmatian. Good. How old is he?
He's 2, but he's been accessible to us. He's qualified to find out.
Oh my goodness. It's incredible. You're the comedian. Meanwhile, he has more spots than you'll ever have. Dalmatian. Hey, Joe. I got 101. Oh my goodness gracious. Give me a fucking audience, please. Get me out of here.
Jesse Johnson, I'm great friends with Kirsten. We started in Arizona together. And I know I have great character. I can't keep it a secret anymore. Kirsten, well, you guys know she's been on the show. She's so hilarious.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had Kristen on many times. And this is honestly, ever since she moved to New York, I think her comedy stock has dropped tremendously. No, I'm kidding. Oh, she's not laughing at me.
I like how New York is easier for you to meet people during the quarantine than this Los Angeles stuff.
Yeah, no, you can tell by the coronavirus rates there how easy it is to meet people. Do you know a lot of people that have gotten sick?
Just like
What is the halal? Is the Jew allowed to sin or accept?
Actually, that's not true. But he doesn't love it.
Yesterday's actually the concept of
Really, that seems to be the general consensus of this disease. They might as well name it the friends of friends disease because those are the only people getting it. None of my friends.
what may or may not be considered activity or doing.
Fun times. You know anybody that's ever taken a blue chew before?
With items that themselves may be considered here.
A blue chew is a male enhancer that gets you ready to go. It's chewable. Alright, well, fun times, Kirsten Alberts. It's good to have you on the show again. Thank you so much for submitting. Fun times. Good jokes. See you soon.
I want the existence of life.
Kirsten Alberts, everyone.
I would use the opportunity to
Ladies and gentlemen, it is that time. Here it is. The chosen one. Perhaps the most powerful regular in the history of the show. A man that needs no introduction, yet I gave him one anyway. Here he is, Michael Blair. Here he is, Michael Blair.
Existence of these barrels. Shall start the option? I don't know. You think doesn't want him to break on. She shot it. But you he does the rest. So do you say that since the Jew actually walked, right? So like the Jew actually was the way to remain in existence. I don't want it to be. So therefore, maybe that's considered the proceeds from the item. Therefore, again, it's possible. On the other hand, oh dear, well, it's not shopping. This is the instruction. And yes, the instruction of the result. This is a good thing. Sure, what else will existence. Again, ultimately, the extravagant result is my first sense, ultimately, again, should be fascinating show. I don't know. So nothing says, Yishpat Maravillas. And nothing says, no, take the job, take the job, get the money, and tell a brother you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go to the root, and do that. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So you must limit it. That's going to be good. Okay, let's say, an object sense of my plans for business. But we had sessions to do. Let's say, for example, we great examples. It's a business. So if you're open for problems, that you cannot be inclined to you can't go ahead and assist in this I can uproot, right? I can uproot things. I'm allowed to discussion about the good slash people. The people that I think of the rates of the English and let's see. He fires and he's silver. To me, they write that right now. But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do it even with a plea for working with the right? And I want to be consistent. Because the wife's
What's up, motherfucker?
So you guys say. So if you're
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, do you use a bedpan sometimes?
even though by definition what is systems of the prohibited item because you are the one who decides to get paid for it.
That's where the over-under is on this. That is incredible. You already have
so who are stepping up from the tax system? So who are someone
I love it, absolutely.
not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and
T-Mobile's been down all day today. Ryan has problems reading. I don't know if you've ever heard any ads on the show, but yeah, well, he wanted to. He had a question about when we start doing a live show again. Read the last one. Wait, said Friday, and you said Friday. I said Friday. Friday? Okay. You're asking on a day in which all self-service came out in Los Angeles, so it is sort of weird that this is a joke, and it ends up being like, hey, I need something. True, I'm sorry. Okay, so the last text Friday at 9:04 p.m. Okay, anything that say Chippendale dancers would dance to. I wanted to play something like that. Yes.
Friday at 9 p.m. is like
So again, I'm very busy. Especially was a low care. You can't.
Oh yeah.
Hey, by the way, Felicia, how about I
Anything that ultimately will make us the existence of humanity. Even if it's not directly involved with the actual film itself, it's just something that's
Yeah.
just things that's going to be so you might as well be. When you think that's the show, ultimately it's interesting. You're not doing anything.
It's funny you mention that. The Great Gage Tea Arena here at Betterbox Studios, along with the great Anthony's Strange Taste and Gage. Tea Arena Gage showed me the video, and my mind was completely blown. He got truly assaulted on, I mean, a gun pointed at him twice. I guess that's assault. Let's play it. This is real. Shot by Michael Lair, you can tell by the camera shakes. Here he is. I believe he was on the show earlier. I believe that's Chuckle. Just kidding. Just kidding, Chuckle. Show me that foot I know you did it. Marty Cooper set him on. Oh, man. Cycles defending the use of Marty Cooper. Double birds. Though you won't see those in the bird feeders. Oh, here it comes. Oh my god. Jesus fucking Christ. This fucking psycho. Yeah. That is incredible, Michael. My goodness, you are a fucking rock star, dude. You're goddamn right. Yes, it does. It went to 50 Cent in Phil Tony history. Did you call the police about that? Send the video. It is incredible. If you ever need to stall a man with a gun, you just call him a party pooper as he walks away, and he will walk right back to you. That's what's See your point. When you say exile, just because we have two of the best against exile is not why it's different. It's not. No, don't ever do that again. We need you to read this. People say, oh, you say Cedar. We already said that's like saying who's that great football team that plays college football in Ohio and being like, you're talking about the Cincinnati Bearcats. The Penguins of Youngstown State. It's Cedar Point. Anyway, so that's great. I'm a very big Cedar Point loyalist, you have to understand. I was raised Yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, your chair goes pretty fast, but it is no top of a dragster, you know what I'm saying? They have rides that go 240 miles per hour. Yeah, girls also must be a certain height to ride that. That's for damn sure. No, any height is good. Would you have sex with a midget, girl? Oh, I love this. I won't be your first OnlyFans subscriber for sure. I will watch you fuck anything like that. That's true. The only thing full of shit is your future bedpan coming volume 5. Yeah. Dude, you get to call all the shots. Mike, let it be known in the history of this show, Michael gets to make any rolls, he gets to do whatever he wants. It's free reign. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah, Latina right there. Well, Michael, we love you more than anything in the world. You're a goddamn saint. I was telling people earlier at a free show hang how much I adore you and love you. I say it every episode here. I talk about it with everyone that is a part of my life throughout the week. And you're an inspiration and just truly one of my favorite comedians on the planet. You know, I'll share this with you. There was a moment where when I saw that Chappelle set, I was very lucky. I found it as it came out because I was actually sent it by someone in his inner circle. They're like, check this shit out. I remember I was like it doesn't matter. It's one of the first people on YouTube to watch it that night that it was released. And I posted about it, which I don't even watch people's specials at all, no matter who it is or anything. I just can't bring myself to do it. I watch enough stand-up comedy when I'm about to go on stage at the Comedy Store or on this show. And but this set from Chappelle, I found it to be so compelling and powerful and interesting. And I posted it on my Instagram story, and what I did, I found a little one of those gifts that said goat, and there was a moment where I'm like, the only person else other than Chappelle that's a goat to me is you. I thought about you. Different body of work, but in my life, and at this time, yes, I texted you back. There you go, it's Michael Laird, we love you. Look at that. That's the middle finger. We got one comedian left. Ryan. Okay, we have one comedian left. Let's blast through it, ladies and gentlemen. Your final submission of the night goes by the name of Robolo.
She's got a tool for you to go for it.
That's what it's
She has a crush for you, right? Tell that to her.
You know that you're holding your suicide in the same federal and if the depression was holding your sleep, the name of this is from the other people coming out. This is like your campus sells his themselves right on the air. Does that look ni professors done that the other week.
Amazing stuff. Incredible. Absolutely impressive. I didn't even think, perhaps, that it was possible to already be doing parodies of Mahoma. A person who sent in 2 submissions with Mexican prostitutes. However, you absolutely nailed it. Great impression, delivery, production quality, incredible.
Yeah, that was all from real bad diets, you know. So we crazy that Manolo is definitely a fixture on the show. And he looks impacted me, you know. Like it's like when I don't know. It's just there's a historic moment for these quarantine episodes. I thought Bill do a lot. College, but
it is impressive that I think only 3 or 4 perhaps appearances throughout this quarantine Manolo has had, and yet you absolutely destroyed with a complete minute of comedy, making fun of paying tribute and homage to Manolo.
That's a total.
yeah, it's an homage. I don't know if I was going to do an impression right now. I don't know.
It's good. Timing and delivery was a lot like that. That's great. So where are you? Where are you?
I am in Southern California, Chino Hills. Yeah. It's 40 minutes away or so. Crazy, man. I actually had one more joke as I know what the throw is.
Go right ahead, absolutely.
This was of Ebola. I like to stay here and listen to all the huge artists like Ariana Grande. No words to your phone, but she's already fat.
I like the thrust you did there at the end to get the point across that you were done.
Yeah, I gotta force in some of my physical comedy, even sitting in a dirty chair, you know.
Oh, I love it. So you're in Chino Hills. What do you do for work?
I work at a grocery store. I push shopping carts. It's crazy. I've seen people lose their minds. Like the week that the Hanks got it, the NBA was done. I saw some guy literally cry, like over toilet paper. He's just losing his shit in the aisles. Like, I can't do it. I saw old ladies get pushed over. We had like a security force of 70 ladies now. You should line. We had some martial law. And that bitch.
Right? Yeah, that's wild. That's unbelievable. Were you born and raised here in Southern California, or did you move from somewhere else?
I was born in Fresno. I lived in Fresno for the first couple years of my life, and then went to another place with agriculture. But my dad loves picking both, you know.
Heck yeah. So what else have you been doing through this wild time to keep yourself entertained? Any other hobbies?
I got reps on.
What do you do? You go out, or like normally you're
Dude, I went to Paris and it's 45 minutes best in Strip out.
I'm actually get a green screen. I've been doing a podcast on theme parks, and it's funny that you talk about the fastest theme park. I actually know what that is. And I was like, so he's working on today. It's in Abu Dhabi. It's, I think it's 129 miles an hour. That goes to 190 miles. Sorry, there's so many people right now at the door here. I left 14 with like literally 18 people. Probably, taking turns kissing grandma on the lips and stuff, make comments. You have a YouTube page, amusement site, and you go through and I'm gonna start doing that mystery science series that is like on the rides. So because there's not a green screen set, I would start shooting videos where it's like me and someone else kind of thing. And because there's so many bizarre rides, there was like a gremlin ride in Germany, and Alf was in it for no reason. Beetlejuice shits on it or something. There's a lot of bizarre stuff, but there's a lot of I didn't know. Until I was doing this podcast, there's so many bizarre theme park deaths. I just mentioned about theme park accidents, and I got super morbid, and I couldn't make this kid got his head decapitated, hilarious, but it's doing it, and people are fucking down. This little kid, hold on 1 second, but I'm outside.
Here comes something. It's going to be somebody's dick or something, so be prepared to pull out at any given moment. This is the moment of all of this. All the build up here comes down to this giant ball sack that's about to come over the camera. Have your hand on the red button gauge. I repeat, have your hand on the red button.
Don't worry, it's not going to take a quick seduction. There's the child. When he brought up picture, it's interesting. I'm getting a house.
I didn't realize that he had passed away and they're handing out his funeral. I just realized that you've been on this show numerous times. I've now made the connection.
Yeah, it's been a couple years. Last time I was all filled up in a purple suit made of bag of dicks. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
That's very much like it. Should I make a remote blowjob? I got to see I'm just kidding. This is not a knife. For the Zoom show that my aunt will be watching later when I have a gun in my mouth. This is good work there.
No, let him on. He's hilarious. Hey, what do you want to be when you grow up?
George. It's got John Leguizamo up here.
That is John Leguizamo.
I mean, I don't know. This thing, I discovered the whole way to this thing. Joker right there.
Look at that. That's a cool version of the Joker. Yellow pants, orange jacket. Very cool.
Yeah.
Alright, man.
But he's not doing crazy.
It's a special show and tell episode of Kill Tony, and I absolutely love it. What a great way to end it. Thank you so much. This was awesome. Rock and roll. Let's get that next set of pictures. Thank you guys. Look at this. Absolutely. Thank you, Judge. Thank you. There's an actual judge there. Judge Al Madrigal, ladies and gentlemen, right there live in the flesh. All right. Thank you guys so much. Have a great night. There you go. There he goes. He's Rabolo. He's Robert Land Pod. Robert Land Pod. All one word on Instagram. Remind me, what's your actual name again? Robert Thompson. Thank you so much, Robert. And again, thank you to the what appears to be angry judge in the back of the room. Angry magical. Yeah. That is incredible. All right, there you go. Thank you guys. Fun times. All right, well, there you go. What am I missing here? Another fun episode of Kill Tony. Hit your candle at DaveGoodCo.com. Dates coming up: Miami, Boston, Houston, Dallas, Fort Worth, Salt Lake City, Austin, Toronto, Bakersfield, Sacramento, San Francisco, Tacoma, DC, all in 2020. Oh yes, that's what it is. Ryan G. Ebelt, the drawing from Ryan J. Ebelt. Everybody. Look at that. Nice and incredible, almost like it's funny because there was just a bunch of little action figures there, and this reminds me of like an action figure who's pop toys. That is so cool. Great. You got Teresa there on a Mexican skateboard, Willie with a barrel, me with a sword. You got Michael Lair rocking it, absolutely destroying with his patented headband. Red band behind the iPad. In the fire-breathing dragon. That is David Lucas. Absolutely. Makes sense. Roasting.
RyanJEbelt.com. A lot of Kill Tony stuff is on sale. He has prints of every show and the book.
That was fun roasting with David Lucas. And that was fair roasting. Which reminds me, we just dropped an episode of Roast Masterclass on my Patreon, which is, I believe, an hour and a half or 2 hours of me and Donnell Rawlings talking about the history of comedy and absolutely cracking each other up, really, and just him cracking me up, to be completely honest with you. But the entire episode's mind-boggling hilarious, and God is a superstar. So that's a lot of fun. That's happening in the one-man band. This is the one lady band. Great Jet Ski Jesse Johnson. Keep their strong tonight. It's amazing how committed it is. What else is going on, Jet Ski?
Just glad to be a part of this and have something to do. You can say thank you guys, thank you all.
Follow her at Jet Ski Johnson. And yeah, thank you to Vito's Pizza. Got us all stuffed up tonight on some amazing pizza. Vito's is everywhere here, all around the Los Angeles area, West Hollywood, Santa Monica, a bunch of different places. You can submit to the show. This is it. I believe we're coming around the final corner here. I mean, we could possibly only have, I don't know, a few weeks left of this, is my guess. So this might be your last chance if you can't travel to Los Angeles to submit for the show. Be creative. As you see, the stakes are starting to raise. 3 months ago, it was just people in a fucking dirt closet doing bits to their...
So probably going to do an episode this week with David Lucas. Trying to get sexy weekly or anything David Lucas-ish to I mean, size-wise, David Lucas-ish size matter. You can go to Desmond.tv for all that. Check it out. And check out my VR show, Virtual Rap Band, like 5 times a week.
Good night, everybody. Thanks to Gage and Anthony.
Ultimately, again, this shot, he may be tempted to choose. Again, not because of the game, because it's your religion. So if it's out there, want to come in that situation, they go by there. you say that offerings and gifts and heaven's thing that is comprised of human items and heavenly items, therefore allow him to keep the heavenly items with his blood. Oh, Shirsh, the case of Yerusha, aber eine starke Führung. But in the case that's in business punished through the answers. You see from here, Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha, but they were not allowed to occur in the context as well, if you don't know that the person is killed. Envious, precarious, situation. Incredible. Another question. Garrett will show you how to shoot. That's what I want to say. So let's let this see that interesting choice. Can Garrett Tosha go ahead and let's say just the same thing that Chazal would make go back just to see what is the choices. Also is structured in a way to make us success. That it almost shows all what is success. To other ways,
Hey, this is Rabbi coming to you live from the beautiful in-crowd studio for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony. It's good.
Yeah, here we are.
The emotional wants for success. Success.
In-crowd studios. Let's create in-crowd studios. They were nice enough. The great Ryan J. Meadhouse is here. Everybody has in studio. The studio set up is absolutely
Successful.
However, it does have a taste of home here. We had some delicious meals.
When success is accomplished in relaxing standards,
Our closest to the comedies what we've been in months. Just absolutely crazy. It's amazing. We're going on the road too. A bunch of dates coming up. Supposedly Miami. Other things coming up. We need some stuff. That's what we're doing.
Go ahead
This
and
episode tonight is brought to you by Adam and Eve, the #1
Gate.
Indeed, Adam and Eve is the best first date.
Thereby conditioning it from its status of
This was going to take place. I'm trying to use anytime.
So Garrett Ocean listens, what is it?
I get dildos shooting.
I actually recommend it.
Garrett Ocean, things are all in our list. Ultimately, it doesn't push it up and cheat. But we should
I
also
have the
come
Max
push
Film.
up.
I have the gaming Tennessee.
And again, it's like it's happening everything else.
That's actually why they go to the
They have every kind of load and lotion, couple toys, lingerie, drink place.
Right, so we need to make mistakes.
Take advantage of the downtime right now and choose almost any one item. You get 50% off at AdamandEve.com with the code KILLTONY. And you already did this.
You get 10
Just
free.
such a person
You get 10 free. You get 6 spicy movies and free decent bonus. Best of all, you get free shipping. It's free.
on one hand,
Right to your door. You know what it means. It comes in a box and the same app.
all we have is the dealerships that got issues.
Check it out. Just remember to use the offer code KILLTONY. That's KILLTONY at the checkout.
Anyone who's what we call a buying it is good at the parish.
Sex toys make being so enjoyable. Back shopping. Shopping for sex toys. Go to adamandeve.com and use the code to get 50% off just about any item plus 10 free gifts. Use the code at checkout. There you go. All right, we're in the show live from intros. And let's jump right into we have a band on the show. Every single episode they commit to being different characters, and we never know what they're going to be. Maybe it's some famous characters, maybe it's their first time bringing in brand new characters. But the rest of the band is here, ladies and gentlemen. I present to you the best name band. It is the Kosovi band. That is Jesse Johnson. Whoa! Oh my goodness! Oh wow! No limit, no barbecue. They are Karens, everybody. I know these characters for sure. These are Karens, absolutely.
Is there a permit for this fucking show? What is happening?
There is. What are you gonna do about it?
I know that what's told everything below officers.
That was quick, straight to officers. You didn't have to
Yeah, that's why you didn't know that we have our own special.
Oh my goodness. So you're Karen, I'm guessing, right?
Yeah.
Oh, who's this young lady over here that Karen and Karen. And also a Paul. Oh, what are you mad about? Oh my goodness. Well, you can actually get crunches babies right now in Adam and Eve ways. Karens. You guys are out of what part of the country do you guys live in? About Karens, which one are you talking about? You can't make those jokes anymore. Women. All of our jokes on women tonight are dedicated to this Karen. I have an actual mission. It's men are usually you guys know about this. Okay. So we are going to be joined by Karen tonight, and we have an incredible setup for watching the videos. We get to play with a bunch of people setting sets, and we get to meet them. So that's kind of if you're watching these episodes, you definitely know the show. So let's just jump right into it, shall we? Let's just jump right into watching a submission. First performer tonight goes by the name of April Alright, here's April. Hello, April. How are you? Can you hear us all right? That is true. There's three of you all around us. You can join the band.
Can you play the saxophone?
What did you play any music instruments, April? You look like you know how to play the guitar.
Turns
Oh, you're
out
allergic to cats?
Seifa, Zella Ba'ar, Zella
Oh,
Seifa teaches me this.
You know, I was covering your face with my hands just to look at your actual face so I could see your hair while you were doing that personal impression. Yeah, you look exactly like him. That's pretty crazy. Right now, you know.
You're weird. And after we worship and idolatry,
pretty impression spot on. I personally was insulted that
so listen, so we can see about this people. Number one, you have to negate this thing of idolatry. Right.
female comedian is insulting,
Number two,
taking advantage of young
and how can we negate his friend?
the saddest rim shot I've ever gotten in my life.
If they worship
Hey, where are you?
Allah. And number three is an how can we negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships him. Incredible. Incredible. So you know what it says. Basically again, no lie about it. Comes to a game potion, we split like the young guys, any game potion.
I don't want to give anything away. That's not where we are, but that's where someone.
A Gentile who repudiated idolatry, repudiated idolatry.
What do you do for work?
Retreat can he be without love? That is the other answer. Because this is the show. This is what we show. What's a good show? What should keep it?
Trump is, you know that Trump is into finance, right?
So now we're doing more definition. What is the definition of a word? Is that kosher kiva love with me? People created. Shalom la'avon avon is come to it. You know, it says it's any action.
That's the job done.
To accept it himself.
So you don't work for that guy anymore?
What's the cover?
What do you do now? You're just mostly focusing on your Etsy. You really are?
So in this context, it just means it's based. Anytime Apple comes in front of a base, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a good shot. That's a good shot. Good. That's right. From say, Moshe keep up the most Sheva mitzvahs and Moshe keep up the most Sheva mitzvahs. Some say, and your contract is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noah vows. Don't see to base. That's a good question. Sheva mitzvahs can go up, it makes it tough. Even when you go above with not true. He didn't say not true. And neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of your function. What is it?
I just don't like all of the Socrates
Set yet from the zeros should keep. Bishop Amon, when he called himself Amulas Patolog, Schutz. Make this certain words. What is the definition of a Yarkosha? Yarkosha is someone
I get it, yeah.
Get.
So I didn't know. Maybe you had a big punchline coming there. I wanted to stop. No, that's good.
It's not kosher. It's
People, I get the feeling that your fan base
accepting himself
probably doesn't
the
know
rest
much about who Bernie
of
means.
these substances. Pretty shocking definition. It's like, you ain't not told us that the definition of this word. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in such a way that idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself sharing this with Haman, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvahs. Except for he's Latino. The bicycle time. We might have been yeah, he would be here, she would have
Your TV was a dildo.
if you want to show them time, but you can't deposit into a mindful of
I think we know what those two places are. Wow, that's incredible. So, what else about your life? Any other crazy fun facts that we would find interesting about you? Is it she or not exactly a name built for showbiz.
Not for a long enough time because what was in this or his own. And this is true even in the cities where the majority of the
Do you
inhabitants
think you did perhaps had something to do with that? Did you have mind power?
אבל יחד עם עץ היין, ואפילו באש תלולה וגם. This is another place to get from shop. You can read it.
How many people did you see get struck by lightning?
That's so long. I'm getting that to the INS. Why not to the INS? Because it's a free idolatry. But we are concerned that over time, the longer movements may
Sound of someone being electrocuted. Is that what it sounded like when you saw that?
what about the time is good? What about the local crisis? Shmano, yes. What is that? Shmut?
Are you, you have a
Good,
husband?
it's like close. Shemen, meet the honey, right? It's not what we want.
It's nothing worse than being sick and losing your temper.
Hello, Yengo, Kishman.
Wow.
Interesting, New York has a
Red
reason
man.
for this. A lot of nice
Minnesota
stuff.
running his bits. Trying to remain my bits. Brian's bits of where this lady's dildos are hidden in some drawer right now.
Just like his warrior is committed. Since the ultimate again is his war.
No, I think these
As
characters
is one
are
of
the new
the
thing.
ideas of the Lord, which is like all the show of solution. What does it mean that is? Oh, yeah, it's like this season. Those ones like this oil. It's a single
Well, April, thank you so much for submitting it. Fun character. And see you soon.
The shark called governor called looking at every other thing a really good ride. He is like he is like
You can bring her on your motorized bikes.
he's like
Alright, thank you so much, April Walter. April O'Neil on Instagram. Or social media for them sometimes.
She says it's one of like the SF and obviously again again for position. So that's because of actually that's it. Tell me also that's interesting. Tell me also. Tell me also. We shout out everybody. We see it from the regarding
Your next submission goes by the name of Dylan Alford. The band's going to play some music. Oh, holy shit. She does the Dylan Albright impression.
So now we just got finished. This track, I get close to this movie. So the other matter is like this concept. Doesn't that mean that just as an actor can theologically decommission? And you take that and you say, oh, so too can I get those shots? So you can get those shots? In which the Gemara says, no, I'm not going to stop. No. Lite Rishos and about the Rishos. No, actually, we just do it. Somewhere, the Shadow Shabbat is innocence. You cannot carry from a home intellect. Today, we're just like it is essentially music, like the fruit of the evidence of they join together. That joint food makes it into the domain of one whole. Remember, I hear it's time for the concert. That's the time. A look at is if you have a Jew who did not.
There it is, Dylan Albright. All right. Hello, Dylan, are you there? Hi, Dylan. That was fun. Feel funny with a bunch of calls to yourself. That's way to fucking make something out of this crazy quarantine time.
Guilt is right to the Issue is a non
Agreed. Where are we talking to you from? Where are you?
Jewish resident. Halacha is
Michigan man,
right
is
is
it
right.
certain vibes?
You cannot say guilt is right, you have to
Like,
right.
how do they feel it? You're in your garage? Yeah, that's like
Right. We saw the Shara Shabbos and Shok and
a lot of the bedrooms they consider one bedroom with one garage or two bedrooms. How far north are we talking?
As long as it's still, he's not as long as it's still like public
Is that near Traverse City?
at least public this what's without the Roshos, all the needs to keep it anticipating even he just needs to essentially deal with it. Right?
You seem like you'd be a person
Shimon Shalosh Shabbos and Shot, same without the Roshos, but again,
you want to make sure the vibes are
publicly violent.
do you ever bust anybody for anything, or you're just trying to get a little mean here and there?
It is not enough for him to deal with his rights and responsibilities. Rather, you have to rent husbands from him. Well, most English like we saw ultimately again to go ahead and give his rights, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the residents, with the other hardship by ultimately you have to rent. So therefore again we learn when we say just takes up over the
Oh, you have tents and the rollerblades and the bicycle. This is incredible.
Overload.
Wait, she went to summer camp every year. When are we talking about? We're talking about 30 years ago. You're talking about 35 years ago. You still have your tents and cups.
Or my rights are dated to you. Ultimately, what's for the purposes of
Really? Was that on North Development? That place is
it's required. The rights of this non-participatory participation. They took this it's just a general, I mean, let's see this. Again, you need to have this list of all Jews. In general, if you're a Jewish resident, you want to participate. Even if it's shut, you can live. His rights, or his rights, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the country that is everywhere.
So if there was some sketchy characters in the campsite that Red Man was trying to camp out, how would you go and what would you say to them to wrangle them up?
You know what? When you go ahead and by people, you have to go ahead and acquire this rights. And a strong woman who is publicly aware is treated like a just so listen, I was
Oh,
like,
jeez.
at least
Ryan, I had no idea.
ultimately, again, it's pretty like all other things. Everything's news, and cuts off with a bare push.
I'm gonna go to the
Cuts
cat
off.
on this one.
They must rent space in this rights ultimately again off the bare push. Now, whether or not the bare
It
push
is also
actually
related
runs
to password.
some of the necessary side, which seems more than that. That can be like cut it off. And because it's very such a safe point of view, we should do it.
I realize when so what else? What do you do for fun?
I actually do stand up right now. Trying to, this shit's so back up. It's tight. So,
How long have you been doing stand up? That's crazy. Who is your favorite comedian that you've seen live? Have you seen any live shows? Right, no, that makes sense. You'd have to buy a ticket to see somebody. You don't seem like you're into ticket buying. Whoa, that would make sense if cake began with a K.
It's like, you think that she's going to
Sweet cheesecake.
sponsors for this month's shirt. Our annual chemical listen to our verses of dedicated college in Brussels this year. It's exclusive source to what's from the cell.
Like before, you used to do his own comedy festival.
First lessons for the mental half of our new Coast Theater in New Jersey and Canada.
Actually, open up Sinbad.
The parents, Israel Grazing, Zena Grazing, New Roses Writing. Remember of Stanley Children's Rises in the Rough. Our learning sponsors, Dr. Evan K. Wolf, mention of the yard site, Dr. Wolf's father, Simon Smith, Shalom, Ben, Steve Hirsch's. As a Rough, Nathan and the father, the memories of the father, Ben Apple, Shoulder, Butter, Morning. Benny Maria was one sponsors for today. Jerry Applebaum, Mother Roses, Applebaum, Ruffle, Bass, Rabbi. With my other nations, the families in the family, almost here with it.
You guys have any bleach too? Wash a lot of clothes. What's your mom like, Dylan? Is your mom a Karen?
Incredible today we are picking up concept today's 63 B. We are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 ones of so does not mean you love again, does not mean you love you are probably dressed up if you
like 30 words.
So I need to buy yeah, but I mean the city from
He was living in a garage.
we also have a wife. Yes, the public represented as a after which brother what is the halal is hundreds of children smash back
Thanks for your submission, man, and hope we enjoyed again.
I'm going to take this down now.
Alright, here he is. Dylan Albright, everyone. Dylan. Watch out, boy. She'll chew you up.
Mother, what is the halal?
I was thinking, I mean, never thought of my mom as a carrot. Can you see that?
Yesterday,
And my mom does have that.
is that funds or income or generated from what may or may not be it actually competing with items that themselves may be assorted. Here, we have what is asking you to do something with the INS, and is asking you to destroy the INS. Therefore, so am I allowed to keep those persons? The Gemara says, no, what's the love of me on the young people? We have to be us. This is like,
One of our regulars, one of our favorite human beings on the planet in his time.
I want the existence of the INS. Why do I want the existence of the INS?
Here he is. Montgomery, how are you?
I would use the opportunity to make fun of these that I know. So what is interesting to know? I want the existence of the INS because I want it. If I can really get this the process for the actually yet, I mean, like, we learned that the Rabbi in Rashi, he's strong, said, no city. You will check on yourself. You actually want to use this is how these barrels. So when you start with showing I don't want to, Ruben doesn't want them to go actually shut up. You also less. So you say that since they choose you actually want. You see, it doesn't do that. So like, you actually want the INS to remain in existence. I don't want it. I don't want it to be. So therefore, maybe that's considered closest from the INS. So therefore, again, it's possible. On the other hand, this is the instructional level, yes, it's instructional level itself. This is a difference. This is with short ones now for their existence. Again, ultimately, we describe the results is ultimately, the event should be fascinating. So nothing says, you should not know about yourself. I'm not. No, take the job, two, take the job, get the money, and go above you should be fixed. You have the opportunity to go and do that. That is a good thing. Take the money and go.
I take responsibility.
Do you take responsibility?
Responsibility.
Wow, that is without a doubt. That is Aaron Paul, right? Is his name? Breaking Bad. It sounds like the guy from Breaking Bad is taking responsibility for the information.
I can uproot. Right? I can uproot that I am allowed to do good action.
William, where are you? Are you on the usual thing?
Let's say again, he asks you to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even when get paid for working with Killer, right? And I want the existence of Killer
That last part where it's where it trickles out, is that what you think Jamaicans sound like?
Definition one, that you continue consistent output prohibited items because you want to be the one who
This
decides.
episode is brought to you by Adam and Eve. Have you ever used any sex toys for real, William? You make up a lot of squirrels, but a genuine question. I can see your face just got very serious, and I'm expecting a very serious answer. Were they blown up already, or were they just unblown up?
Not only is that
What would the Jamaican guy say if he saw him?
Nevertheless,
That's Jamaican. What else has been going on with you this week? How far up a tree have you gotten in it? Are there any pictures of it? Is there a tree in the backyard that you can actually put a phone down and say, is there a tree in your backyard that you can climb up? Can you climb a tree right now? Can you climb a tree right now? Can you have somebody hold the phone while you climb a tree? Because that would be podcast history, I guarantee you. And in the history of not only this show, but in the history of podcasts, there's no way anybody's ever climbed a tree live. Will you please do that for us? Yes, we climb a tree right now. You know, we improvise these things on this show. So I'm asking you,
So again,
is that something you'd be willing to do? Yes, here we go. This is podcast history, ladies and gentlemen. This is like when JFK was shot and they went live to whoever that newscaster guy was. Yes, it's okay. This is very exciting. You know, I think we should get a little bit emotional here for a second, and I'm going to tell you that when this quarantine started, and, you know, us being the only podcast that is naturally and always organically built in front of a live audience, that we thought that this could be our downfall, and obviously, clearly, our show has taken a hit and stuff without having a live audience. We can't do as edgy of jokes as we would like to do because we always rationalize the crowd laughing. We thought it was our downfall, but when you never give up and you continue to strive in this business, magical things can happen, and this right now, for the first time in podcast history, is a man climbing a tree, and that man is William Montgomery. That's it?
Can't go any farther. Go farther than
Come on, you are streaming now to thousands of people. That's as high as you're going to go? Keep going, William.
You can do it. We believe in you.
We believe in you. This is the highlight of the quarantine from Hilltown. Can the cameraman step back a bit? Because we're not convinced that you were even really interested.
Can you get the ground in the shot, cameraman? Whoa, it's way up there. Five stories. My goodness, this is incredible. You know what else has never happened? No one's ever fallen out of a tree before in podcast history. And I think you can break the code if you know what I'm saying. It's down to like 3 or 4 stories. Oh, wow. William Montgomery podcast history. Is there anything you want to say to the people after you just were the first man to climb a tree live in podcast history?
Rabbi.
All right, there he goes, William Montgomery, everybody. We love you, William. Great job tonight. Yeah. Trying our best.
Highlights.
Climbing a tree. All right, let's keep this fun train still on. Your next submission comes from a great young man who we actually know. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Kelsey Hutchins. Here we go. Came in like a straight. Here's Kelsey.
There is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. That's good. This phrase is this is like this when you get pulled up like a mic. You know, it's pseudo me. You know, that's it, we're done. There's nothing more to discuss about. So this is very difficult. Therefore, what this means is, let's go full circle. How do you start this? This whole started by the case and Apple wants to destroy, wants to break his Donald's GUINNESS. He asks him, he wants to tell
It's
you
great. A minute from Kelsey Hutchins. He came in like a rip.
So remember, on one hand,
Hi, Kelsey. How are you, man?
Outstanding.
I love it. This is great.
This is why one of the guys that played reality fight never That's true.
It's great. Sometimes I check in on you over there. Which character are you?
If it involves the destruction of a oh yes, I do want to continue the existence of the unnecessary. I get it. I don't want to break it. I don't want to break it. I don't want to close it up in the outside. I want to read. Nevertheless, I'm committed to go ahead and read it. Keep the proceeds of the struggle. Position of control. Solo destruction.
I've lived in South Carolina since 1933.
Position ultimately is a good thing. Nothing says the same and cover our love.
Production is outstanding, and everything so far too.
And that is important. Remember, society, just general French confidence in their society, we should start taking photos. Yes, you know what?
So, Yonder, have you ever done
Well, yes, I have. I'm also a musician, so I get a lot of stage time. I do a lot of talking between the children. So, like, I'm always running jokes. That's just sitting around for between sets, between separate bands.
Yes, right, yes. I actually have seen you music for sent me your
Be allowed to take the root.
time.
And
How long
there's
did
something
you
that's
play music for?
constant.
I've been playing music for 2 years.
There's something that's has to be good. There's nothing has to be so much time.
You heard Dave Grohl, right? You look like Dave.
Because if you let evil take root, then it's does. And unfortunately, it becomes the norm. Sometimes
You only play guitar?
ultimately, I think it becomes the person really.
You have any comedy songs or anything like that, or you don't mix it too?
Yes,
Really, most of my shit's kind of sad. But, yeah.
Some of your jokes were fantastic.
In Ohio,
Guinness is also tunnel I lost in life. Reading the world is about this game. It's not easy. It's not easy. It's frustrating how the challenges.
Yeah, they say Florida is the poor man's California, and Myrtle Beach is the poor man's.
It's actually known as North Beach area. It's different because there's a shooting every other day. So you kind of push it.
And it's a dangerous place. It's per capita dangerous too. Like, are its numbers actually raising up, or are they just complaining that it's a per capita loss of parents that they don't want to
They're not very out. I mean, as far as like city limits and stuff, because I'm outside of 11 miles. I'm in right next to me. So I'm kind of like, yeah. I feel like
Sometimes it is a true.
what else do you do for fun when you're not playing music?
You should.
I have a podcast and
Sometimes you have to
What do you talk about on your podcast? So you just interview people, or you have any solo ones or anything like
Hundred species again, the same kind of city, and the application
something and all that shit.
obviously becoming by the layout is
So I just started turning the camera and mostly to the great.
what happens in
So I'm just talking to myself. How to use it.
themselves right on the air because other fans
That's what they came. So they find anxiety and shit. I'm just getting things off the chest.
does that what remedy take on the same identity as the other subjects? We confess and done that the other.
really? Tell us more about it. What's in it?
I've been in it, but I can imagine that it's cool. As they
Does
say,
it
the
take
fuck.
identity? Does it take on identity?
Is the McDouble your actual go-to? Because I found that interesting. Very rarely do I hear people bring up the McDouble, but
Sounds maybe
that episodes about what's in
that would know is
the
coming out of
McDouble
the
is
public
actually
so that one says I think
the Brickville, that's the only
that money does not make
time that I really use. breakfast that's obsessed with their fajitas, even though
But
they,
that money is just money.
people make this joke a lot about, oh, man, then I had diarrhea. I had to go
It's
to
expensive.
diarrhea. It's anything.
I know it's awesome.
Chipotle or crazy food or this and that, but my goodness, those McDonald's fajitas on the airplane don't wake me up from my sleep an hour in because I oh, it really but I still, even though I know that an hour after eating it,
I haven't told them.
they call it mild content. It's spicy
Sell off all the like sell off all the street, and then you have the
So you said that you had potato noodles at one point, and I got
after you do that, then unless they're watching
And restaurants would always take that and starts to the freezer.
and actually says that you could actually the Swiss guys. One of these guys, the African guys, also really got all this stuff. If they prefer, it's still home.
Inside out the other day, they have the little pouch for the noodles. They had them inside out. And,
I got you.
you wear it inside out to get something.
look at that. My goodness.
You never gave.
You know, I put my phone in my front pocket of my sheets, and I put my earbuds up my asshole, and Yonder, you seem like a smart guy. You have any fun conspiracy theories or anything wacky about life or shit? You believe in anything weird? Have you ever been looking at someone like far away and then they get struck by lightning?
They're gamers.
As a child, in Tucson, Arizona.
So how come to be the contrast? So that's how it goes. Elevate the hall. Elevate hall.
Good question.
C'est soit c'est la gauche ou la gauche. The month of August for other games. I learned how to make guys.
Oh my goodness. What's the name of your band? Cornbread.
Right, squatting the horses from the board. Yeah, you messed up the same case. You're going to have to
Red band is showing on it. What's about it?
However, watch this. Yeah, exactly. He was off. Let's see, yeah, he's sitting here, so I'm not going to
Yonder, one last question for you. Other than talking out loud, do you have any other advice for someone whose life might be negatively affected by
I like $100,000. Case number one. He goes off, sells his item, goes off, sells his item. It's like, I'm going to do associates, case number two, same thing, $100,000. me a couple of hours. I gotta sell my idol. I gotta sell my what's that? If it comes up with the proceeds, are I practically know my explanation.
Absolutely. Wise words.
So what's the distinction? I would say, what's the distinction? Just see from the shoes of unlimited philosophy.
I'm also keyboard grabs and keys and more.
Yeah, he's like Ryan Jacobs.
Oh my god, you guys don't know.
Ryan's mad at me now. I can tell Ryan's got a quick trigger on him. Without showing it, you can still tell he's
I go ahead and summon one.
really? Is that true?
I want to
You got a custom work from him? Is it far away from you?
I mean, not really.
He just goes to the other side of his garage.
So because I want it, therefore
I have a message for anyone struggling with drugs. Let me know who you are, and I will call the police on you. Here's my camera.
listen. If you don't see the community here happen,
He's got the
you
car.
just before that's not the ones you say.
Oh, that's awesome. Real Ryan J. Abel. That is so cool.
When you saw
You commission that for and you got
and I'm
it.
not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want them to exist.
They absolutely love it. Ryan's work's good.
I
Ryan
will
J.
tell you
Abel
that
does
myself
love
is a lot of money.
it.
I
They
want
find
to
you
continue
the
existence
owner.
of my myself and because I want the money. But I'm not doing this. It's like to continue existence of this
This was awesome. And your jokes
What?
are great, man.
It should be awesome.
There you go. Yonder Wizard, Kelsey. Who was that?
She yours should be able to
There you go. Absolutely. Kelsey Hutchins, everybody.
It's very interesting. Yeah, two brothers.
Yeah.
One converted, and
All
one
right.
they're
Let's
both
just keep it moving along.
converted.
Ladies and gentlemen, your next performer goes by the name of Martin Phillips.
There's one converted and one is one converted. So brother Bear, brother the other one is the father down. The father is the father down.
Now here's Martin Phillips.
In the estate is idolatry, and I say very things. So here you'll have no more talks about everybody else. But unto the ideas are heroes. So brother Gare can say to brother Apple, so brother Apple, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the stuff. And I'll take money and tomatoes. So you do that. Say we should go, and that's good. However, we should go, she said, yeah. All of his presupposes that Gare is not get to the position of getting myself more items. Obviously, once that happens, we'll be more defense. Right? But without this, there's serious bet.
Yeah, exactly. A minute.
Sorry. Once the GM becomes very good.
Hi, Martin. How are you?
Says, well,
Indeed, I remember you very well. Absolutely. As Destroyer from Washington, D.C. I can't remember. Are you the golden ticket winner, or did we just put you on all the shows? You're just the DC sniper.
In this case, brother
Are you still in Washington, D.C.? Virginia?
But he's not doing anything active for what is the community. So what's the problem? Because he was in Rabbi Barula.
Okay. Is that far from Myrtle Beach?
And that's the reason I've always thought this stuff.
Not just as your job, just the
What's the case of
pandemic.
this? Okay.
That is absolutely correct.
This is just talking about it's still
Hell yeah,
that's
absolutely.
like another yeah.
Substitute
Doesn't
teachers
actually
don't
care.
teach online classes or anything like that.
Even if breaks, who cares? It's still fails. No, usually knows that that's fine. That's my notes for calling the INS. That works.
Oh no, don't call the police on the
Fine,
black
right?
silhouette.
How would you explain it? It's
No, it's a painting. Karen's, it's just a painting. It's not a painting. I love that even though you're unemployed, you still dress like working in certain cities. That's right. I watched that crazy craft. You see that time lapse thing of the blockbusters being built and then being taken down. Crazy things. Were you a big blockbuster guy back in the day? Family. Did you ever go into the nudie part of the back room with the dirty videos? Tell us about it. Some shitters. Was it spelled C-U-N? It was spelled C-U-N.
No.
Oh, the act out is what it took to convince me. Oh my goodness, I can't believe you remember that. How old do you think you were? This was last week.
This case should be problematic. But I love for myself, as I will make this fine as long as the guest does not get actively taking possession of the
Is that your favorite kind of porn? Like, what is your category of porn?
is absolutely political dissalvation. And so you take this, you take the radio stuff,
With you. Do you have a favorite type that you type into the search bar? Perhaps big things. You close with your mother?
That's
So, how is living with your mom and dad and your parents? I can't imagine going back to my parents' house. I got around, like, I visit Ohio. I'm around like 2 days. My son doing it at home, so you know, like, they don't have to, like, shit squatting.
for people to engage in some sacrifice.
They have to pay the bill.
You chip in $100 a month, give it to him. What else is interesting? Living with your parents again.
True. As long as you have your health and stable. Because if you don't have money, many people who can't stand up to religious challenges.
Remind us again, it's cerebral palsy that you have?
There's a choice between religion and faith.
Are they breaking any ground medically on most of this?
Yes, choose between
Yeah, I don't know why I asked. Just had a question to ask.
Michelle, she made it to choose. Again,
We basically all have muscular dystrophy living with our parents right now.
But also, if I had what you had, I would go into every store and just did everything the way that you use I would sue everybody.
What's that mean? I know, nothing like that. What's this?
So much fun. You're an absolute killer, and when we come back to DC, you got an automatic spot waiting for you, okay? Yeah, absolutely, for sure. And thank you so much. And make sure you, how can people find you, Mark? There he goes, Martin Phillips, everybody. A great stand-up comedian. He's been doing it a long time out there on the East Coast and kills on live shows. You can check out those past Washington, D.C. episodes, and he's on film.
Other guys are fine.
Great. And check into our second regular here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. It's 3 Davis Lucas. What's up?
Another question. Garrett Tosha, now she.
Yeah, you're muted. Can you hear us? There it is. How are you, David? How's it going?
So listen, this is
Where are you at?
kind of good Garrett Tosha. I'm trying to get Tosha. Go ahead.
What city? Los
He said
Angeles?
he's a salary.
Oh, okay. What's Big Shots like? No, Karen, don't. He's a regular. You can get off the film. No, it's okay. No, that's one of the good ones.
Look at the structure to make us succeed. Getting ownership.
Okay, so you're in Lancaster. So what's the setup there? The release shows there?
So they got like
Yeah, when you say it's packed, like how many do you think? Is the audience laughing as the show started? Yeah. It's a good energy in there. Do you think it makes up for the 40 people listening?
Emotional was for success.
I'm curious about the new stand-up for the first time this weekend coming up. Improv, 250 people. It's only 250,000 people that are in it. They was 600 or 700, I think. Something like that.
That's not the same as now when we go on the stage. But again, Josh Potter is still walking to be part of be successful. That's not what what we can be successful. And when they need to relax the fingers to make it successful. That's all. They do it. You gotta, they do it. Right?
Absolutely. I've said that before on this show. I've given you your own disclaimer.
Success is accomplished through relaxing of standards.
Amazing history of sketch and improv and all that, and you are the three, like pure standard really changed things. I mean, like really new to you.
That's when this world doesn't
Really singularly focus in on the audience, and react and do things in a very different direction. They're giving you,
I'll do this in
really expect.
Here. I told you. I'm gonna shave my bones. It's very special. Candidate Kosha. Go ahead. And Donald and Gate. As the ability to engage the thereby initially from the success of the watchers.
David, you've been traveling a lot this week. Where were you? Okay. How was that?
She plays up to the top of the class. Garrett Kosha, 80-year-old brothers. Ultimately, he doesn't worship a sheep. The Biden nation wants to come with the Kosha. But again, she's.
Was it your first time dealing with Mormons?
Everything else except he doesn't
Pretty
worship. It's the reason that Mr. The reason God doesn't worship my gratitude. Every other respect is just such a person had the
I've
ability
seen Mormons believe in a lot of live people. Salt Lake City.
One day, he called up me about the real Portland, and he said, everyone who pushes idolatry, can be commission idolatry, or do what take other name in the background behind my name. Yes, when he says this, anyone who's going to call a fire name, if you're sure everyone thinks, then you can go ahead. This guy is in the past. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's no Parsha. So because of that, you know, Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry. He has the power to go ahead. He gave it. He was only right.
Very upset about this.
And that means that only someone who worships it can be guilty. Someone who
It's true. They took away the land of lakes. The nice Native American girl that's always on the front of my book. They took away Aunt Jemima. Uncle Ben is gone. Cream of Wheat guy is gone.
So, went ahead and
The
found out.
carrots do, it turns out. They were
Excuse me. He's reaching out the TV. He's gonna grab me. Tell me how to reach out.
Down the tree. Marketplace.
Captain Crunch. I would say it was a lot of this. It was a hidden slave.
Actual boss leader. He wasn't saying, remember again. So, let's say, what this is
The Tiger's been being in this whole time. This still isn't all. Yeah.
I see the sitting there. If I
I do know that there's a garbage truck.
I love you, David.
if the that's coming,
Awesome.
and once it's been properly,
Absolutely. We'll see you then. Definitely. David Lucas, ladies and gentlemen. There he goes.
so what do I do?
David.
Acho que basta, se não faz tudo. Over the oven for coming to the back. I can call over the forward and see the outcome.
Just keeps plowing forward, ladies and gentlemen. Your next reporter goes by the name of Sam Davis. See you in a minute. Sam Davis.
Allora che dice, basta di loro, e io ho lo oven for the back. But again, that's just valid. The possession of it, that content يشعلوا أو يتوقع من هذا الأمر يستوقع من الشعور الشافعي. وما يتوقع من هذا يتوقع من الشيء. إذا كان أبو نزارة ودي أبو نزارة في السنة. Day of God, day of Shekinah. Whether he worship, sin, or he doesn't worship. Now we find it as Might of God, might of God. What is it mean? Whether he worships or he doesn't worship. He lay what he did. If you want to say that's what we're talking about, then how you should love the Shabbat, we already said. Just like the flies that it happens, has the ability if you actually read the Shabbat.
There you go.
He's having a desire, we have a desire of his friend. And a lot of the Ovikot, in my ship, a lot of
Sam
the
Davis, all
Ovikot,
the way from
right?
Australia.
Ultimately, again, of the means natural act. In my ship,
Absolutely, we can. The other side of the world.
you know, the reason it's not a worship, dear to
What do you see there? Is that the baseball cap? Oh, it's Bob Marley. No, Fury, don't worry. It's a Bob Marley
What's
thing.
an actual? Their social media,
A lot of hats on the wall there. Welcome to the show, David. What part of Australia are you in?
Just Nick Hands, which is in Far North Queensland, a Minnesota town called Crandon.
How old are you?
Gracious teaching lessons. Yes.
I'm going to be a teacher.
And both worship our God. Or both worship.
I should have done it last year, but I'm
Obviously, again,
next
after
year.
one, you negate
I'm
his idol and his friend's idol.
years because
And after two, you negate his idol and his friend's idol.
Goodness, I thought this was
Sefer,
a requirement.
Zella Pa'ad is like, oh. The Sefer teaches you good. Taking different. That's the point. He worships Marcos. And one who worships Baal Pa'ad. What's the name of the year?
I mean, the guy that's Bob Marley curve is well, I don't know.
He worships an idolatry. He doesn't
there's just something that happens
What's
for
it?
your house.
They had a cool break of
After you negate his idol. Number two. After you negate
this doesn't make any sense here.
his friends' idol, if they worship the same idolatry. Number three is if you negate his friend's idolatry, even if he worships it. Incredible.
Didgeridoo, didgeridoo. That's what they
Let's
say
go again.
around there.
No. Why have I again? Right, so if you take your attention, instead, because I was also trying to get closer to Gentile, you can get it.
Music on the Mac. What do you get from Mac?
That was created idolatry, and he
Have you ever tried to fill it to go fish? That's how they say it. Fill it to go fish.
What's a good push-up? Push-up, keep up, so it's now
What is that called? What's your burger place with the two, with the hungry?
what is the
Hungry
definition
Jack.
of
Hungry Jack.
so push-up, keep up, and keep up,
Yeah, you have to be starving to death to want to be there. Literally be like, you have to walk through a desert to be hungry enough to eat.
accepted on himself in front of free time.
Right?
You know, what's that? Fuck that, you still like,
What do you like to eat? You're a PE teacher. Suspended, never once a day. You're like, if Red Band was one of your students, what would you teach him to get in shape?
I mean, and he repeats acknowledgement, that's a good push-up. That's a good push-up. Good, that's what I meant. Come safe.
Okay, that's it.
Push-up, keep up, and on 7 minutes, slows the moves. Push-up, keep up.
It's so interesting because like PE nowadays, they have so many new rules and rules.
They go through some any check out, whereas it's technical on themselves, the 7
Just like ring the bell, and then we had like these nets that
from those things that's a good thing. Show me just going to rock, even what all the talk about the crowd get actually hidden saying actually read what these definitions satisfy the definition of good function. What is a good function?
What could I have done better there, Ryan, to do that? Oh, dinner bell, yes.
Good function. Set your open the videos.
Okay, this guy's not
Just we go I love it. I mean, all these are the US ones. I love this. Makes dirty lyrics. What is it? Definition of a push-up. If your push-up is someone ultimately again.
So what else is interesting about you? You're up there in Australia all by yourself. You ever leave Boomerang?
So he is accepting on himself the rest of the
Australian Star Trek logo right there.
it's so sweet.
It's incredible.
Pretty
Do you
shocking.
actually play Boomerang? Really? Do you have one?
Really not good. Definition of
You got one right now?
That we there.
Is there someone in your house with you that can maybe hold the phone while you go through Boomerang and catch it for the first time?
climb a tree for us.
Perhaps.
Haven.
You've already broken that
So
code.
all of the mitzvahs
Look at
except
that.
for one.
We have the same Boomerang. Maybe they all look alike.
He's laughing at us. The bicycle says, yeah, something extra. Yeah,
What? But you can't do it around your neighborhood.
I love this.
I can, but I'm gonna tell myself that way.
Leave it to
You have cows?
she's like,
Yeah, let's go see a cow. Will you stick your phone out and show us one of your cows?
Oh, they're fucking away.
How long is his age in Australia? We go out with the metrics. Nobody McDonald's.
She says,
Did you come see us?
he's talking about the time when this she's like, so much.
That's the way to do it. If I was a fan of this show, I would not be watching this show. I would be catching up on all the shows that are already finished. That's why
Not for a longer enough.
I watch the shows with the audience. So, for example, just explaining it for how large Australia is, like how far is the drive to
Driving the evidence countries.
perhaps even actually from Brisbane.
So since I love most of the
Take my
show,
thought next
you
right
could
there.
be for sure.
It's fine. Brisbane is.
Not for long.
How long would it take you to get to Melbourne?
Right up to the
Visiting a state of phase that was
Gouge.
5 days ago. Melbourne will take
But
like
the
10
audience
days.
in the point for longer than made
So
for a short amount of
yeah,
time.
they don't have that.
We'll go the level 10. Shmano, Kiyevi.
So they're going to be teaching English to a bunch of Australian people. English is widely known as the greatest language on the planet. Are you excited about that? Do you have any tips or anything that you're going to be teaching the kids?
Teaching English I like Shakespeare.
Any other hobbies or tricks? Do you know any magic tricks? Do you have any like special talents that you can show us? Do you juggle or anything like that? You're a fucking tease, dude. You have a boomerang, you have cows that are ages away. Because I'll bet you this guy babies. Heaven, no. It's very wondering. Welcome to another episode of That Was a Joke, everybody. You can laugh at it. That's the types of jokes on this show. It's not really heaven. It was a joke. I have black friends.
Every other thing,
Seriously, how many black people have you seen in your entire life? Just so that our listeners have somewhat of an idea of where in Australia is like how far east they Are they really black? Like, are they like the same color as? Are they more Native American color?
Actually, that's
Aboriginals that I saw near Brisbane, especially, was more common.
received from the companies that is like it happens regarding every other matter. The life is ultimately
60,000 plus Vietnam, so you can argue that those things that we see a project what we don't know, but they might be the most ancient culture in the world. So,
so it doesn't matter.
Okay, because that's one way of putting it.
Because started with the
and if you're throwing any shrink on any RV near me, you better have a shrink.
Sounds what you go on a barbecue.
Yeah, sorry.
So now we just got finished. This was stuff. We get touched up.
Well, Sam, two things to tell you. Thank you so much for submitting. Our Monday then to make sure that you know those forms that are behind you in the bottom left corner. I'm not talking about my
So cute. Can I get a thumbs up? Can I get a thumbs up?
Yeah.
You mind saying no?
Absolutely. Next little something for you to hang your hat on. There he goes. Sam Davis, everybody, man. With a collection of a few hats on. Well, it is still that time of the night, which is highly for everyone, including myself, our favorite time of quarantine season. Ladies and gentlemen, the great, the powerful, super regular Michael Blair. Here's Michael Blair, ladies and gentlemen.
They joined together, and that joint food makes it into the name one whole. because it has always a cluster, doesn't have. And I want to is be able to not join into the service. You can use his rights. Let's say the shot is coming. He can yield his rights to the other members of the class. If there is a non-Jewish resident, now what it is, you have to rent his rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, but you rent his rights from him. So watch this. The Gemara says, Yisrael, Shamar Shabbos HaBishur, Mevakat HaLushos. Ultimately, again, Tiabi Yisrael, which unfortunately again is Yisrael, who has to. So as long as externally he's not molested, right? As long as externally like public can keep Shabbos. Friday is just Shabbos. But at least the public can keep Shabbos. This is what's not without the Rosh. All who if he didn't participate in the meeting, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else and the person. She was Shabbos HaShot. He was not on Shos, but again, he needs to keep publicly tied with Shabbos. And essentially, he's like a person who is not enough to yield his rights to the person. So that's rather, you have to rent his rights. Yisrael, no sin Mushos Mushos, right? Yisrael, ultimately again, has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the residents. وقال actions by alcohol. So therefore, again, the word is saying that when we say it wasn't just us, which Kate said, all their law was how the laws, how the laws can be used. Yield this right to over law, we should see community law. I hereby give over my rights. I keep my rights to my husband. Or we should see the past, or my rights are gave it to you. Ultimately, it works for you. So this is how Jewish residents acquire the rights in this non-participatory treaty.
That's right. MichaelMayer.comedy.com, another episode of Weakness. He used a lot of energy. Yes, he did. Absolutely. Here he is enjoying the great Michael Mayer. Looks like you have another friend in a wheelchairs there.
As long as publicly across as Jewish,
Technology or exact same chair.
And he's so over things publicly on the world is treated like
your tents? You
when we said before that the Gary Coach ultimately again is treated like a
like Claire, that was an amazing performance. We can spot coming off of an incredible classic from the debut album of Ryan Bedman. A lot of people don't know this, but it was number 2 on this week.
and cause the Gary Coach. Now, whether or not the Gary Coach is actually going to do it. Some of the website, we'll see it on staff. Stress video and call that money for the space of this all of you.
Broadway superstar. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Michael, by the way, happy Father's Day to you. Yesterday was Father's Day. You got a little bit mad. You tweeted out on social media that no one from the cast of Phil Tony wished you a Father's Day.
No one didn't. My son. I go, hey, Mom, what's happening? He goes, you weren't there most of my time, so I'll meet you halfway. He goes, happy fun. And I go, alright, well, then you're only my son. And he's like, alright, and now
My goodness, what a wild ending there at the end. I did not see that coming. It's an M. Night Shyamalan twist if I've ever seen. Well, we're talking about things that you put a lot out on social media about lately. One of the things that makes you notice when talking about Louis J. Gomez silencing you.
Parents, Israel Jason, Zero Jason, New York Swagger, Memory of Stanley, learning sponsors, Dr. Anthony, Force Promotion of the Red State, Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Charlotte, then Steve Wishes, and the Rafa, and Ethan, and the Family, and the Ben Affleck, Edward Barros, Mordecai, Ben Lady sponsors for today, Cherry Appledon, Memory of his beloved mother, Mostly on what her class, the families in the class, obviously, the two shots for the console release.
I know people are going to be shocked when they buy a ticket for that guy and you show up. That's for sure. Absolutely. No doubt about it.
And as we back with us in the days, that is the 7th part of 64. Really incredible things on us today. We are picking up 27th bill of the days, 63D. We are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7, 1, 5. So we got nothing to do so again, what nothing to do in our copy, that's what we are going to the back. Here, but I leave the city and the also have on the right, yes, the public function. There isn't the fascinating. Suffer the for the INS. What is the Hawaiian? Hires a Jew, smash.
Now I see why you laughed when I originally answered the question. By the way, the first teacher
battles basically residents after from over to
yeah, I watched it. It is a very interesting
I'm gonna pay $50 an hour. You will be able to smack. These battles of the enemies.
I mean, let's face it, the plurals of love for you, Michael. Right, now it's brand new. It just came out this week.
To accept.
You've been getting a lot of heat lately because of that gun video last week, huh?
That's what we would accept funds generated from what may or may not be permitted activities or even with items that themselves may be surviving. Here, the item is asking you to do something with the INS is asking you to destroy the INS.
I'm not sure if he got arrested or anything.
Or, so am I allowed to keep those proceeds? Says, no, what's the level of the enemy was between us? She's very On one hand, I want the existence of the animals. Why do I want the existence of the animals? If I was to create my own, I would lose the opportunity to create lose the animals in the future. Interestingly enough, I want the existence of the animals because I want it. Therefore, the movie that makes the closest person to the actual Sería bien escriba, escriba esa palabra en Rashi, y especialmente escriba esa palabra you actually want the existence of
So what else is going on this week?
so when you start to actually land, I don't have it. The moving doesn't want to break land. Actually, starts a move, these so do we say that things that you actually want? And it's interesting to think about this, right? What you actually want in the only message to remain in existence. I don't
love to see that when they tear away.
Want it to be possible. Therefore, maybe that's specifically closest from the idea.
Okay, that's right. Absolutely. Tilt that camera now.
Exactly. Therefore, again, it's awesome. On the other hand, oh, yeah, Mom. Oh, you did too much time. This is the instructional level as well.
That's very good on coverage.
This is a good Ryan Jason. This
That's right.
Again, ultimately, YouTube strategy is all based on ultimately, again, should be fascinating trade.
Here we go. Let's see these.
So it says, Yishpar the fellow of no, take the job, choose take the job, get the money, and tell her what you should do. Yeah, you have to do
Okay, are they both disabled underwear? Because I don't think those two should be that close to each other.
And go.
Here we go. This is our first time seeing disabled underwear in the history of Kiltony. You thought climbing a tree was crazy. What is happening? Okay, we don't really need these over this. Wow. Those seem like regular underwear. Oh shit. From disabled to disabled. Am I right, people? Oh, Karen, no. Oh my goodness gracious, that is incredible. So, wow, why does it feel underwear? Yeah, that's what it needs. You can just feel the breeze on a windy day. Open that thing up, it's like a... Yeah, those underwear that come into my Louis C.K.'s newest album. You think so?
To me, they are so again, he asks you to approve it. I am allowed to do this. Even with the food or working with 2 hours, right? And I want to use this because it provides me a lot of money. Oh, everybody. So if I get this, that means that you are allowed to go ahead and get information from people who are traders when that benefit ultimately will result in destruction. Even though, in that definition, want to be sisters of the community. Because you want to be able to get paid for it. So much to set you up, second one from the time 64. So you
what does that mean? You snort it? Snort?
No, I mean, like, funny.
Yeah.
That's dope.
Joe's thing wouldn't even fit through that. You would use it. You would use it. You would wear the backwards and use it as a hat. Oh my god, that would be epic. They do a thing called the naked roast. The judges and come out naked and two people come out naked. And John literally became famous last year at Skankfest. Nobody knew who he was. It was like the first night or the second night. Yeah, it was the first big night, the Thursday the party got started. And Friday night, he keep the says and he came out with fucking third leg this guy. Shocked the audience. Everybody was starstruck by him. I got to watch him the rest of the weekend. All these comedy fans walking by like, holy shit. Oh my god, there's the dude with the giant tit. Yeah, it's my friend. Yeah, it's true. We know you do too. Is it true? We've heard rumors that sometimes you accidentally back up your chair.
Yeah, exactly.
It's true. And instead, since you're under 6 feet tall, you guys are what they are. That's not that
God works in mysterious ways. But Tony
That's absolutely true. And the door is always much like the phone is disabled. The door is always open for you. Okay, perfect. Yes, Michael's been babysitting this week. All right, Michael. Well, so much fun, amazing times, and I fucking love.
So again, there's actually no killer. Get to anything that opens your head to make this system. Even different directly involved the actual plan itself, which is something that's
Michael, you are undeniably loved by absolutely everybody. Lovers of the show, the haters of the show, the cast members of the show, the family members of the show. You are universally loved in a way that I should be loved.
you know,
But
when
you
you
should
get
be
shows you
loved by
just
everyone.
but you never
Absolutely correct. Definitely. That's why I'm switching out my sheets for something safety. I'm gonna try baby steps, like you did in bed. Well, I fucking love you, buddy, and we'll see you next week. Thank you. Great Michael Laird, ladies and gentlemen. There he goes. Michael Laird. When you get away, it's unfair. On the cross side figures that you gave to me, you it's like that's the singers seem hours longer when it's sentences. All right, Darren, relax. I know that's what I'm going to do in the voting booth in November. Oh, you're welcome, Mr. President. I hate social media. I just hate the fact that I would ever send anything positive on Trump. I should go and drink Me too, yes.
Again, I have
The
a
different
really
teams that will
paid.
100%.
You have to ask me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. That's the special part.
Are you talking about Trump?
Just really took a lot of people with the hundred and seeing them open the news of it.
Okay,
And
you
I'm not
can't
going to say
compare
right
it.
now
Even though you're a woman, you can't say you have a special. You have a special. What? That's true. It is not the weed lady saying baby him. And enough comedians have gotten in trouble. Okay, alright. We're gonna keep it moving along. With another Spanish legend on this show. Closing out strong, ladies and gentlemen. Quarantine legend. Ladies and gentlemen, special treat. It's Manolo, everybody. Surprise! Here we go. Manolo sent in something. Let's see what we got from Manolo this week. Oh, you don't? Okay, give the video that he sent in. So that means that it's tonight's episode. Let's check out the drawing for Ryan J. Stop him quick here. He doesn't seem excited about it. It's like Jeopardy when there's a champion. Here, come on, Rick, jump on stage. Great Ryan J. It's even great. That camera right there.
I'm ready to become a kind of line book, yeah? It's not shut
that I can actually see it perfectly. You got like the mirrors and like a dock type of setup on top of it. It's Scooby-Doo. That's what it is. Two parents. Jesse Jones and his parents. A bunch of fun stuff happening.
So it's like, there's no real issue. It's like, I didn't care to get stressed out. I figured the contract out for the money, some serious money, see, I went in there, so we should do 50-50, but it's
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
basically, shirts, I guess I'm not integration, but he does do the merchandising, he figures all this stuff out. So something like these major lawyers, which I don't want to go to, so he goes, so I guess see how he starts with your voice to me, so it's for that hours, yeah, and he goes, so this is a little longer, but I just want to throw it out there, because like you can do stand-up, like my son's a stand-up, you can do stand-up to the balls dragging around. It's exactly it's that's a really strong. Do you think it's at all possible? Do you think it's at all fair that maybe if I roll, it should be something 50-50? Switch to 50-50, but the reason why this is here is going to be 64. I think there's any exact higher place because it may not make a chance to go like 64. So like, yeah, you have to do that. Like, you can't
Anyway, thank you guys. We'll see you next week.
This is what's interesting. We've given each other money in certain situations where it just made more sense. The shared husbands, For me, it's awkward, especially when it comes to money.
And then you have the cash. After you use that, then
That's motivated by money.
the Swiss Skyrim, ou Skyrim da Skyrim plus for me, but I'm always for up to that film. Because if you prefer, it's still always college food, then you have to college food by Jews. College food by Jews never be gay. And you never have just slash. They can't get enough.
I just published an article
What are these projectiles and sell it off? Do you have the money?
because I didn't the title.
What do you see here? Obviously,
But it's going to change Judaism for it is my magnet with this. My own way. I don't know if I've ever written something. Oh, I have written stuff that's easy. I wrote 35 page. I wrote 35 page paper in a week on Kennedy's. Oh, really quick thing. Okay, so with a bunch of boys. Do all the things, then tell your fucking story. No one really knows for sure. Elevate, Elu, Divrei, Elohim, Chaim, but this is the Zohar that applies. 3761, creation of the world, creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve, 3631, 136. It's 17th, 27th, 57, 86, Saturday, April 4th. I have to wait to publish this thing out tomorrow. But I already published it. I didn't like the title. Just giving it a story there. So if anybody asks, it was published. Legend. Why? And I already fucking enjoy it. Who gives a shit? Just 99 days of this bitch. That's a lot. 15 hours, 17 minutes, 46 seconds. My dad had this friend. Really?
Let's say the Akim Sim case, the Akim 1000.
Was he? Yeah, he was a unique friend of my father's who we wouldn't have known that he's been friends with, but I had friends of all kinds. Motorcycles are very dangerous, or can be, especially at times. And so most of my parents went at all motorcycles. At all the opposite. They knew somebody on a motorcycle. This guy was as Harley as could be. He's married to her. He probably had 6 ex-wives, smoked cigarettes, drank all day, worked really hard, and we were going to Las Vegas together. And he actually triggered in my mind the first time I ever knew that the signs on the road meant different things. I was younger, and I remember he had to pee really badly, and he'd go, those beautiful blue signs. And the blue signs meant rest stop, as opposed to green signs, which mean go. Here's something like no one knows. Most street signs in the United States are green, and a lot of people don't know how that was done. There was a song test, I believe, by, I don't know who, somebody that had some kind of test from like 100 yards away. What signs could be read the best in GUINNESS? Just like in the 1950s straight, something like that. Anyway, have you seen others? Yeah, a lot of blues. There's this weird neighborhood in Hawaii that has blue stop signs or something. That's weird. Anyway, so this guy, this Harley guy, my dad's not. I know two people he knew who had motorcycles. One of them was an executive at some big company. I don't remember which one, but a big company. And back then, this is like the 70s and 80s, 70s, not even 80s. But back then, if you had a motorcycle, you were seen as a tough cookie. Like, not a motorcycle, fuck, gold wings and that shit. I'm talking Harley fucking Davidson. And so we'll get to the other guys. This executive my dad knew would, everybody who was everyone who was an executive, this guy was an executive. Everybody he worked with was in a suit and tie and everything. And this guy, I think, is something like this. He would come in and like Harley as an executive, and people would be like, I mean, this guy was like a big dog in this company, and it was just not done then. Like maybe today it might be, I love the phrase peanut butter, whatever. But back then, this wasn't a hipster. This was like a straight up. Like, this dog was there. Anyway, he was going to a what was it? So he would come to work and he was like Harley shit as an executive. He wasn't the CEO of a major corporation, but he was big. Maybe like probably today, like some type of vice president. And no one dressed like that in the corporate world. Not really even them. But then, definitely not. And this guy, look at that male, likely. This guy, there's a story, it was something like this, that, like, again, if you wore, like, chaps and blue jeans and leather vest and all that shit, you were seen as a tough cookie. Like, you were not seen as an executive, and this guy's not seen as an executive outside of his office. He was of the corporation. They obviously thought he was doing a good job, but when he was outside of that, no one took him. Everybody who saw him was like, this guy's involved in a gang or drugs or something. And his organization had a big event. I think he was like head of operations or something. Something in he was from the United States. He was an American, but he had some kind of corporate responsibility in Canada. And again, this was a big time executive for this organization. And he would go up to Canada maybe once a month or something, like all the Harley shit, and on a Harley, and he'd be driving on the freeway to go into Canada, into customs, and there's like a bridge before you get into customs or whatever. He would go in and do his thing, go to Canada, check on the operations for the Canadian part of the company or whatever, and then come back to the United States a few days later after probably staying in a 5-star hotel. You know, everything just really nice. And as he came back to, he come back to the United States, Joseph, and every month he go up to pretty regularly. And one day, for whatever reason, maybe it was winter in Canada or something, this guy was not from Southern California. He was, I don't know where he was from, but maybe he moved perhaps. I don't exactly know how the relationship took place. He was unable to take his Harley to Canada anymore. And so he was on this bridge to go to customs. And as he's going to Canada, he does every month. He took his car, or I think, I want to say he rented it for some reason. I don't really recall the story that well. But he's sitting in traffic, and he sees it's traffic for miles before the border crosses. Just miles. And all of a sudden, he sees some police officer start waving him in. And I mean, it's like miles of traffic. And he's like, oh, this is not bad at all. Like, they're letting me right on through. Look at all these suckers who are waiting in line at the border crossing. This is easy. I wonder why they keep they're all waving at him. All the police officers are waving at him. And he's like in his own lane, and nobody else is allowed in this lane. It's causing all of this traffic. And he gets to the border, and they stop him, and they say, where are you going? And he said, and he's like, you know, he's like, I'm an executive with whatever company, and like, oh yeah, we know all about you, and you come to Canada every month, and you've got a different vehicle today. And he's like, yeah, because it's Canada, it's cold or whatever. And he's like, they're like, step out of the vehicle, sir. And they, like, back then were nicer to someone that today, like, get on the fucking, you know, like, no matter who you are, they're going to be like, get the fuck out and pulling guns on them and shit for stupid shit. And he's like, okay, why do you want me on? What did I do wrong? They just like, step out of the vehicle. He steps out of the vehicle. Now, normally you go through the border just a few minutes, no big deal. He does it all the time. But this time, he is sitting there watching them take this car apart. Every nut, every bolt, every seat cushion, everything. They take this entire car apart. Right there with all this traffic. And he's just sitting there looking as they take this. They take the engine apart. They take the tire bolts off. They take the muffler off. Everything. And they look through this car. And they find nothing. Now, as I tell this story, now I kind of recall, maybe, I could be wrong with that. I might be mixing these two stories up with two people, but another one has to do with a private plane. We won't go into that story, but they take this entire car apart, and they find nothing. And the executive's like, what's going on? They're like, we received a tip from someone that said that you would regularly come to Canada, basically bringing in drugs, and we can't find him. And he's like, "Are you kidding me? I'm an executive at this company." And they're like, "Yeah, but look at you." And he's like, "Yeah, we dress this way sometimes, for whatever reason." And they're like, "You don't have any drugs on?" He's like, "No, I don't do drugs." They're like, "But look at you." And he's like, "I don't do drugs. That's not what I do. I'm a straight-laced person. I just dress like this." And they're like, "All right, well, take your car." And he goes, "That's not my car. It's a rental." And he just starts literally walking back to the United States across the bridge, and just left the car there. And that's the story. Now, who called the tip in? I want to say it's like a scorned lover or something, or an angry ex-wife or something, but I don't know if that's for sure. Something like that. But basically, he just walked back across the bridge and left the fucking car there and all its parts. Like, that's not my car. We always thought that was funny. Okay. Literally, no Harley people. Well, here's the thing. Definitely, if we were gonna know anybody, it would be like some weird, but like different, interesting individual. Okay, so the next guy. So at the end of that story, so the guy just walked back across the bridge, back to the United States, just left the car there, which is hilarious. Not my fault. All right, the next story is my. We're on our way to Las Vegas. Depending on the way you go, it can be a drive. There are these blue signs. I remember this guy was. His name. I don't know his real name was. No idea. No one knew what his name was. Everybody called him 99. His mother called him 99. His friends called him 99. His co-workers called him 99. He made a good living. And with this organization, everybody called him 99. No one knew his name other than 99. Now, this is a guy who was a Vietnam veteran. I remember he was just different than anyone I had ever seen before. And leather vest, those gloves that are like Andrew Dice Clay gloves, like the finger gloves. Just a rough guy, but made for the time very good money. So it's not like but he was. Everybody called him that. And my dad didn't know him at first, but eventually would start asking people at this organization. They didn't work in the same organization, just got to know who's this guy. He was like always got to know everything. Like, oh, that's 99. Why did they call him 99? And there's this phrase, and I'm going to slaughter it, but it was everybody would, when anybody would ever ask him that, or ask why he called 99. His answer and anybody else's answer they told to tell, or who would say what his answer was, because he's 99% batshit crazy. That's what he would say. And was he? He is a dangerous dude. Not like he wouldn't hurt you. No. I shouldn't say he was dangerous. I misspoke. He lived a dangerous life. and he'd get on his Harley and cruise around and boots and leather and studs and all kinds of things. And I remember I only met him, like, we just, like, we went, it's not like we stayed together or anything like that, but we were in I want to say, and I could be wrong on this, but it was like an executive, what you would consider like a Sprinter van today, but it was like I forget what they call it, like the conversion van, like a nice, they like made it like nice for shuttles to places, perhaps wherever. It wasn't a limo, but I've been in limos, but it was like, as I recall, it wasn't like a normal, like, I don't know, it was just a different, I don't know, I was younger. So, I remember him saying, beautiful blue signs. He had like hip flasks and like, this was back in the day when he could like, that was, like, you wouldn't be seen as having a problem. It'd be like, oh, what would they call you? They would call you, that was just like life for a lot of people. Anyway, this one day I overheard my parents, and, simply, they're like, you're never going to believe what I found out today. What is that? 99. She's like, what happened? And apparently, I don't know this for sure or whatever, but he was drunk as a skunk on his motorcycle near a very prominent intersection. And this is the story, I don't know, but either he got T-boned or hit by a red light, he went to a red light or something, or perhaps he had the right of way, I don't know. But his body traveled over 100 yards and went through the field goal posts of a local school. Now, is that true? No. I know that school didn't have field goal posts there, but that's the story that was being told. Like, basically, he went so far on this fucking motorcycle that there was just like, there's no way this guy's making it. Like, there's no like, hey, check his pulse. No. His pulse is back at the 30-yard line. Like, nothing. And so this guy, he ended up dying. Which, you know, amazing memory. Be a blessing. I'm talking about him now. 35 years later. That was 99. And he was a badass. Really, yeah. And how did you know these people? From the corporate. They were not like members of our like religious community or something. Just in the corporate world, you'll meet people of all shapes and sizes, kids, backgrounds, or whatever. And some people, you never know, are like really, really successful, but don't dress that way. And then there are some people who are perhaps not as successful, but do dress like, you know, dress for the job you want, not the job you have, kind of mentality. Total. Anyway, so that's 99. And we're at 99. Anything else about 99? I used to play this game called Full Throttle as a LucasArts game, which is a really cool game. It was like a cartoon story game. I loved this game. I still love it. I played it Not now. I mean, like maybe a few years ago. Just play it again, see what it was like, and it's a beautiful game. It takes place in like the Southwest, but like you don't really know where. They have these like flying cars, which is really interesting. It takes place in like a dystopian future. It's the first time I had ever seen that, where like a corporation is like taking over stuff. Take a car corporation wants to buy a motorcycle manufacturer, like a small time motorcycle manufacturer. I just remember, and like you have to fight some guys on the road in these canyons and stuff. And I remember I felt like 99 was like, would have been like, they were, what were they called? The gang they were called. Anyway, really quickly on that story. I played this game, and I'd play it and play it and play it and play it and play it, and I could not get past this one part. It was just like and I think I'm not a big fan of cutscenes. I'm always like go, go, go. And so I think there was a cutscene earlier in the game that kind of gave you some foreshadowing of how you could get past this one part of the level. But I did not. I never could do it. There are two games that I really struggled with. One was on Sega CD called Sewer Shark, and that was like the first game I ever did at Sega CD. Sega CD was wild. Really good graphics. I remember they had this game called Prize Fighter or whatever. It was like first person boxing game. And it was really cool. And they would do like videos as opposed to like normal fighting or whatever. Anyway, that was a cool game. That one I could beat, but like the Sewer Shark, I don't think I could beat. It was just really weird. It was a weird game. It was like underground tunnels and stuff. Anyway, with this other game, I'm playing this game, and I couldn't get past this one part. I didn't know how to do it. And so one day my mom and I were wanting to know, and I begged for the strategy guides. Strategy guides used to be really big. I used to read strategy guides just like for different games and like come up with put things in spreadsheets and like all kinds of data. What'll happen if these two guys fight in a video game? Who's gonna win? Who's got the most hit points and all that other stuff? And speed and it's like whatever. But I mean that was like really important. What if there's an army of these guys? Love that for games like Civilization had a strategy guide that came with it, really thick. That was Civilization 2, I should say, which is like to this day it might be my favorite. But Age of Empires is the big one. Age of Kings, Age of Empires, whatever that. Those were so big. The two something. Anyway, those were big. But no, Age of Empires, the Conquerors, love all that shit. And then they came out with Age of Empires 3, which is okay. There's some shitty parts of it. But the thing is, in those games, I could never get enough troops. There was always like I think a limit of 200 population. Anyway, I always wanted more people. So for processing, computers couldn't handle. Anyway, I'm playing where I'm at Barnes & Noble, and I see like Full Throttle, this book, and I'm like, oh, I have to have this, I beg and this was very exceptional. We were able to get it. Maybe I'd been good, maybe we had whatever. We got it. And I went and I read it and I read this thing that like basically it was a timing thing. It wasn't like a skill thing. It was about like fighting a guy. And so you'd be going through this canyon and you have like two guys next to each other. Or like there'd be a guy on a motorcycle. You come up next to him, you like kick him off his motorcycle and steal his shit, and then you get this like there's like a chain and a tire iron and some of the shit. And then there's this one like alien. It's not alien, but it was something like gang, and they would always whoop your ass. There's like no way to beat them. Okay, so this was a game where you had to like use different things in the game to do things. So you get this slime and you throw it at the guy, and if you threw it at the guy at the right time, or no, you threw it at the guy, he would fall over. Or whatever. You got his glasses, and then you got his glasses, and then you could see into the secret cave, and then the secret cave had some shit in it. And I needed the strategy guide. Anyway, after that, there was this guy in this game. He made my friends and I laugh so hard. I forget what it was. He would like spit out, or he had teeth that fell out, or something. That you had to use like a little RC car at like this. We'll call it like a monster truck rally or something. It wasn't a monster truck rally, but it was like a demolition derby. That's what it was. Anyway, there's just a really interesting game. And then once I beat that game, they had like trailers to the next game. There's another LucasArts game that I think I played the they call it a demo. Played the demo. It was called Grim Fandango or something like that. Which I wasn't really too into, but it had this art style that I still think would be really important. It's like this Day of the Dead kind of game that not my thing. But this art style was really interesting, where it would be like real pictures but with cartoons and stuff. I don't really know how to describe it. It's almost like pop art or something. Anyway. I remember I was in the shop and I saw this. They had this like mural and this pop art kind of thing, and I thought, wow, if you use art like that kind of art style, you can do anything with, because you can use real people. Like the Simpsons art is a thing. Family Guy's a thing, even though they do cutscenes, which gives their show a lot more versatility. But this kind of art is different. It's like almost like Andy Warhol with pop art with everything. You can combine things, and I thought, wow, that would really make that type of art really versatile. Like you can do anything with that. Anyway, is that the end of your story? 99. So what are your thoughts? Well, I've never been a fan of motorcycles because they're dangerous and everything. But there is and I mentioned that the jackets that expand that I think would be more helpful. And I think like if they made a whole ball, that would be much better, safer, and then maybe someday I might consider it. Came very close to working as an accountant for a motorcycle company, though I still don't know how it's said. How is it? Dennison or something. I don't know, some Italian company. And Costa Mesa. Maybe that's my way to get that job. But then I got a better offer immediately. I had like a choice of different jobs. Anyway, is it the end of the year? But I remember at the time they were developing this jacket to make things safer. I thought that was cool. And it's out. And is that the end of your story? Would you have liked working at that? Motorcycle engine? Yeah, pretty hot reception. Not really. Why? I don't know how I feel. I was just being like BS in my way. But to quote my previous boss who I've encountered at the university, she was the chief financial officer. You're the best accountant. Are you done? Done. Yeah. Anything else you want to review before we get into the shit? Oh, so you published this article, is it going to be big? Yeah, and what's the argument that's going to happen? Cool. That's fish thing. Really, it's a really difficult argument. Have you ever worked this hard on an argument? No. It's like the sword in the stone of Judaism for sure. But no, I've never known anybody to make the argument. It makes sense to me. It absolutely makes sense to me. I think there are other arguments in it as well that are valid. Halachically, they're a little weaker, but to me, the one out of seven is pretty simple. Does that end your story?
Welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how these ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development, from the prophets of ancient Israel to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but it should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully enable you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tio for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, an Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after the bottom of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics of esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy, by joining my Patreon, or perhaps a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. So, let's do a little recap. I hope you had the chance to take a look at the episode on Merkava and mysticism. And so, in order to recap a bit, what I want to do is take a look at mysticism just briefly, because in some ways they're going to link us to the topic we're going to be dealing with this evening, and that is the topic of Jewish magic. As you may remember, the apocalyptic mode of Judaism produced a non-religious way of being. But proto-rabbinic circles, the early rabbis did not like apocalyptic Judaism for lots of reasons, one of which is that it seemed to encourage a kind of bellicose warlike behavior, and it seemed to commit people to a kind of determinism. And determinism, as you might imagine, doesn't really inspire people to be even better. It just says things are fading on, whether it's all part of the divine plan. Well, the early rabbis really didn't like that idea. They really thought, no, we can choose to live differently than we're living. We can choose a different world. And that emphasis on choice and moral responsibility on the part of the rabbis really tilted rabbinical Judaism away from, well, not completely away from, many of the central tenets of apocalyptic Judaism. Now, what does emerge in the world of apocalyptic Judaism is a new kind of mysticism that, ironically enough, does actually prove to be popular, at least with some rabbis.
Now, I don't want to paint a wide brush and make the hogwash and say, yes, all of Merkabah and Shir this is popular among the rabbinical elite. That's definitely not true. If you know anything about rabbis, one of the things that rabbis do as a hobby is disagree with one another. There's just no evidence to say that the rabbis were terribly interested in only practicing this form, these forms of wisdom. And just to parse this out a bit, to maybe jog your memory, the Hegel or Merkabah literature or mysticism is a form of mysticism in which the mystic descends into the divine palaces, and they have to bypass all kinds of angelic guardians, and they have to give them passcodes, and they have to give them secret handshakes and Dakota rings, and not really Dakota rings, but all this kind of weird stuff. And by doing that, they eventually descend through the various palaces of God and ultimately arrive with a beatific vision, which is to say, they were allowed to gaze upon the throne of God, and some of this little kid, he was in the big kid chair. He would sit in like the big people table chair, and he'd be like real small, sitting in a giant recliner. I kind of always imagine that's what it's like sitting in front of God. It's like really worn out, like 3D recliners and super comfortable that you're like, granddad sat in for 50 years. That's what I imagine to be the throne of God. So you can sit in the throne of God, and sometimes you can be transformed into an angel. Why you want to do that, I don't know. But you could, right? In the show, of course, it's a quintessential version of someone who, according to one of the books of Enoch, is transformed into an angel. Alternatively, you can do the nerd option, and the nerd option is math. And the nerd option includes gazing upon the divine body and measuring, right? And he's measuring in this parasol version, unit 3.5 miles, and you're allowed to learn the secret names of all the different parts of God's body. Left eyebrow, right eyebrow, left ear, right ear, all these things. And you're allowed to measure the parts of the divine body. And these numbers may have been something like a meditative technique, although we were pushing back to that. It's very bizarre, very strange form of mysticism. Although I will say, as I pointed out last time, that my mind actually might be arguing against the Merkabah or Choma literature in the Guide Complex. That might be the target, at least of some of his analysis in the Guide Complex. Which, by the way, just to drive that point home, if that's the case, and I think Malcolm Founder makes a really great case that it is, that means the greatest work in all of the history of Jewish philosophy is a response to a form of Jewish mysticism, right? It's downstream of mysticism. It's a reaction to Jewish mysticism. And I think that can't be underestimated or underplayed. I think that's incredibly important if it's true. And I have to believe that it's true, at least to some degree. The other form of literature that we talked about, or mysticism, is what is called the Sor Torah mysticism, the Prince of the Torah. And this is a para-rabbinic. We think these guys may have been in rabbinic circles, maybe only outside rabbinic circles, like the inner core, maybe kind of the hipsters outside smoking cigarettes in the dive bar where the rabbis hung out. These guys wanted to summon a kind of angel called the Sor Torah, the Prince of the Torah. And this angel would teach them rabbinic laws and secrets very rapidly. I don't know, this is like the person that comes to you the day of the exam as a C student and asks if they can see your notes, and they try to download all your notes the day before the exam, right? It's like, it's what do? They have to go before the rabbinical elites, and they have to figure all this stuff out. They're like, oh, might as well summon an angel. And one can hope that the angel will help them with their rabbi test, or their Catholic test, or their German test, or whatever test they have to take. I will say, however, that if I could just learn a little more about the angel, I would not speak Persian, so just as a last thing to remind folks, dozens of these manuscripts are dozens. Right? And history is a bad place. History is a dangerous place. It's a vicious place. There is a very incredible now in the papyrus in Egypt. The odds of surviving anywhere outside of Egypt are pretty low.
And so we have dozens of examples of these texts surviving, being transmitted in Europe, surviving in the Middle Ages, in the world of the Hush the Astronauts, for instance, the world of the German pietists, we'll get to later. These manuscripts survived, which means that somehow they were popular, they were copied, they were probably practiced. So we see them being used over and over again. We see elements of the Hezbollah literature appearing, for instance, in the Talmud. We also see elements of the Hezbollah literature appearing in the New Testament, which I want to remind you is a Jewish text from Jewish people, right? So the New Testament also contains some mentions of Hezbollah literature, which is just to say that all of this is a witness to the popularity of these forms of mysticism and what we call magic. I say quasi-magic because the Psalm Torah literature is a kind of quasi-magic, right? It is a kind of quasi-magic. When I say quasi-magic, you are in fact summoning a being, right? You're in fact summoning a being. Magic can teach you stuff rapidly, right? You can't learn things rapidly normally. You have to download them somehow, right? Almost like putting a jack in your head, downloading information. The Sartor somehow has the ability to do that for you. So this is a bit of a recap that gets us up to speed and links for us, at least at some level, the distinction between murder mysticism, where you descend into the chariot, the Sartor literature, which you're bringing down an angel. And that bridges the gap for us at some level between mysticism and magic. And those two things are more focused in a complementary direction of Jewish magic. I just want to say, I'm getting a bunch of emails which tells me that there might be something amiss. So let me see, just check those fast there before we jump right in. I want to make sure that I'm not missing something in the wrong or whatever. 1 second. Sorry again.
Am I allowed to keep those posters?
No, okay. So when I hear like 5 emails go off all of a sudden randomly, I just check to make sure I'm not wrong with some other kind of mistake.
I want the existence of life.
Let's turn to Jewish magic. Now, as you might imagine, magic and Jewish magic more specifically present a lot of complex problems, right? They present a lot of complex problems. The first problem is that the term magic, the concept of magic, is basically impossible to pin down. Scholars have been trying to pin down what exactly one means by magic for a couple of hundred years, maybe more than that. Really more than that. Because the problem with magic is, where does magic end and where does religion begin? Right? It seems like magic is causing things by supernatural beings. Well, what about the prayer? Right? That seems like a kind of supernatural causation, right? So, magic is always a term that's very difficult to pin down exactly what we mean by it. And just to give you some evidence of that, this is a recent volume called Defining Magic. Here, right? Defining Magic. It's about 260 pages, pretty dense academic literature, with about 30 or 40 different scholars trying to do just that. And guess what? They don't. They all agree that you can. So scholars even today are throwing heat and trying to figure out what exactly magic is. It's a difficult task. Now, what I'm going to say, right, is for the purposes of this lecture at least, I'm just going to need magic to mean any illicit supernatural practice. Right? Any illicit supernatural practice. Now, why do I say illicit? Because magic in history has almost always been used as a way of othering someone else's practices. So, for instance, when the Greeks decided that they did religion, they othered the Persians. They said, these Magi, they do weird Persian religion, right? We do real religion. But those Persians, they do magic, right? They are magic people. So, right did it right, which was right. When the Catholic Church did miracles, the Catholic Church said, yeah, we do miracles. What do witches do? They do magic. They do witchcraft. So you can see here, right, that the lines control about what is magic and what's not, what's a miracle, what's not, what's sorcery, what's legitimate religion. The line has less to do with what you're doing. It has more to do with who's in control, who is to decide what's allowed and what's not. So magic, in this case, is almost always this othering term. It's almost always used to describe what the other does. The bad people, the women, the Persians, the Jews, whatever. So it's an othering term. So when I use it here, right, I want to be clear about two things. One, I'm using it in a very circumspect way. And two, I want to acknowledge that for many people now, in the 20th, 21st century, magic is an important part of their spiritual life. Modern day Wicca, modern day people who identify as witches, modern day Druids, modern day Jewish people who practice magic as part of their spirituality is a fundamentally different kind of thing than what I'm talking about. So I just want to say that what I'm doing here is putting magic in a very specific, circumspect way in order to elucidate how it's operated within Judaism over the course of several millennia. I am not offering a end-all, be-all definition of magic. It's much more problematic than that. Second, Jewish magic is a mess because it seems like a contradictory terms. Why? Well, if the authorities determine what's in or what's out, what's illicit and what's illicit, well, the problem here is, what does the Torah say about these practices? Well, the Torah is really weird about this. Now, I know that you probably have in your mind the idea that the Torah condemns magic. And the answer to that is, kinda it does. It depends on what you mean by magic. So the most extensive condemnation that we see in the Torah of what we now consider something like magic is actually probably in Deuteronomy 18. Now there are lots of other places in the Hebrew Bible where magic or something like magic is condemned. Their practices are really people that do certain kinds of things that are condemned. But you'll see here, right? I left the technical terms in the original Hebrew transliterator here. So it reads Deuteronomy 18. There won't be found among you one who passes his son and daughter through fire. This is probably an indigenous Canaanite practice of Kosim, of Kosamim, Ameonim, Amenasesh, Mezesheth, and a father of Heber, and was passed of an oath or a Gedemoni, and the one who seeks nourishment. Right? Now, what you see here, right, is I've maintained all these Hebrew words in their transliterated form. Why? Because we don't know what any of them are, really. We don't know what any of them are. Right? A meonim might have to do with someone who divines things, tells the future through clouds, right? The Hebrew word anan does mean cloud. So maybe it's one who clouds stuff. Right? But what they do, we have no idea. Mechashef, right? This might come from the word, for snake, right? Nachash, right? This might come from someone who divines things from snakes, but again, we don't know. Allah and Gedemoni, again, we don't know. And not only do we not know, the rabbis of the earliest period of the Talmud didn't know either. Now, how do we know that? They debated about what these words meant. You don't debate about what words mean if everyone already knows what they mean. You debate about them when you don't know what they are. And so what we see, for instance, in Tractate Sanhedrin and developing Talmud is a very elaborate debate about what's allowed and what's not. What's supernatural causation that's allowed, what's supernatural causation which is forbidden. Now, of course, the most famous condemnation in the Hebrew Bible is found in the book of Exodus. And that line, I have to say, this line, that line cost the lives, I would say, of thousands, tens of thousands of people in Middle Ages in their modern period, specifically women. This famous line reads, female magic doing person, don't let them. Right? Literally, and of course you probably know it famously in the King James Bible translation, suffer not the witch to live. Right? That line led thousands, tens of thousands of women to their death in the early modern period in the witch hunts. We think that number is somewhere between 40 and 60,000 people mostly that were executed during the witch hunts. And that line justified
they leave a heavy on that line. Like, it's so brief and so terrible. Now, of course, we have this line, especially for the website. By the way, you'll notice for folks who don't understand what this Hebrew, it's in the feminine, right? It's specifically targeting men. We do see other texts like Mephibosheth, right? The masculine form over there, Deuteronomy, you can see it there. So it does condemn both female and male magic users, but the line in Exodus can't touch any of this. So at any rate, what do we do with this Mephibosheth, right? That you can't let witches or female sorcerers or whatever live. Well, you can contrast it with other sections of the Hebrew Bible which seem perfectly abnormal supernatural causation. The two most famous examples are divination. You're perfectly allowed to use divination in the Hebrew Bible. You just have to use a specific form of divination. This is to say, the breastplate of the high priest has a device in it called Urim and the Thummim, right? This is some kind of divination device. Although exactly how it works, we don't know. There's a lot of speculation about this. I say it worked, who knows what it really was. And of course, the other more infamous ritual is the Sotah ritual, in which a woman suspected of adultery, there's no male version of the Sotah ritual, men suspected of adultery are through this, in which a woman is forced to consume a sand, ash, and things, and drink this, assuming that she's committed adultery, and would cause her stomach to become upset, she would be executed. So the Sotah ritual, right, is also a form of supernatural causation to sort out whether or not a woman has committed adultery. These are both examples of supernatural causation that are allowed in the Hebrew Bible. In fact, there's an entire tractate of the Babylonian Talmud dedicated to the Sotah ritual. So it's clear that these forms of supernatural causation are illicit, while the other ones, right, being Onan or manifest, those are forbidden. So what do these words mean? We don't know. We do, however, get some clues, right? One of the great boons of 20th century archaeology was that we figured out how to read Akkadian. Akkadian is the language of the ancient Babylonians. It's a distinct cousin of Hebrew. And guess what we find there? We find cognates. And cognates are the jam of any linguist, right? Because if you can find a cognate in German and Old Gothic, right? If you don't know what the Gothic means, you might be able to figure out from the Middle High German what the Old Gothic word means. And this is fantastic. This is a great thing. So, right, we find the Akkadian word, for instance, kishku, which does mean evil magic word. And look at that, right? Look at the find, right? The word Mephibosheth, right? You can see if you know some Hebrew, you can see the exact same root word, right? The ka, the shah, right? And the sound, of course, was unique to Akkadian. We can see there in Akkadian that we have a very clear word for sorcerer, magic word. This is important, by the way, because if we read the Septuagint, of course, is the Greek translation of the Bible, Hebrew Bible into Greek. The Septuagint actually translates the word Mephibosheth as poison from Achaia, right? It translates it as poisoner. So they kind of up-translate it to make it a bit more rational. That's very clear from the original Hebrew that the word does in fact indicate a specific female magic doer. So doesn't really have a translation of that. You can from the Akkadian. Now, does the Torah condemn all magic? As we see, kind of not. It depends on what you mean by magic. You may remember this is an image here from one of our first lectures here on Jewish mysticism. This is the Kitzur amulet that was found in a grave in Jerusalem. Well, why might you put the priestly benediction in a grave? Well, you might put it in a grave for magical purposes, to protect the dead from things like evil spirits. Why? Because we see that kind of practice occurring all over the ancient Near East. Again, the Israelites, the ancient Near Eastern people, they incorporate practices from the wider Near East. And so when you see an amulet written on silver with blessings on it, the natural leap is that this document is some kind of amulet to protect the dead, perhaps from evil spirits. Well, if that's true, I think there's good reason to believe that it is. That makes the earliest section of the Hebrew Bible ever recovered an amulet, and therefore a magical one. Now, just let that settle in for a moment. That would mean that the earliest example of the Hebrew Bible that has ever been recovered is a magical device. I think that's
profound thinking about the history of magic. That means magic predates, at least in terms of material culture, everything else we know about it. That's why magic is profound, interesting. So it wasn't profound history. Now, does that mean that the people that put those amulets in those tombs were allowed to do that? Does it mean that they were operating under limits so it was acceptable at the time? We have no idea. We do have the material history, and we have to deal with it as such. Right? It's not for me to judge yay or nay. All I can say is, someone wrote a blessing that eventually became part of the Hebrew Bible on a silver amulet and put it in a tomb. And anywhere else we would see something like that, we would jump to the idea that why not just let that evidence speak for itself in some way? So, it's clear, right, that what the Hebrew Bible is worried about, what the Israelites were worried about when they condemned magic, is less practices. They're worried about differentiating themselves from their neighbors. Right? These people do this, we don't do that. Right? These people do this, we don't do that either. Right? These people do these practices, we don't want those kinds of people in our community. So notice that the condemnations here in Deuteronomy, they're about being people. Don't be a Kesami. Don't be a Mahon. Don't be a Minachesh. Right? Don't be a Chordo. Don't be a person that does that. It's not a condemnation of the practice per se. It's a condemnation of those kinds of people being in your community. And as we'll see in just a minute, right? Many Israelites, at least one Israelite, famous one, had to consult one of those people. So again, the condemnations we see here are not condemnations of practice typically. They're condemnations of people doing those practices. Why? Probably identity formation. We're not those people. We're not those kind of people. But also, it's theologically threatening. If you're moving in the direction of monotheism, right? Monotheism is in your wheelhouse. And you're moving in the idea that there's a singular God who does everything in the world. Well, what does it mean if there's like Manasa down the road or Saba down the road and they get like monkey around with reality and like bring people back to life? Or curse crops? Or make people fall off each other? It seems like they have access to supernatural powers over and against the supernatural powers of your God. And that's worrying. That's a theological worry. Because if your God is the only God and the only one really in control, who are these people? And what are they tapping into? How do they have access to these weird powers? They can make someone fall in love with someone else, or make someone get a sickness, or cure a disease, or bring someone back from the dead. That's all very anxiety producing. If monotheism, strict kind of monotheism, is ultimately where you're going, God and God alone has those kinds of powers. Of course, you'll see that same anxiety play itself out later in, for instance, Christianity. But Christianity has an easy answer for that. Their answer is they're working with the damn devil, right? And if they're working with the devil, that's how they do this stuff. The Israelites, at least the Israelites, want to think about the monotheism don't have that, right? And so this is a much more complicated problem for them, at least before, at least at this point, prior to the apocalypse. Maybe later on, as you can see early on in the book of the Bible. The clearest account of magical practice among the Israelites is found, of course, in the Hebrew Bible. But where else? And that account, of course, we found in the story of the Ba'alat Oath. You'll notice here, right, that we have that prohibition on consulting an oath or being an oath back in Deuteronomy. Here we have a person with a title, Ba'alat Oath. We don't know her name, but we do know her title. She is a mistress of the oath. Now, Ba'alat is relatively clear. This means Baal, means master, so it's one who has control of something. The word husband in Hebrew is Baal, right? It's the one that's in control. Whatever. Aside, the Ba'alat Oath here is a mistress. She is a she, at least gender-wise, grammatically speaking. And she is a mistress of the oath. Now, we don't know who the oath is. It seems possible this word is related to it may be probably related to the idea of ancestors, specifically dead ancestors, and therefore we might translate this word as something like a person who has access to the ancestors who are dead. Right? Now that's a really clunky translation. The typical translation we use for that now is something like necromancy. Right? Necromancy. Necromancy is
manipulation of the dead for various kinds of powers, or specifically predicting the future. That's exactly what we have here with we don't know what this word means, but I do think it's probably related to the word dead ancestors. These are special people that have access to those dead ancestors. So, you may know the story, right? Saul is in a war with the Philistines. King Saul, first king of Israel, is in a war with the Philistines, and it's going badly. Well, not only going badly, God has abandoned Saul. Saul goes to these legitimate forms of divination, Urim and Thummim. He consults them, and well, God doesn't pick up. Right? It's like when you're in a big problem, and you call someone and they don't pick up, well, you freak out. Well, Saul freaks out. So what does he do? He goes to an old wolf. Right? He goes to one of these people and he consults with this character here. And she does successfully summon the ghost, the spirit of the recently deceased prophet Samuel. And she describes Samuel as emerging from the earth as an Elohim. Right? She's terrified of that. And she says, I see an Elohim coming up from the earth. Now, we do see in other texts, for instance, in Akkadian texts and Heretic texts, where the dead are sometimes referred to as Elim, as gods. In fact, there's a specific word for dead ancestor spirits in Hebrew, the Rephaim, also seems to be sort of alive in the afterlife in some kind of weird way. Exactly what the Rephaim are is mysterious. In fact, the new monograph just got published on the Israelite conception of the Rephaim, and I am really interested to read it because this is a very mysterious problem. Sometimes the Philistines are referred to the Rephaim as giants. It's a really mysterious term. But anyway, the Bala of Endor does successfully summon the ghost of Samuel, the Ruach of Samuel, and of course, like all prophets, as you probably know, they have bad news. Because prophets always have bad news. Never go to a prophet to get good news. They don't got it. If you go to the prophet bank, go to the good news section, it's all full of bad news. And the bad news is, yes, God has abandoned Saul, and he's going to die tomorrow.
God told them, guys, before you converse, here's what you need to do. Sell off all the idolatry, right? Sell off all the idolatry, and then you have the cash. Use that, then you listen to about
The text never says, and the Bala
she says,
and she was a liar. In fact, it paints her very, very nicely. She's always depicted as very conscientious. She even says that when Saul comes to consult with her, he's outlaw this practice, that she doesn't want to do it. He has to force her to do it in some way. And she obliges her. So the Bala is nothing like the crooked nose, bitch of Hansel and Gretel tales, right? Inherently malevolent and preying upon people. Saul goes to her. She refuses. He insists. She summons the ghost. And then afterwards, when he's terrified of his impending fate, she tries to comfort him with food. Out of her own comes here, right? She's a relatively person we can imagine. So the image of the Bala, sometimes this term is described as a witch at Endor. I really don't like the translation witch at Endor, because the term witch is so illuminative and imaginary that it summons an image of this woman utterly unlike how she's presented in the text. So I think we should call her what the text calls her. We should call her a Bala, because it indicates that she's an expert, right? She's an expert at this, right? She's actually my Star Wars fan, recognize the name Endor. Endor, of course, becomes Endor in Star Wars, and there's a lot of great Star Wars stuff in Star Wars. So the Bala of Endor, it's very clear that the writer of at least that text in the Hebrew Bible clearly believes in the power of the Bala. We don't learn anything else about her. She comes into the story, she gives a few verses, she's gone. We never learn anything else about her. At the same time, in the Hebrew Bible, there are a lot of weirdos. Right? What weirdos, right? I was full weirdos. The most weird perhaps are Elijah and his student Elisha. And these two guys are associated with all kinds of miracles. As you may remember, they're weird prophets from back in the day. They're evil men of God.
It's a weird specific term for folks who are able to not only do prophecy but also do miracles. And the only times in the Hebrew Bible where the dead are resurrected,
the proceeds of this.
always in relationship to Elijah and Elisha.
What's the ultimate thing in this movie?
That's amazing, because the dead being resurrected is a big deal.
Says,
Because typically only God has power over life and death, and Elijah and Elisha are both respectively able to resurrect the dead, at least those who are dead. In fact, people can be thrown into a grave and jump out of the bottom. It's really spectacular.
Let's say I can sing this.
By the Second Temple period, King Solomon's son, King David, is also associated heavily with magic, specifically the ability to control demons. Again, remember in the apocalyptic period, angels and demons kind of burst on the scene in a way that they hadn't previously in Israelite literature. And these demons, these sort of supernatural malevolent creatures, or at least quasi-malevolent creatures, can be controlled to various magical means. And one of the magical means that we talk about early on is the Dead Sea Scrolls, by the way. And also Josephus and Philo both recount tales in the first century of the ability of Solomon to control demons. Specifically, demons were used in the construction of the first temple. That's interesting and weird, because you have a king of Israel using a bunch of demons to control them, right? Specifically, the demon that's noted is actually a Persian demon, right? Remember that Zoroastrian connection, right? Ashmedai is a Persian demon. A Persian demon, not an Israelite one, but he's imported into Judaism during the process of exile in Persia. Solomon has the ability, at least early on, at least by the Second Temple period, to manipulate demons. And for folks out there who are interested in magic, that probably already know, there is an entire branch in the Western magical tradition called Solomonic magic that carries this idea forward to this day. There are people out there to this day practicing variations of Solomonic magic that survived all the way back to the Second Temple period, that have survived into the Middle Ages until now. I won't say that they're exactly continuous, but there's at least a tradition of Solomon as having the ability to control demons, specifically in the construction of the first temple. Now, that story doesn't occur at all in the Hebrew Bible. There's no evidence there in the Hebrew Bible, but it does begin to occur around the period of the Second Temple period in the Apocalyptic period. And we see it again as early as the 6th of the Dead Sea Scrolls, where there is an exorcistic psalm attributed to Solomon.
So you just said before,
Demon language. Would you go with
when you want into existence?
All right. The other place, right, where we also see is in the Galilee. The Galilee in the first temple and the second temple was kind of jumping out with dudes who could do miracles. You may know Sonny the Circle Maker, right? Who's famous. He's my partner of Rabbi Lonapper's favorite rabbi of all time, Sonny the Circle Maker, who did a great job of documenting his camp there, his tomb in the Galilee. Sonny, as you may know, is famous for forcing God to make it rain. Not make it rain was a lot, right? So he said, I'm going to stand in this circle, and God, I'm going to stand here until God makes it rain. Eventually, God made it rain, but God punished Sonny, made one torn. And Sonny said, that's too hard, God, turn it down a notch. And God turned it down a notch and made it rain. And Sonny left his circle. This almost led to the excommunication of Sonny. Because the idea here was that Sonny was using powers to manipulate God. That's a how cool is that?
In the state,
Other guy that we know from this time period, the famous exorcist, the Messiah, his name was Josh, Yeshua of Nazareth, better known as Jesus. They call him Joshua. From him, we have his name is Jewish there, Aramaic word for Joshua. Jesus also engaged in a great deal of miracle making, predominantly exorcism. Jesus, if you do not know as the Messiah at the central core of Christianity, probably be known as a very famous Jewish exorcist. In fact, the majority of the miracles that he did were exorcism. Another famous rabbi from this time period, of course, is Hanina ben Dosa. He was famous for a range of supernatural feats, including exorcism, but also
teleporting,
Obviously, both
flying
have
around. Sammy de Mendoza, according to the Talmud, could teleport and fly around. He also engaged in nightly duels with the queen of the demons, the demons and the king as well. Lilith is the queen, and Ashmedai is the king. Text to look at. Sammy de Mendoza was famous for all kinds of supernatural feats, including engaging with fire emperors on supernatural lines. As well, great stories in the Talmud about him. Of course, we should also mention Shimon Bar Yochai, who would be famous as the writer, allegedly, of the Sefer Zohar, the central text of Kabbalah. We'll do that in a few weeks. But of course, Shimon Bar Yochai is also attributed to have committed a great deal of miracles. My famous, of course, is that after hiding from the Romans in a cave for many years, he emerged from the cave and was so disgusted with the piety of the people around him that lasers, fire, shot forth from his eyes and killed a bunch of people. And he realized that his powers were too strong and he had to restrain them. And so he retreated back into the cave to wait it out. So here's the problem. Jewish is all the guys that look at Instagram are Jewish, so I don't know, maybe the laser crusader. I have no idea. I like to believe that Superman's laser eyes.
This is something I don't want to say it's more so which means it's still value. So therefore again, brother there doesn't actually care if it means in this whole state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. First thing says that's fine. That works fine for an item. How would you explain it instead of Yahweh? That is Hedron. So this is very interesting. Adrianic person. So apparently, Rashi points out that here, Adrianic person, where ultimately was very absorbent. So, therefore, if you put wine in there, the person will absorb wine to a degree that you could take a shard of that person. Put it in water and reconstitute it. In that case, also, brother here that is it two cares if he has this great impact. It doesn't make a difference because either way, the value is still retained. To which the most the one saying about lots of the Jewish one second, even if that's so, even if brother there doesn't care about the fact that he's great, right? But he does care whether or not it's still lost, he still wants to continue existence. Urushas Hager Hamad, don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot, bring a proof in the case of the inheritance of Hager. No, Shani Urushas Hager got killed by Rabbi. Rabbis were naked by the Yerusha of Hager. In other words, normally, the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha myself, Chazal were naked by Yerusha. As long as the ger has not yet actively taken possession. The idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right, so you take this, you take the later stuff, I'll take the stuff. Even though, yes, he wants to continue existence. Why? Why would they make it by a ger? That Kubra Abanon is Zera Shemi Yatsu. We are afraid that if he has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money and choose his inheritance. That's not only not going to get. That's a reality from nature. We've seen this before as well, for example, right? It is something that hasn't shown. But Chazal said that in certain cases, is theft. And the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? And the victim should not accept that the stolen thing. Why? they wanted to go ahead and facilitate the thief's trip. They created the thief. He has to return everything. He's not going to much. Difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial. Money is necessary. That is important. And as much as we say, but as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health and you pay your bills. Because if you don't have money, you just it's not a good thing. And many people could not stand up to religious challenges. There was a choice between religion and were afraid that if he has to choose between halacha and ultimately again his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of because of his human nature. So if Chazal didn't want to put him in that situation, therefore they want to make up by a hair, and you're saying that often in this kind of case, you're going to have in a state it's comprised of committed items, therefore allow him to keep the committed items, give his brother all of the Tanya Rafi writes that if this Najam, when it is so, Shirshu, in case of Yerusha, Avanish through us. But in the case that's a business partnership with the us. So you see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in the context as well. Because you don't want to put the person in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. So remember that. How do you guys think about it? So remember again, all this is the same people that want to sitting together. Another question that came up. Garrett Tosha now she back up on this question. So let's say this is a very interesting case. Can a Garrett Tosha go ahead, and let's say, just before we go ahead, this idea that Chazal will make it by the just see you understand the tremendous circumstances. Halacha that is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. These people have a very sweet view of a very sweet view of halacha. That the Shrub is waiting for us to mess up. It's all waiting for us to mess up. So let me set up a punishment. That's a good for the future. The emotion wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal want our success more than we want our success. And one of the halachas, one of the rules of the scripture, just a lot of punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and make a mistake. But again, Ishmael understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's in this world and in this world. In this world.
I'll attribute it to Shimon Bar Yochai, but
Chazal,
it's going to go places. That's true.
Yeah, Tosha.
Jesus engaging in the exorcism, his most famous exorcism. The Pharisees demoniac
kind of get coached
Jesus
up.
famously grew into a bunch of pigs and ran them off
Go
with
ahead
his really
and
great
knowledge or
anti-colonial
date.
read of his mixes of ritual that I think is really important. But that may be a story for another day.
An apple
Now you might just think, oh, all this magic stuff is unique to a bunch of weirdos in the Galilee. Jesus and those guys are around him. No. Rabbinic literature, the Talmud, is absolutely filled with all kinds of magical practices, things like abjuration, magical incantations to be used against various kinds of demons. There are all kinds of demons in the Talmud. The Talmud is full of demons. Specifically, disease-causing demons. There are massive lists in the Talmud. One of my favorite discussions in the Talmud is the tractate about Pesach, where you are told you cannot drink wine in pairs because that attracts demons. And if you drink wine in pairs, right, that can attract demons as bad as why you do four. But you can't do four. You have to interrupt every single glass of wine.
Does such a
Make
person
action
have the
and
ability
interrupt some, so you're always drinking the wine odd number.
decommission and damage?
Also, by the way, if you ever wonder what I say,
on one hand,
Pesach, welcome to everyone who wants to come. They can come in to eat. We always have an Aramaic.
we say
Why do we say
only one
Aramaic,
relations
not
is
Hebrew?
ours.
Well, the rabbis say
And decommission.
demons don't
As they
understand
were called up
Aramaic.
in the
They do understand Hebrew, so we say it in Aramaic. So the demons don't get invited to our house.
when we say like this,
Now, kidding,
anyone who's going to
that is
call
a
it back,
belief in Judaism about why we
if you're in the car shop of
Pesach
example,
in Aramaic,
then you can go up
not in Hebrew. Demons don't understand Aramaic. I don't know why they don't take a Bible class or a legal
and this
class,
guy
but
is in the
demons are very busy. Further, the Talmud is filled with astrological speculation. There are amulets and incantations specifically for instance, blindness is a pretty famous one there against blindness. There's also a really famous one where you kind of
so
engage
because of that, you know, Baruch Hashem,
demon that causes it
he himself
to blow up if you do it correctly. They're evil. There are also even the accounts of the tractates of
and he has to come out to
the
go out
creation of
and
artificial
negate
people and animals. These are typically referred to as golems.
what's only about
We'll be spending some time talking about golems here in just a bit for the Sefer Yetzirah. Now, all of that stuff I just mentioned is considered completely allowable in the Talmud.
and not
You
just
can
you know, only someone who worships it can be
you can banish demons, you can do all kinds of stuff, right?
idolatry.
There's a lot of things that look a lot like magic and they can be working to imagination. But what's really clear is that not everything is. For instance, creation in areas of liberation, right? The more flesh, the more worries, the more possessions, the more worries, the more women, the more witchcraft, the more maidservants, uncouthness, and more service, death.
Actual boss
Famous line from
I remember it.
again,
So let's say,
women,
well, listen to
wives,
this.
the more witchcraft.
I'm working in the shop, working in the shop.
Misogynistic,
I see
but we also see here there's still a combination of witchcraft, right? Again, the link of
sitting
women.
there.
Again,
If
you
I
have
look
your
at
right.
that's probably
What men do, what rabbis do, summoning demons, turning making things, that's okay.
what is required
It's
by
when women do
Jewish
something like that.
So what do I do?
That's
Well,
witchcraft.
let's
See
go
it,
about
the
that.
other
So if I pick it up,
right?
over
Men do
the over
it,
the
yeah, I'll get by. When women do it, it's witchcraft.
we call over it.
And this again, here's an example of what seems to be
and
patented in the form of magic, right? This is from Tractate Gittin, throughout the Talmud. Gittin has
you want to decommission. So go ahead and
rabbis
engage
talk
into
about
that
when coming
decommission
from
of
a bathroom, a man should not
however,
have
again,
sex until he's waited long enough
some
to
more,
walk
bro.
half a mile.
And you know, over
Why?
and
Because the
again,
bathroom demon is with him for that time. And if he does have sex, his children will be alive. So we have a theory of epilepsy. A very good theory of epilepsy. But what's the reason? If you go into the bathroom, go to the bathroom demon. By the way, the bathroom demon features a prominently in the Talmud. So the bathroom demon, once you go to the bathroom, they attach themselves to you. And they follow you for at least a half hour. But I guess after half a mile, they get back to the bathroom. And so if you have sex with the bathroom demon attached to you, then your children may become epileptic. Is that magic? Well, it'll do until magic gets here. It looks like magic to me. Right? Superstition, magic, legend, the bathroom show, all these things is incredibly vague.
whether he
Right,
worships
the
or
boundaries
doesn't
are all
worship.
these things.
Even
Now,
if
if you're curious about, because I'm just listing a couple weird
you want
things,
to say that
I'm listing the least weird things, folks.
then
There are far stranger things about the talent of demons and magic that I've not mentioned here. And I've done an entire class for the Federation of Faculty. Basic class just on Jewish magic. So you're getting basically the smart news version. So now, I guarantee you, if I could go take a class with Jewish magic, I guarantee you there is a ton of time. So after the time period of the apocalyptic Jewish magic really goes international. That's to say, Jewish magic leaves Palestine, and there is a great deal of magic out there in the world. We have to speed up a little bit just to make time here, but if I go close to the forgive me. In the early modern, in the early common period, Jewish magic was, Jews were associated with magic, and Jewish magic was heavily syncretistic. Which is to say that Egyptian, Roman, Jewish, pagan elements all rolled together to form a kind of international magical practice, international magical language. And an enormous amount of magical documents and magical devices are attested in the ancient world. These are gathered together in what is typically called the Greek Magical Library, of which there are numerous examples of Jewish magic being practiced in the ancient world, both by Jews, but also non-Jews using Hebrew or using Jewish names for God for their own magical purposes. Why? Because they thought the Jews and the Jewish God had some kind of special magical power. This is just a small gathering of some of the magical devices that are typically associated with Jews that survived from the ancient and classical world. So you can see here we have love spells, right? If you cast this into a fire to form a love spell, you see a Diffictiones, right? Diffictiones is a curse tablet here written upon in metal that would be used to curse people. You see amulets that invoke angels, right, to protect you from various kinds of spirits. You see a curse here on the left-hand side, original papyrus that is supposed to survive from the late classical period. And perhaps most shockingly, you can see one of the three small devices that have been found with Hebrew incantations written on the skull of a dead person. The skull incantations we have, for the video later if you want to read the entire incantation. Three of these skull incantations have been found throughout the ancient classical world. And these skull incantations are something that most Jews would be shocked by. The touching of a dead body to do anything at all is completely unfair. The use of the skull provided an incantation harness some kind of magical power that would fill many ancient Jews with shock and disgust. And yet, there's no denying that all these forms of magic were practiced by Jews in the ancient world. I say all these practices, if you look at Roman, Greek, Egyptian, other practices in the ancient world, you'll find the exact same forms of magic being practiced by them. The tablets, magical amulets, the skull thing is kind of weird. Magic love spells, right? In fact, you cast this in a fire. It says, if as this burns, may the heart of Rachel burn. Maybe even have Rachel's name written on there. Rachel blood. Some Rachel. Later Rachel. But also we have names here, just cursed as well. So, needless to say, right? Just looking at this on the screen, people say Jews don't practice magic. That's something we do. Well, because some archaeology do it. Like, really? There's a lot of this going on, right? And again, this is just what survived. If this would survive, you can imagine how much there was. You can imagine there was a ton of this going on. In fact, what's great about this one here is that there are spaces left for the names to be put in, which meant this was made commercially, right? So this device is made commercially, and then the magical practitioner would go in and add the names in later to kind of make it work. This is being sold. This was a commercial object you could buy in the shop or whatever in the market from the magical specialist where
What is it?
commercial. A very popular form of Jewish magic in the ancient world, but also a popular form of Christian and pagan magic was incantation bowls. Incantation bowls were bowls with images typically of demons. Some of our early these depictions of the demons down to these incantation bowls, they would be drawing an image of the demon that you will find. You can see that these demons here are bound with chains. You can see that their hands are tied here, they're bound with chains. And then an incantation would be around the periphery of the inside of the bowl, and then the bowl would be buried upside down, right there on a cave or down in the doorway of your house. And the idea is any demon coming in will be captured by the bowl. Right? It's sort of like a glue trap. You would use on a mouse. Don't use glue traps on mice. That's really
all of them exposed.
kind of like a glue trap
He's Latino.
for demons. For demons. So these bowls are meant to trap evil spirits entering your home by turning them upside down and burying them in the lintel of your home. Mezuzahs are used for the exact same purposes. In many cases where there's a terrible illness in a home, still to this day in the Haredi world, the rabbi will ask to check the mezuzahs to make sure they're in order, to make sure that evil spirits that enter the home because of the faulty mezuzah. By the way, this demon bowl right here, if you ever get down to the Council Museum in Ann Arbor, you can see this exact bowl. This is in Ann Arbor at the Council Museum. On display, there's an excellent little museum there that you can see this exact incantation bowl from our mission people. Get down, go to the Council Museum, see the incantation bowl. You may notice here, this is just a lot of wiggles. You're right, it's a bunch of wiggles. It's wiggles that look like Hebrew. Vaguely. Well, not everyone can read. So, if you can read, you might get the wiggle bowl. If you can read, you would get the real incantation bowl. The real incantation written down. So we have these illiterate bowls, right, that are with the pseudo-script. And by the way, we can always tell if you're meant for because the Aramaic ones are always Jews or Indians or Indians that don't have Christians or whatever. So everyone's using these. There are thousands. If you get the chance to go to the Royal Ontario Museum in Toronto, they have one of the largest collections of these demon bowls. These demons here are bound with chains. You can see that their hands are tied. Right here, they're bound with chains. And then an incantation words around the periphery of the inside of the bowl. And the bowl will be buried upside down, right, concave down in the doorway of your house. And the idea is any demon coming in will be captured by the bowl. Right? It's sort of like a glue trap. Use on a mouse. Don't use glue traps on mice. That's been really kind of like a glue trap for demons. So these bowls are meant to trap evil spirits entering your home by turning them upside down and burying them in the lintel of your home. Of course, mezuzahs are used for the exact same purposes. In many cases where there's a terrible illness in the home, still to this day in the Haredi world, the rabbi will ask to check the mezuzahs to make sure they're in order, to make sure that evil spirits enter the home because of the faulty mezuzah. By the way, this demon bowl right here, if you ever get down to the Council Museum in Ann Arbor, you can see this exact bowl. This is in Ann Arbor at the Council Museum. On display is an excellent little museum there, but you can see this exact incantation bowl from my mission people. Get down, go to the Council Museum, see the incantation bowl. You may notice here this is just a lot of wiggles. You're right, it's a bunch of wiggles, but it's wiggles that look like Hebrew. Vaguely. Well, not everyone can read. So, if you can read, you might get the Bible bowl. But if you can read, you would get the real incantation bowl, the real incantation written around. So we have these illiterate bowls, right, that are with pseudo-script. And by the way, we can always tell who you're meant for because the Aramaic ones are always for Jews, the Indians, or Indians, or Christians. So everyone's using these. There are thousands. If you get the chance to go to the Royal Ontario Museum in Toronto, they have one of the largest collections of these demon bowls in the world. They have a whole wall of them. So if you really want to get your fill of demon bowls, just go to the Royal Ontario Museum and see them. I also think that one day we should do a museum for graphic kids. They're going to do like Play-Doh that you make. It's completely authentic puppies from that day. They're going to make anything. Little demon pups, make fancy little monsters, whatever. It's great for them to have them under their bed to like deal with their fear of monsters. I feel like this is an authentic Jewish way of dealing with fears and monsters and demons by allowing kiddos to make these bowls and maybe have a bit of catharsis and trusting the demons and so anyone says again, the Jews don't do anything wrong. I got
10,000 deeper invitation forms that you can just as you've been wrapping up these these a little bit more rapidly, we're coming close to time. Another text that begins to emerge at this time are exactly books of magic, right? Books of magic, these are magic. One of the famous, very early ones is called the Sefer HaGuinness. I've done episodes on my esoteric channel on all of these books. If you really want to dig deep into some of these books of magic, almost all of these I've covered in depth, 20-minute episodes or so on my channel. So yeah, this is a book called the Sefer HaGuinness that was recovered in fragments in the Cairo Museum. It dates to around the 8th, 9th, 10th century, earlier. And this system uses an elaborate system of angel magic and magical symbols. These magical symbols here are symbols of Jewish magic to use this magic to get what you want, whether it's winning horse races or gaining love or turning invisible or whatever. The Sefer HaGuinness has a spell for you and uses these various magical dimensional angels by using various kinds of magical symbols to get them to do what you want. Remember, the Sartor literature does something similar, rather than medical or you're having it used to do a lot more minor things, including things like turning invisible and healing sicknesses, and also cursing people with sicknesses. You can get something sometimes. Another famous text from around the 10th century is the Sar Emotion. This is an Aramaic magical book that uses a first section, which are long strings of Hebrew or Aramaic letters, and then you would extract out of those long strings Hebrew or Aramaic letters sections. I've highlighted a section here that you would use for doing various things, and you would use those sections along with a magical spell. Those magical spells would empower those code words, and those code words would do all kinds of various things, like turning this involved with you, cursing people, and turning people, the same kind of things that most magical spells actually do. They're pretty repetitive, but you can get it. So this one's interesting because the Sword of Moses is a long list of seemingly random Hebrew letters, which are then extracted out and used for magical purposes that I mentioned earlier. So the sword is actually what's going right. Some of these magical words also show up later in Christian magical texts, which means that Christians were so interested in Jewish magic that they had the Jews translate some of it for them to make it use the magical powers as well. And then you make the Jews even try to kill them. But hey, history. Dangerous place. The famous texts, right, are the Sefer HaYashar and the Sefer HaMakush. The Sefer HaYashar is a text of astrological Jewish magic that tells you how specifically to do magical certain kinds of days, so that you can focus your magical power using astrology. Again, it says that ancient Jews used astrology. Well, again, got some text for you to do with. Of course they did. Everyone knows astrology. So we have a magical text that uses magic, ancient magic, and astrology to manipulate various forces of the cosmos to accomplish various ends. And of course we have the Sefer HaMakush, which allows one to make a special kind of garment inscribed with various magical names of God, various kinds of things. For instance, some of the but you can use the Sefer HaMakush, the garment, to do all kinds of magical things, and you write along this garment with various kinds of magical names like God, and you fast and sort of things as well in order to enact the magical power. I picked this image up, by the way, FYI, because this is an image of a Jew from the Middle Ages, and notice he's also forced to wear a yellow device. But notice it's a yellow circle as opposed to a yellow star. So this, I just find this image interesting because it's forced to wear a identifying marker, but it's not the star circle. This is also in German. Perhaps the most famous book of Jewish magic in history is the Sefer HaMakush. The book of the Roth is the book of the angel Raziel, of course, is another name that means the secrets of God. This is actually a collection of various books, including the Sefer HaMakush, still printed to this day. I have a copy.
right behind me. This book is actually printed in very, very tiny little editions that you can carry around your house or your car. And even the book itself is said to have magical powers even to this day. You're looking at an image here of some magical weapons from the sacred Razio. These devices are meant to allow you either command or amulets, which guarantee various things like success or defense from magical evil powers. So in here we have magical devices, and these magical symbols, by the way, date back all the way, some of them all the way to the great magical power of the first centuries of the Common Era. So this is a 2,000-year long process of practice of Jewish magic. This famous edition was printed in 1701 in Amsterdam. Like I said, it continues to be printed all the way to this day. In fact, I have an entire copy printed on one piece of microfilm, because the idea is as long as you have a copy of the book, even if it's just on microfilm, then the book still has magical power. And I have an entire copy on microfilm downstairs with the sfarim. So this book, the Sefer Razio Hamala, is said to have power even just having several copies lying around. And so here again, we see these magical images. This idea of this magical script continues to be used all the way down to this day in modern occultism. It was famously, of course, in the 1530s edition of this three books of occult philosophy. It continues to be printed in modern books of witchcraft, which is magical functioning in the United States today. Jewish magic is alive and well. If you go into any bookstores, you will find books on commandments and books of amulets, books on the magic swords, books on the various magical powers. You can find all kinds of books about extremely orthodox communities. I go into Brooklyn, Park. I go into the very, very extreme orthodox Jewish books because I can blend in. And I go into bookstores and I find books of magic. There are books of magic about how to make amulets, books of astrology, sacred puzzles. In the Israeli world, magic, Jewish magic is alive and well today. New books are being written on Jewish magic, and books are being practiced all the way now. It also survives in the liberal Jewish world. For instance, in the Quranic movie, as you may know, is a revivalist, quasi-pagan Jewish revivalist movement that wants to resurrect the idea of a Jewish priestess, and magical practices in that world were also popular. And so in that world, amongst radical left-wing Jewish world, magic is also being practiced. So we have the most radical left-wing Jewish practice, magical practice happening over there. This is what Freedom Center, right? All the way to the neighborhood where they establish books of magic, Jewish magic in the Haredi world. Jewish magic is alive from history. It's always been there. What is that? It's always been there. How do we know? Because the Bible actually layers condemnation to all ways of radical practice. It's being practiced by Israelites. That's why they condemned it.
I'm going to hate those hours.
The prohibition almost certainly made sure that it would continue to be practiced. It's been practiced all the time. It's part of the Hebrew language. It's a magical amulet. We have evidence of Jewish magic reaching back to extreme antiquity to the very beginning of Israelites. We have evidence of it being practiced in the Haredi black world and in the leftist Jewish world of the planet. Jewish magic has always been here. It is here. It lives in GINNESS. I have some recommendations if you want to learn more about Jewish magic, especially ancient Jewish magic. There are some of these great books about Orthodox and Rabbi. As a very gentle they published by Wayne State Publishers, so I'm sure enough to Wayne State Publishing here just down the street from me. So if you want to take a look at those books, I can't say they're terribly expensive, but they're really high quality, scholarship. If you want to learn more about the history of Jewish magic, I would tell you to visit Kabbalah. There's excellent texts to consult. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish magic.
Isso, se a noite você tem que ir, eu vou te falar, Jew actually wants the existence of these values. שלא ישתברו אנשי I don't know, Ruben doesn't want to wake up and she shabu because of us. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, when we just think about this, right? The Jew actually wants the Yain Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want, right? I don't want it to remain in existence. So therefore, maybe that's considerably closeness from Yain Nesach. And therefore, again, it's us. On the other hand, this is the instructional Yain Nesach instructional. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want God to remain in existence. It's, again, ultimately, to describe what Zara is the person's ultimately, again, fascinating show. So Nachman says, Ishbar Nachman says, no, take the job, Jew, take the job, get the money, and tell our brother you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go to Zara. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So, let me say that this is very good to this. She did her like, ain't ultra, I think was not good. So let's say again, an awkward kind of translate, right? Plans for good things. So we had session just 2 days ago. Weekend, let's say for example, weekend, great plans, stuff like that. So if you're looking for funds, kind of go in high, but you can't go ahead and assist them. Which are movies like Hope, movies with some comfort. You can't do that type of sound of 64. But Hope, you know, what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot Kira. Then I am allowed to put Kirashi. Let's say hires me and says, listen, silver, do me a favor, I tried to go back there again. But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to get rid of me for working with the right? And I want the existence of it. Because if the flags in the uproot on their own, I can tell them my loss. So the Gemara says, so the beautiful here, this is the simple point. If Matthew says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit from nature, when that is so destruction, even though, by definition, of the existence of the world, because you want to be the one who destroys it, you get paid for it, it's going to be destroyed. So there's a self-love,
This is Rabbi coming to you live from Death Squad Studios for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Here's Tony.
Yay! Hello, everybody. Hello, everyone. Look at this. It's so good to be here. We are live in one of Red Band's many bathrooms. This is very exciting. This is what it's come to. This is the new era of Kill Tony. Sure, we did theaters and massive venues. And here we are now, everyone. We are in the backseat of a Tesla, live streaming Kill Tony. This is what it's come to. We are one step away from being street performers. Actually, that might be the next move. We might be doing Kill Tony live on the streets.
We might just have to go to a park and just set up some amps. That might not even be a bad
Hey, we gotta start improvising because this shit is stressing.
Every week we have a different studio now. That's how I didn't even think we were going to have a show this week because you were out of town with Rogan. And I was like, shit, what are we going to do?
Yeah, I was back on Saturday night. This new Rogan life is pretty good. Moving from being on stage in Houston to being.
And how was that? Because it's been, 3 months?
It was unbelievable. It's the fucking greatest thing ever. I can't really, I don't know how to describe it. It's like doing what you want to do more than anything. And then not doing that, which you did every day or every night forever for 13 years, and then taking 3.5 months off, and then doing it at a great
Low-killer.
At a great place, Houston, Texas, the record-holding city for one of my favorite places to go on the road, the record-holding for most ever Kill Tonys on the road. And, they just fucking get it up there. Texas gets it. They always have. I've always gone there quite a few times a year. And so it was a fucking blast. The first set, figuring shit out. Stand-up's weird. It's not like a script that you memorize. You're sort of feeling it. There were some parts where I was doing, I mixed in a lot of new stuff. There's also parts where the confusing part was doing some of the old jokes that I had well tightened up before. And I was doing the setups for them. Like I was saying them into the microphone without really knowing what I was going to say next. It's like I remembered the setups and had to.
Did it make you write something new? Like, what do you think about this?
Oh yeah, a lot of new stuff. A lot of very fun new stuff. Improvising off of Joe's Spotify deal. And some Chris D'Elia material, believe it or not. Yeah, really stuff I wouldn't do on a podcast. I do during my stand-up, so.
How did that work out?
Really, really, really well. Turns out people like new, fresh, topical, fucking whatever, stupid shit. So yeah, it was a blast, and here we are, the Great Bright Red Band, of course. That's Squad Studios, and we have a special guest, David Lucas is here. So I'm glad that you're here, because as you know, we always talk about dildos and booty holes with you. And I don't know if you know this, but I've been getting a lot of dildos and booty holes lately. And this episode is brought to you by Adam and Eve, the #1 adult toy superstore. Adam and Eve says the best part of staying at home is playing at home. Toys for men, toys for women, couples toys, every kind of lube and lotion, lingerie, and so many other sexy gifts.
I actually used it. I bought something for my girlfriend, and it was cool. It was easy to use. They have everything. And this discount coupon code that we have took a lot off the amount that we had. They have vibrators, they have lube, and they have adult movies if you want that. And it gets shipped to you in a box so that your neighbors don't know what you're getting. And it was awesome because I can't wait to show you. Maybe I'll bring it to the next Kill Tony when I bought it.
It's a good thing they put it in a box. It'd be weird if they had like a clear dildo shaped container.
Well, it just doesn't say Adam and Eve on the outside of it, so people know the screen.
Yeah, of course. You should all take advantage of the downtime right now and choose almost any one item and get 50% off at adamandeve.com with the code KILLTONY. When you do, you'll also get 10 free boredom-busting gifts, including 6 spicy movies, a 3-piece bonus kit, and the best of all, free shipping delivered discreetly to your door. Just remember to use the code KILLTONY, that's KILLTONY, and check out for this amazing deal. Adam and Eve has thousands of products. So enjoy staying at home with Adam and Eve. Go to adamandeve.com, use that offer code KILLTONY to get 50% off just about any item, plus 10 free gifts. Use the code KILLTONY at checkout. Yeah. And goes on and on. After you have sex, after you have a romantic evening, after you finish sexually, nothing better to do. I don't know about you, Brian, but I like to eat some food. And I like to be lazy after having sexual excursions. So I Postmates it. If you're like me, you love Postmates. We love food. You love Postmates, but I love them more than ever right now because, of course, you don't have to leave the house. It's delivered straight to the door with what's going on in the world. They've created non-contact deliveries, so now when I order from local restaurants, everything gets left right outside my door.
Yeah, they also have Postmates pickup, which I didn't even know was a thing. And I used it the other day, which is great because you can order from your favorite restaurants and you can, you're supporting your neighborhood places. I know that there's a few places in Burbank here where I've been reading that they might go out of business, and it's very depressing. So now you can go on Postmates and you can pick it up right there. And Postmates doesn't deliver just burgers and sushi. They actually make my life easier by picking up everything I need from Walgreens and 7-Eleven and dropping it off right outside my door. And that's great. Now they just drop it off, they take a photo, and then they send you a message like, hey, it's out front. Just download Postmates on iOS or Android, find your favorites, and get anything you want delivered within an hour.
Anything you want. I've been kidding. We all know Vito's gives us pizza every single week. It is incredible, and I have become recently addicted to their chicken parm sandwich. And I get it delivered straight to my door. Sometimes I'll swing by, say hi to Charlie at the shop on Santa Monica, and La Cienega, but near Santa Monica. And yeah, so anyway, for a limited time, Postmates is giving our listeners $100 of free delivery for your first 7 days. To start your free deliveries, download the app and use the code KILLTONY. That's KILLTONY for $100 of free delivery credit for your first 7 days when you download the Postmates app. Anything you need, anytime you need it, Postmate it. Yibbity, yabbity, bibbity, bobbity. Hello. Good to be here. Exciting stuff. Let's get the show started. We have a band on the show. Every single week they commit to being different characters. This is a tight studio tonight. We are all very close together, so let's see what characters they are tonight. I present to you the best damn band in the land, Jeremiah Watkins and Joel Jimenez, everyone. Here we go. Uh-oh. I haven't heard this music before. This should be interesting. Uh-oh. Oh my goodness. Wow, okay. This is very exciting. I absolutely know who these two are, even though it's their first time on the show. I definitely know who these guys are from the hit video game and movie Mortal Kombat, ladies and gentlemen. It is without a doubt Raiden and Sub-Zero. Am I correct?
You're right about this guy, but not me.
Who are you?
I'm the newest Mortal Kombat character. I'm the Kuro Ninja.
Is that a real thing?
Man, we've had so many fatalities, they decided to add me to the game.
Oh, okay. Man, you really could have just been Sub-Zero. Just rolled on that one.
And I fight to the death for a living, and I'm pretty scared being in this tight little space right now, let me tell you.
I mean, Sub-Zero is such a famous historical character. He freezes people. What's your special move?
Stay over there!
Uh-oh. Are these
Social distance.
Wait, are these special, Corona versions of...
Just me, but right before the show started, David accidentally spit in my eye, so I'm pretty sure I have it.
Okay.
Oh my God, this is Raiden doing it up Weird 4K.
Wait a second. What?
What is that? It's doing up Weird 4K.
Wow.
I started working at Trader Joe's. Oh my God.
I don't know what's happening. You really have to know Will Forte really well to lock down on this one. Are you Will Forte? Is Will Forte playing Raiden? I'm a little bit...
Listen, as I said, I'm totally Raiden. Now it's Weird 4K.
Okay. So... interesting stuff. Again, could have just been Raiden, but I guess you're
I think my giant smile on me. This is Hannah, Tony.
Okay.
What a creative way to wear your mask, man.
Alright, so we're here with Raiden, being played by Will Forte, and some brand new Mortal Kombat character, Kuro. I'm not even going to write it down. It's not even worth me writing down. Okay. Alright, I'm going to Yes, it is. This is where we are. Doing the opposite of what we're supposed to be doing during a pandemic. Oh yeah, we forgot to turn on the second air purifier about it. Hey, there it is, yeah. Alright, this is fun. I have remote control. Hang on, air purifier, everybody. Okay, so let's get this thing rolling. We're here, we got everyone in this fucking room. Ladies and gentlemen, your first comedian that we're going to watch, the Minute Submission for, has been on the show before. He has blown our minds with his previous technical abilities. We liked him, so we told him anytime he wants to send in again, he can. Ladies and gentlemen, your first submission comes to us from Drew Williamson. Here we go. So a little music first. There you go. Here it is. Drew Williamson. Here we go.
aquatic lines, aquarium decorations, and houseplant GPS locators have redefined the tech sector. Today is the introduction of our Super Cool Top Secret project. We showed this to a group of investors who said, and I quote, "We don't know what we are looking at." Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce you to the iShark. The most loud, powerful, wood over-engineered pencil sharpener the world has ever seen. Let's see how it works. Simple process. Easy to carry, one-step removed. Let's see how it does. The RPM's up. Drop it in the easy-to-find receptacle this way. Easy-to-find receptacle. Looks like we're almost ready. Ladies and gentlemen, we have done it.
There it is. This is what our show is now, everybody. This is what our show is now. We started the year with, I believe, 1,900 people in a theater in Vancouver, and this is where we're at now. We are now in a closet with one another. I've always been in the closet, but now all my friends are with me. They want to be Joel the Jet. And, who's Joel? Ninja. So stupid, I remember the name. Underwear Headmaker. So here we are. Andrew Williamson is joining us. Hi, Drew. How are you?
I'm good. How is everybody?
We're good, man. We're good. We're hanging in there. Everything's great. Totally not about to have a fucking meltdown. Yes, it's true. That was awesome. As silly and as dumb as it absolutely was. That's what we love here right now. How you doing, Drew? What's been happening in your world?
Not much, really. We are just running through the video games. All the free ones that we can find. We made our first purchase recently for my son, but it's a different world. We are geared up for. I got a letter from my bosses on Monday. There is anywhere from Thanksgiving to Christmas. To start opening things up.
I actually read a thing today that said Broadway is planning on not reopening until January 2021. Did you read that at all?
I haven't seen it.
I literally read that today. Broadway, yeah. No, I know, man. I was literally, I don't know, it doesn't matter, but I was talking, that's how fast things move now, is I was talking with someone about the potential of a Comedy Store being back there in some form or another, and during the phone call with the higher-ups at the Comedy Store yesterday, literally while I was on the conference call with all of them, they found out that the mayor of Los Angeles closed all bars and completely put everything up, so news changes quickly right now in this shithole time that we're living in.
I was so mad because I was going to the Comedy Store had opened Friday night, the patio, and then you could sit outside and have drinks. And I was like, you know what, I should go to that. I'll just wait. Tony's going to be back Sunday. Maybe I'll just go hang out with Tony.
Yeah.
And then the next day they close.
Yeah. No, I knew it was just all too good to be true. First of all, I knew they would reopen when I was on the road. I knew that for a fact because that's how it always works. And they did. They announced it on Friday when I was leaving, and it was open on Friday and Saturday or whatever.
Saturday to Saturday.
Yeah. And, yeah. So,
There is everybody has a restaurant.
one converted. Perfect time for Core Ninja to speak over you, David. Can you explain more about it?
Can I imagine I fight to the death for a living?
In the estate is idolatry,
Okay, well that's great news.
And before that, if you need any grocery needs, it's coming over to Trader Joe. I'll help you out.
So I was saying, I'm saying, what is talking about like down
So literally, that's how fast it is. I mean, remember that what started this conversation is how fast news changes. And as I'm talking about them opening and then closing, I find out live in front of everyone that they're opening Thursday as a restaurant.
They're just going through. Hey, Drew, what was that machine that you did? Was there an actual purpose for that machine that you were showing us?
Yeah, so the wood frame that unit was actually a round tool for woodworking, and my wife and son helped me just stack all the electronic pieces that we could find around the house just to make it as ridiculous looking as possible. So yeah, I got a little bit of artistic help from the family on that one, and they were also in charge of throwing crap on me during the shoot, so that was a fun afternoon just the other day. I love that. That's so cool. You seem like you're the cool kind of nerd, am I right?
I would like to say so, but you know.
Let me tell you, in the nerd range. Let me ask you this, because I love it when you have somebody that seems like one thing that has sort of a wild side to you. Adam and Eve has a bunch of deals going on right now with the promo code Kill Tony. If you were to use a toy, or maybe you do use a toy with your wife in the bedroom, what would that toy be?
Legos. How many Legos can you fit?
Yeah, are we talking about the big ones for like little kids? Are we talking about those giant Legos?
Yeah, the Duplo, the bigger blocks, yeah, kids.
Yeah, I used to have buckets of those things.
Those were Lincoln Logs. That's fun too.
Now you're much older than me. That's the figure. Right then was alive when Lincoln's actual logs were made. Like Lincoln logs with Abraham. Not even Abraham Lincoln, Abraham from the Bible. That's what it's who read me.
Now I'm curious, am I the oldest guy in the building right now? Because I just turned 49. Oh, and last week.
Wow, yeah. You got Red Band beat by 4 years. Yeah,
6 months. Okay. And even R2D2. Oh, thanks very much. Little hair gel, lotion, you know?
That's what it is. So, that's fun, Drew. How old's your son?
He's 12. He's edging towards teenager by every minute. Every time we have a discussion, it's a little more edgy.
Oh, he's into edging. That's interesting.
If you were black, your kid would be 30.
They have kids at a younger age. How long have you been with your wife, Drew?
We're coming in on 19 years.
Wow. How long were you with her before you got married?
We met in grad school, so we were friends for a few years, and she went away to Korea, and I guess she did major makeovers because she came back pretty scorching hot. So that's when I decided to kind of rearrange my schedule, give her my design career, and make a little more time for her. So, yeah, but we've been together multiple times.
That first time you hooked up with her, how fast did you come?
Oh,
You seem like the kind of guy that would like be pulling it out of your pants and it just starts shooting all over you. Oh, I'm so sorry.
a lot of nights are, oh, you're ready.
True. What else you been doing during this quarantine to stay busy? Any other fun hobbies or anything?
I've made a major deal out of cleaning the house, and my wife was excited for me to be doing videos and
being recognized for it. What she said to me, the only thing she's really worried about is that the house call is going to stop. So I have to just get up the vacuum as soon as I turn them on the click.
Wow, what a bitch you are. Goodness, great. Wow. Alright, well, that's fun though. How about the son? Why don't you get the son to learn how to do some chores around the house?
Does he have chores? I always wondered about that. Are you allowed to give chores nowadays? Yeah, so I'm working a little towards as many chores as I'm hoping he gets up and tells me he's going to do. But it's always a good 5-minute discussion before the chores start. He's vacuuming already, so he's growing up perfectly. He's learning the ropes.
Yeah, that's about right. When I was a kid, I hated vacuuming too. I hated vacuums like new dogs hate vacuums.
I didn't mind the lawn. I thought that was the worst. Like, I mean, worse than power lawnmower or the push guy. Yeah, we had a big yard.
You running over Lincoln logs out there.
I did it with scissors. They just the middle blade. I hated whitewashing fences back in the day. That's what I hated.
You did that? Rated?
Yeah, I'm a million years old, silly.
True. Before I let you go, is there anything else crazy about you that we would find very interesting from such a... You seem like you have it all put together. You seem like a good human being. You seem like you're very proper. Like you have your... like you keep your toothbrush and your toothpaste like a perfect distance from one another and everything like that. Like you seem very, very well put together. Is there anything that would surprise us about you?
Oh, man, I always hated this question. I don't know. I'm pretty much as you see it.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, I would say the craziest thing I've ever done is this. Sending in a video, making a comedy thing. And definitely my first appearance at the Grammar Series.
Yeah.
And that was just so amazing. What a flood of emotion. That's just amazing.
That is fun. So you really are how you appear to me.
I was just trying to branch out.
Yeah, nothing weird about me. The camera accidentally zooms out. He's like choking his wife during the Saturday.
Oh, look at that.
I'm not gonna vacuum tonight. Tonight's my night to be
Screw the dishes. Let's do some murder.
Yeah, he is. I love it, Drew. Well, thanks for your submission. It's always fun. Again, you have an open invitation. You're a silly, dirty guy. I like your style. There he goes, Drew Williams.
Thanks very much.
I love you, Drew. Thank you, Drew. Fuck yeah, here we are on to our second comedian. I still haven't killed myself tonight. This is very exciting. Ladies and gentlemen, your second submission coming up here in just a moment is coming from a man who is, we met him before the pandemic, and meanwhile, during the pandemic, he grew to become one of the very famous characters on the show. We've seen him interview Mexican prostitutes. We have seen him up the ante from there and interview Mexican transgender prostitutes. And now he is back. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a submission from Manolo after this little bit of music here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Manolo.
And now, a music video world premiere.
Can it get kosher? Can it get kosher? Go ahead and stop. Rashi points out very important that there also ain't no obvious evidence. Ultimately, an entity doesn't worship idolatry. The binding shadows will come with the first evidence. But again, she doesn't actually everything else except she doesn't worship.
Don't make the mean that don't. That's
So the reason that this part, the reason that he doesn't worship idolatry, but in other respect, he's an angel. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? As Gemara says, on one hand, the Palach without the world Palach on but we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. When we say like this, anyone who's what we call a daimine, if you're in the parish of an animal, then you can go ahead and decommission all the time. And this guy is in the parish. It's not Jewish. It's not Jewish. So because it's not Jewish, he's in the parish of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the Torah to go ahead and negate it. The rest of the rule about nothing. So everybody knows what nothing is. Stop right, the Palach and battle broke on. And nothing says no. Only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Tosha doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. So this is basic connection. This was social, also Israel went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. So if you found idolatry in the marketplace, what's that like? Actual boss rule. So what's this thing? Remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in the marketplace. I see an old idol sitting there. If I lift it up, that's probably not because I want it to be acquired by a Jew, essentially can't be decommissioned. So what do? Actually, so if I pick it up, I can call over an apple. I can call over an apple and say to the apple, and it's engaged in this idolatry, decommission it. Right? Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission of this idolatry. It's permitted, however, again in Shabbat. Ain't no overly open. But again, if I take it out, if I take possession of it, at that point it cannot be decommissioned. Only Kochaven Medato and all those Kochaven Shalom, the Shachaveh. And only Kochaven Nakon, the decommission is called Avodah or the Avodah of his friend, being of God, being shaking of God. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. No, we will find it. My of God, my of God. What does it mean? What does it mean? Decommission. So, whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. If you want to say that what you're talking about, then Hayu Shalom Shachari, we already said that. Just like before, that Apple has the ability for theologically decommission his Avodah and the Avodah of his friend. And the love of the Obed Kohanim, a love of the Obed Kohanim, right? Ultimately, again, of the means natural act. My shipping of them, what does it mean? Non-worshipper, oh, so who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual Gertosha, Shmarino, Gertosha, Manuel. What do you see from here? That a Gertosha has the ability to be Rabato, ultimately technologically decommission Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Which the word says, no. The only thing we're part of the actual, rather, I will be the only person who decommission as long as an actual idol worshiper itself. I have to commemorate. I need Shalom Shafar. We said that. Then the prices were done. Because you already said that. Is that what he's about? And it's friend that is. You know, that says relations to this. Two different cases. Relation. Zeb of art. Zeb of markets. Relation is teaching you like this. If you have two actors, right, and both worship Baal, and both worship Marcus. Obviously, again, Akum 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol, and Akum 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zel of Baal is idol. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. So let's see, one Akum who worships Marcus and one who worships Baal. What's the novelty over here? And Akum can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship idolatry. So let's say, if you have this before. Number one, an Akum can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Akum can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Akum can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships it. Incredible. So the Gemara says, but again, no lie about a Ger Tosha. Right? So when it comes to a Ger Tosha, we still have these hours of Shana, Ger Tosha, which is like a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he even not love it? That is still the answer. Whereas this is Tasha, is a Ger Tosha, what's a Ger Tosha? Tosha Kiba, so what's this? Now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of a Ger Tosha? So he said, Tosha Kiba love it, make you look for David, Shalom La'avon, Avonos, come to Red. Meir says, it's any Akum who has accepted himself in front of three Chavim. He goes like, Chaver, who knows what. So in this country, so it just means it's not based. Any time an apple comes in front of a base.
Oh my goodness, he covered Manolo, ladies and gentlemen. Incredible. Wow, Manolo has covered Michael Lair's hit song from a couple weeks ago, Ryan Bedcamp. Hello, Manolo, can you hear me? Oh my goodness, you are living the high life down there in Tijuana. You know, it's like, put your head back a little bit. She's got a little nipple popping out over there. Wow, what's up? Fuck yeah. Oh my goodness, that one near left looks like she's questioning her life right now. Okay. Keep her up this ring until she puts that away. Have her lift her up. God damn, does it look like you're having fun right now? Have her put her yeah. Oh my god. Yes.
I asked her if she knew how to speak English, and this is what she said.
You guys, I don't know anyone who has thrived more during this pandemic than you, Manolo. It's literally, when we were at the Comedy Store, we were going through, you know what I mean? Our business was booming, and you were sort of, you know, you weren't at rock star status yet. You were sort of coming up through the ranks, and now you're an absolute assassin. You have beautiful girls around you. You guys are obviously having the time of your life, except for the girl to your left again. She says she has no idea what I'm saying, so that's actually perfect.
You look
like smack trippy.
Oh man, you beat me to it. Go ahead, Manolo. Yeah, man, I love it, dude.
Man, I should have hit you up when I was in San Diego, bro.
I'm telling you guys, I'm telling you. Hey, yo, I got a quick statement to make. First of all, I didn't know if it was irrelevant because the Ryan backpacks, I thought it was great. Michael Laird is the boss. So shout out to Michael Laird because I think he kicked out that night. And I had to do that remix, that motherfucking remix. Maybe one time we can do it with the video, but both of us with all these shades, right?
Absolutely, dude. Absolutely, I love it. You guys look like you're having a blast. It looks like you and the girl on the left are on Molly, and the one behind you is coming down from Molly.
Exactly. Hey, can you tickle the grumpy girl for me? I just want to see it real
Yeah.
The baby just fell out.
Yes, go ahead.
Lying in bed alone, wearing a condom is the same shit as driving in your car wearing a face mask. I have to say it.
Hey, you know what? I like that. That's a pretty smart take. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Manolo. Again, you have become a genius during this pandemic. It is incredible.
Thank you very much. And yeah, we're here. You know, we're gonna be here. We're gonna Axel's gonna go to shower break today.
There you go.
Where can people find you if like one of us wants to maybe open up their phone later?
Red Man's asking for a friend.
Gianni Ben Sanchez.
Oh God, you gotta spell that for us.
Like Johnny Ben Sanchez, but Sanchez.
Okay, Johnny.
Gianni Ben Sanchez.
So it's GIANNISANCHEZ.
Yes, sir.
There you go. You're gonna have one more subscriber tonight. Go ahead.
I was wondering if I could try sort of William and Miller type joke.
Yeah.
If it can work.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Okay, so fuck you all your child support. I pay shit. But Mr. Jackson, we can't say that. Okay? And we'll just say Billie Jean.
Okay, listen, I so love it. Oh my God. What has this show become? I have never. Okay, alright. You son of a.
Actually,
Did you get those at Madden?
Yeah. You got
Hey, put it in your mouth and turn it on.
Oh my goodness.
I'm black, so I won't go.
You know what? I just had an idea. Kill Tony, Tijuana, July. Are they open down there?
That border's closed, right?
Is the border closed, Manolo?
5 minutes. You can take a U.S. shuttle.
That's I get the feeling Jeremiah won't be allowed to come on this trip. Yeah, I feel like we'd have trouble getting down there. They would let Joel in, and we wouldn't be able to get him back. God.
Please tickle that girl. Alright? Yeah.
Let's see if I can make her laugh. Can she hear me? She can hear me, right? Oh, okay.
Hola muchacha, mi amo es Tony.
Tony le gustan los hombres todos los días. Le gusta chorizo y salchicha en la boca y puro chica.
Tony es chucutoto.
Tony es muy flaco y delgado.
Hold on, let's all talk at the same time. Can we do that?
Sí.
Yo soy americano. Yeah, see? Yeah, it worked. There you go. See, I did it in 3 words. No, I know, but it worked.
It's just a dildo.
Yeah, in Mexico.
I won't be going anytime soon. I'm the first openly gay
I
model
love
on
that.
that.
Wow, he has a dildo and an electric toothbrush. That is exciting. All right, Manolo, this has been awesome, dude. You're fucking incredible. I mean, what can I say? This is... Wait, is that a bathtub?
It's a full of puddle water.
Try putting water in it. Dude, Manolo, I might come visit you in Tijuana soon. I just found out that I'm doing a La Jolla comedy store. Okay, perfect.
It's pretty safe.
Pretty safe is always what I'm into. July 9th through the 12th, I found out I'm doing a La Jolla comedy store. How far is La Jolla from where you are right now, Manolo? Oh my god. Alright, there you go. If I come back from that weekend in La Jolla with an itchy crotch, you know why.
It's nice as a landscape.
That's right. And it ain't because I had an 8. Nothing. I love you, Manolo. You guys are amazing. What's your name again, sweetheart? With the phone? V. I love it. I love it. And the angry girl. And what's the angry girl's name? She is a hostage. Absolutely. You're always you're definitely welcome 100%. And we're looking forward to it.
Well, you got to split at the ice house. Whenever you want. Not if Trump has anything to do with it.
All right, guys. Thank you so much, Manolo. You're the best.
Thank you very much. I'll be keeping the party going till next Monday.
I love it. Absolutely. Send us a submission anytime, Manolo. You're the best. Bye, guys. Bye, ladies.
Wow.
It really is. The last thing you want to be 2 spots into the show is jealous and horny, but here we are. Okay. There you go. We have another submission, ladies and gentlemen. This man became famous on the show just a couple weeks ago, and he was doing a parody of Manolo that we just had on, and now he is back, ladies and gentlemen. It is Rabolo. Here he is. There you go. There you go. Here's Rabolo.
Rabolo here again with my buddy Sketchy. Yeah, he's got the hookup to the Bruno Gal cartel. I'ma tell him a few jokes for a minute. And no doubt's a mistake. Harvey Weinstein for Harvey Firestein. They get Jewish guy from Independence Day. Why couldn't the leopard play hide and seek? Because she was always smart.
That's real funny, right? Don't worry, dude. This is great. You're jumping you in. We're not gonna jump him in full. We're gonna dump him in. It's purple on his face. He's trying to what the fuck, a werewolf too?
This year, this for sales to this fire is and the first message from one from the park, I thought we were close. Steven Rabbi Jason, unlike the Pirates, Israel Jason, Dino Jason, and Wilson Swagger, Family Life, Stanley Wilson Swagger, and the Ruffle. Or we can learn this process that the Wolf Nation of the Yards Lake that the Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Hello, Ben, and Steve Christians, and the Ruffle.
It's hilarious though. Yes, it was. For sure. 100% of the submissions so far, very high production quality. I mean, if we were to put it side by side to these episodes 3 months ago, it would be a shocking difference. The show has definitely evolved into a sort of a sketchy sort of production.
Oh, he said he never got a password. Oh, it's 7 sevens.
There you go, 7 sevens.
7 sevens if you're watching.
Type 7 in 7 times because that's password.
Yeah, it's funny because now the other people even had to enter passwords.
Again, but not
Interesting.
well,
Indeed.
I
think he's coming in.
The pivotal shit did make me laugh, and I feel ashamed because that's, my thing, but
Did it make you laugh? That's a Rabolo special that has been in all of the Rabolo submissions. And I thought it was funny too. And then the werewolf came and the werewolf really fucking got me. And the bad voiceover on the guys, great, perfect.
that's pretty amazing. With all those coverings, still Michael Leonard and all those covering.
Yeah.
I don't even know who I am anymore.
Almost seems like there's a flow to the show that
Stay over there.
it almost seems like someone puts thought into this instead of just showing up with underwear on their head, shaking peas around.
These callers next time. Oh, wait, that's your underwear? Oh, it's a
Oh, damn, Koro Ninja.
okay, if I tell his dad, all right.
Yeah, what are those? What's in there?
They're beans. I got it from my mom.
Oh my goodness.
It's a shocker because you said you wanted things nice and little.
Yeah, no, it's great. I agree. It's absolutely perfect.
Great. While we're waiting, Jeremiah, how was you were gone for 2 weeks? A lot of people thought you quit. I forgot your name. Sorry. It's freaking great. How was where you were? Actually, I went back to Kansas City. I went on a secret trip there.
Overland Park?
Overland Park is where Brandon is from.
There's as many black people in this studio right now as there are where Jeremiah was, by the way, if you're wondering. But if you're like, hey, I wonder what the numbers in Olathe, Kansas are of black people. This many. That's the answer.
Actually, not true at all. My mom has a black neighbor. We all had a kid cool.
They've just been doing blackface.
I don't want it.
What do you think about Aunt Jemima and all this shit going down, dude?
That shit sucks, man. They trying to take black people have equality, and now white people trying to take black people off Medicaid.
I saw Aunt Jemima at the grocery store. I was like, I don't know these
Yeah,
Yeah.
You guys really care about the logo on your syrup that much?
Yeah.
they fucking have one sauce.
Just eat the fucking syrup. That is a shit. That's a really fat get rich quick scheme. That's all the Aunt Jemima things. You're like, these are gonna be worth something. Somebody needs to burn me every day. Brian thought he'd get sipping on syrup.
These trash is like gold, bro.
You can sell them on the black market, or is now they have to change the name of it though to the
Equality.
They don't want people to use the term master bedroom.
Shit.
This shit is getting out of hand.
See, what's crazy is that I heard about that and I'm like, why? And then I'm like, oh shit. It's so like people are learning about racist things that they never even thought of or knew before. Like I never thought the master bedroom had to do with what bedroom the
I don't think black people knew that though. I don't think anybody fucking knows.
They want you to call it the primary bed. I want you to call my shit the master.
There's a bunch of rich white kids right now on the internet that came from an all-white neighborhood Googling, like, what can we change? When it changed things to said I feel like I made a change for the better. I'm finding out all this shit. The Land O'Lakes lady is gone. It's just the
Uncle Ben's rice. Which, to be honest, why did you just change it to Peter Parker's Uncle Ben?
Peter Parker, that was his uncle. That is so weird. You would think they would have named his uncle. So we can pick any name for his uncle. What do we over there?
I think rice sales would actually skyrocket if they changed it to Uncle Ben from Peter Parker. Yeah, Spider-Man, because there's so many Marvel fans. There's so many freaking Marvel fans out there.
This is for working with Killai, right? And I want the existence of Killai because it provides that and who's at the side. So he says, so it would be from here, this is disciplinary part. If not, since you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item, when that benefit ultimately again results in destruction, even though you by definition want to continue the existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it, so you get paid for it, it's going to be destroyed on its own. So there's a Sakula, second one from the time 64. Sakula Hummer, who's the name, so the Hebrews are the Hebrew. Hummer, the kind of the Kilayan book is very interesting. Not only is there a prohibition to plant, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate erosion of Kilayan, but you can't live anything that sustains it. For example, actually, for example, here, let's say if someone's playing Kilayan, like I'm playing Kilayan in the apple passes me. Talking about fence, the Akiva says, also wrong, because we can't do putting a fence by that. Action is part of the stealing of killing. The plant has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be possible scientifically. I'm not Asian,
Yes, there are.
But which Uncle Ben would you have? Like, which Spider-Man movie? It's a good Uncle Ben's 10 nerds.
We're gonna bring Drew Williamson back to join us here.
Not the black one, the black one is on the back end.
Yeah, it's the same characters, just they're black.
How does that work?
No, he's talking about Miles Morales. Yeah, Miles Morales is different than Peter Parker. You're right. It's a different steel. Dude, I think it's been Black Spider thing. Wow. Stay over there.
We should put 3-6 Mafia on the server.
Do we have any updated Joel on
Haven't heard anything.
It's canceled.
It's supposed to be getting Jeff at the end of the month, I guess. That's happening.
Are you texting with him?
I tried, yeah. I sent him the password. Check it out.
Did he got sent the link?
What am I working on? Sausage Factory?
Still don't know the answer to the question I just asked.
You know what I was just thinking? Fuck to the dude. I was just thinking the show has a really nice vibe.
I like it. It's inspiring like that. Actually, I really do. This is always the part of the show where Jeremiah calls out something about the show that's not even happening.
I tell you what, I watched the Ice House episode. So we're getting chain here, baby.
I mean, I didn't even notice. Yeah.
I watched the Ice House episode recently, and before the first quarantine episode.
Yeah.
And that was one of my favorite episodes because we were all chill, we were hanging out, William was wasted, and everyone was like babysitting a little kid and shit. But I thought it was amazing.
It's fun. I mean, we could always just fucking do a podcast. We always could. I don't know. I just think that sometimes, we gotta keep some submissions going and talk with people. And now that it's evolving naturally, just it's like everything does, you go with the flow, right? We didn't force people like, well, you must do stand-up, it must be a stand-up submission, and now these things are coming in funny, and they're getting literally more creative every week, and,
I like the sketch aspect of it.
yeah, certainly went from stand-up to
Sketches
sketches.
are great. I like that better than the stand-up comedy, especially when people are taking the sketches and kind of like adding on to each other's sketches and making like a timeline.
Exactly.
I think it's a great idea.
Absolutely.
So I'm struggling right now to get it, and it won't let me in.
Or you did with them? Yeah, I'm waiting for him to try.
Alright, well, I will say this. Well, yeah, Rabolo, the video was dope. I'm sorry we can't get you in.
Yeah, man, tell me what you use for that fake shit.
Yeah, why do you want to know that? Out of all the things.
That fake shit.
The video was great, but where do you get your proof from?
That shit come from.
Alright, well, looks like Rabolo's not going to be able to make it in. So,
So just move on. And then if he comes back later,
yeah, let's try that. Yeah, we'll talk more about the making of that Rabolo submission. If Rabolo comes in later, that was Rabolo, ladies and gentlemen, doing a parody of Manolo, who did a parody of Michael Lair's Brian Bedpan, which was a parody of Freddie Griffin. So here we go. Moving along, ladies and gentlemen, here he is, the brother in cursive, the one, the only, the big red machine, Patsy Klein's craziest of the crazies. One of my favorite top young rising comedians in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for William Montgomery.
I did say chips. What about my toe and chip? A lot of people wanna shit on Chris D'Elia, but then got this better. Whatever happened to the stop and move away from the vehicle guy? But really, whatever happened to that guy? Chris Angel's greatest trick is how he made himself disappear.
pretty obvious a black guy named Cracker Beer.
Just funny that an apple wants to destroy
No, but seriously, I want to give a rest in peace to Judith Marcy. She was the little dinosaur on that dinosaur movie, late 80s. Judith Marcy's father shot her in the head trying to burn the house down, make it look like an accident. I just want to give it up for Judith Marcy. Today, y'all, I got COVID virus.
All right, William Montgomery, there you go. Absolutely.
Hey, William, turn your camera sideways. Hey, right there, you're getting a little bit slower, you bitch. I got COVID virus.
Turn your camera sideways, William.
I want to.
General Robert, you turn that shit down.
There you go. Very good.
Yeah, nobody ever wants to talk about General Robert E. Lee. David, you're going to bring that shit up tonight?
What's up, man? What you drinking tonight?
What do you mean, what am I right there? A little bit of icy. With a little bit of mixed with a little bit of fries.
That kerosene.
Mixed what?
I'm drinking that kerosene.
What are you saying? What's that mean? Is that a black guy? I always feel like William's like one drink away from just saying the N-word on this show.
Yeah, really?
He always says, listen, said that. Listen, said that. I said that.
That was Koro Ninja, one of the newest members of the Mortal Kombat.
Ninja, I haven't liked you since 5 days ago. I swear to God, I will break into your parents' crib or house or whatever you want to call it.
You got your girlfriend with you on this face.
You'll fuck with me. Stay over there. You'll fuck with me.
William, how you been doing this week? What's going on with your mental health and things like that?
Tony, I bought $400 worth of board games on eBay. I bought $200.
It's a good investment.
Worth of the stuff. Do you really believe that, Tony?
Yeah, those are all going to be worth a lot more money.
You bought a Ninja sir. Can you say that a little bit slower, you bitch?
William is a little fucking fired over there.
It's hard to understand it. What did you say, David? What did you say, David? Too many blackberries?
It's funny, it looks like you're actually looking at him here in the studio. It looks like you're actually looking at David in the studio with the way the TV is angled and everything like that. And it looks like you're looking at me. Oh, now you're looking at Jeremiah's crotch. Oh, of course.
Here's something I wrote. Hey, Jeremiah, how have boogie nights been on Wednesdays?
What does that mean?
Will you say that slower, you bitch?
Oh, come on. Anger.
Hey, Jeremiah, how have boogie nights been on Wednesdays?
I don't really get it. Can you explain that a little bit?
Come on, you say what he's saying?
2 years ago, Jeremiah and I, before he met his wife, he showed me the ways of whatever you want to call it down in Thailand, where he had sex with people. In my hotel room, Jeremiah was on fire.
This is wild because we know everything William Montgomery has ever said is 100% honest and true. So Jeremiah, what do you think about these accusations? Oh, wow.
It's Jeremiah. I there in Thailand walked up the steps and we shot her. And then I said, nobody ever wants to talk about that. And Jeremiah, you said, William, you're so funny. Just make me.
What else did Jeremiah say when you were in Thailand?
You're freaking turn into the vessel you motioned to get this ready. I can't believe you're doing it.
William, what else did
Jeremiah,
Jeremiah
what else did I say over there in Thailand, William? I just got $8,000 from the government. I'm buying a house.
Still in the Orient. Hey, William, what else did I say?
That would be does it take time to
You said to me, so Judith Morrissey, I get it. You're sad her father killed her. Is it true she was the little girl in the cartoon? I think it was 1989. Bulldogs gonna have the.
What are you talking about? Who
Said something about that. I mean, why do you bring that up? That's not funny.
How much work though, Will, for real? I was talking about it yesterday. How's work?
How's my work? I got fired 2 weeks ago.
You just started working last week.
Yeah, I started working at Walmart. Whatever you want to call it. What do you got fired 2 weeks ago? I sell shampoo.
That was my next question. What do you do at Walmart? Clearly, you're the shampoo guy.
these people who came up with Rabbi and what happened as soon as Rabbi now they told them, guys, before you can go to the
This does not seem like is that a complicated backyard that we're used to.
Yeah, is this a different backyard? Are you wearing a shirt?
This is a different place. You know, I'm not wearing a shirt.
Wow.
See the result?
Oh my goodness. Oh, William. Oh, William, you were shaved like a coffee.
I seem like what?
Like a coffee, like a coffee, not like a coffee pop, like when you pour coffee out of into a cup, like the tea kettle,
Like a coffin. Like the crime in picture. You're telling me I'm shaped like a coffin?
Actually, yes, a coffin works as well. You get wider in the middle as you go down.
The tea kettle from Beauty and the Beast. Yeah, like the ghost from Super Mario.
Said before, while you're still Gentiles,
That was not a that was really good, you bitch. Sorry, can you say that slower, you bitch? Faggot.
Trying to get canceled.
You're gonna have your YouTube page.
William, you're lucky you're not in the fucking studio right now. Don't do the man from there.
You're not gonna be able to
I've had enough. Judith Morrissey is in the brain.
Who's Judith Marcy? Final question, then we'll let you go.
Murder and killing her father. Late 80s. Out here in Los Angeles. And Tony, honestly, why bring it up? I'm worried I'm gonna get hurt. There is someone who wants to stop snail mailing me.
What is snail mail?
It's the regular costumes. I baited you into that one, Tony.
You got me.
Tony, what about next week? I can show up at the studio.
No chance.
What's going on, big dog?
Hey, Jeremiah, what about next week? I can show up at the studio.
What's going on, big dog?
There's not enough.
Today, not nothing much. Just enjoyed the weekend. Update this salad.
There you go. What kind of salad?
It's like a mixed salad I got from the stores. I'm cooking my because I'm gonna have this like some fried chicken. It'll go down better. So I don't raise the blood pressure.
Excellent. Well, that's good.
No fried chicken.
All right.
Ultimately, again, it's multi-right. It's interesting. Where it says, now, however, watch this. Hunting. Actually, let's go from beautiful. GUINNESS, beautiful. Awesome. Let's see the. I'm same case, like $100,000. Obviously, so they pay you to me, right? Yeah, I'm just going to somebody. I got to the closest. I'm going to somebody GUINNESS.
2 years ago, dude, I got a bitch pregnant.
Oh my goodness, you're
I
fine.
had a child.
I saw that on the show coming up.
This is the wrong same case. I like $100,000.
I'm gonna name Leanna.
What's
I'm glad you ain't black, bro. You'd have been with that.
This number one, he goes off, sells his item, goes
William,
off,
what's the
sells his
kid's
item.
name? What did you name your child that you're not a father to? What's the kid's name?
Those cases, he's back to that.
Sunflower
Case
seed,
number two,
that's funny.
same case.
No, William, what's his real name? I want you to answer this.
Give me a couple of hours.
What did you just say?
Yeah. allowed to say that.
Should be saying it's my 3-year-old son, and he don't give a shit no more. You're talking about COVID, he's got it, and he's getting on airplanes.
The 3-year-old's just getting on airplanes by himself.
He's getting on airplanes, and I am messaging him with this earbud, his earbags, and he's making people sick.
Okay. That sounds
We don't care anymore. We're infecting everyone.
My
I
goodness.
bought $400 worth of Monopoly boards on eBay.
Why'd you do that? Why did you buy all those Monopoly boards, William?
Because I don't care anymore, man. I think I can jump off of a one-story building.
Do it right now. Do it. This will be podcast history, ladies and gentlemen. Last week he climbed a tree. This week he's going to jump off of a one-story building. This is the first time this has ever been done. Not only in
Tony, what a great idea.
yeah, it was your idea.
I'm kidding, it's a joke.
Oh, okay.
And I'm not doing anything in front of the existence. So yes, of course, they want to maintain the existence of that title until it's themselves.
All right. There's a limit to how many Judith Marcy references I can take that the cops find in an abandoned house.
And I'm not doing anything.
All right, William.
Was that a Hispanic person? Yeah, it was. He was thoughtful. Yeah. I feel like we're watching the Blair Witch Project right now.
Why should it be us? What's your
Larry, you said that.
That was rated.
It's raining nearly
Yeah,
$200 million.
$2.
Okay.
Now I'm gonna move back to my comedy's not working anymore, Ray. This is hilarious. You did.
William, absolutely hilarious. I love that you're still writing jokes. That's gonna keep that muscle strong for you. You have a very silly style that still works during this pandemic, even online, and I absolutely love it. You had Red Man and I almost fall out of our chairs on your Please Stop while the band was playing music. Absolutely hilarious timing and execution of that. And we are. We're going to get. We just need 7 more Dyson air purifiers, and then. There you go. There goes William Montgomery, everybody. This is the part where you just start saying random made-up names. You gotta get rid of them. Judith Marcy, Spencer Edwards, David Nichols. That's William Montgomery. You know him, you love him, and we have gone during this pandemic missing some of our favorite legends of Kill Tony, some of our favorite human beings, and one person that we have not spoken with in absolute months is, without a doubt, one of the most famous people in the history of the show. She signed up at, I believe, the age of like 61 for her first time. She got on. She had bucket luck like nobody else's business. She is a magical spirit and a super nice lady on stage and off. She's writing. She made a lot of friends in the comedy business at the Comedy Store. And I love her. She reminds me of my mom. And she's a sweet, sweet spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a submission from and the return of Aphrodite. Music. And here's Aphrodite. Here we go.
What's the case of the so therefore, again, brother there doesn't actually talk or names and express the connection. Of course, who cares? It still has value. Usually, that's how we connect the others with how you very nice. That looks fine, but how would you explain if he's very value? Is that price country? So this is very much from Adriana. So currently, each actually comes out from here. Adriana.
There you go, Aphrodite. Aphrodite. Hello, my love. How are you? Can you hear us okay? Hi, how are you?
Aphrodite, how do you feel about them removing you from the bottom, sir?
They can take away Aunt Jemima, but nothing's gonna keep you from crawling on a bed of pancakes. Oh shit, look at those fucking things. Yeah, you age like a fine wine. Look at you. A lot of people don't know this, but I actually, but when the pandemic started, they started closing bars down. One of the last things that I did was I was on, I had just done a spot. I closed down the Ha Cafe. I was fucking jonesing for stage time, and was to be found. And I knew bars were closing that night or whatever. And I saw on Twitter that the Top Shelf Brass Band was performing on some late night gig on Vine Street, and I'm like, you know what? I don't even have shit to do right now. I'm gonna go support them for the first time instead of them coming to our show. And I went, and Afro was killing it on a balcony, singing her fucking heart out. The band was banging. It was so cool. I'm so glad I made it out there. So, yeah, you're the best, Afro. What? I love that. That was fun. We got to kick it for a bit afterwards. We all hung out. So how you been doing, Afro? How are you? You think COVID's a hoax? Are you a denier that the disease exists? Now go ahead and tell us. Is that one of your cousins? Oh, come on, David. Don't roast Afro. She is a sweet little thing. Afro has the most amazing fucking look. I mean, I absolutely love her. I think she's a sweet spirit that mixes in well with the chaos on this show. She is proof. Her getting so many opportunities on the show that the show is not misogynist as so many people, claim shows to be nowadays. It's not racist. Clearly, we're not ageist. You're proof that we are good people. We're not against people. We're not waitist. Wait, say that again? I fucking love that. You are a little spitfire, you. What do you mean? Oh, you got a man now? Oh, okay. Are you sitting on it right now? Oh, shit.
the ownership anyway.
What are you gonna do with that keyboard? You got a song lined up or something? You gonna give us a little Disney? Yep, let's do 30 seconds. Let's do 30 seconds of it, Afro. It's alright. Oh shit. Got a better drummer than we have.
But again, it's not always true. What we need to be successful. It's not what we need to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's not the best. No, you have no greater opportunity in this world. That's in this world than in the next world. In this world, Chazal.
Fuck yeah. There you go.
He also called it Derek Tosha. Not sure that one is great. Kenny Derek Tosha. Go ahead and abolish or negate as the ability to negate this idea, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So Derek Tosha was an amazing now she comes out to the top of the back. Derek Tosha, he will only she evaluates her once for under the push items. But again, she's like an athlete, everything else except she doesn't worship. So the reason that this problem, the reason that she doesn't worship God, any other respect,
be alright, Aphrodite. Thank you so much for that incredible submission. She's gonna be playing this for 3 more hours. Long into being in this Zoom call, she's gonna still be playing. I love it. Yeah. We love you, Aphrodite. We love you so much. Thank you. Have a great night. That's right. Great Aphrodite, everybody. Alright, that's fun. Adorable little change of pace there from all the white people in the comedy portion of the show. A little visit from Aphrodite.
She fucked up my whole side.
He himself doesn't worship idolatry.
That is true.
He has the plan to
That
that
was not Adam and Eve product right there. That was fresh from the butcher.
If you had to do butt or vagina, which one would you do?
If you had to, this is one of the weirdest.
It's on a 1 or 2.
It's an interesting question. Vagina or butt, if you absolutely had to. Bobby, explain your answer. Yeah, but what about her butt? That's like 500,000 shits. That's like a money in a bunk. Oh my god, alright, that's good. I'm glad you said it. That's gonna be this way I don't have to answer the question now.
You have to choose one.
Well, okay, we got your answer.
Alexis
All right,
required by
Lord,
the station. Thank you.
how many times are you gonna
So what do I do?
butt fuck
Let's
Aphrodite?
go about that. Ombre lo open to
Okay, see how I rationalize this is, well, wait a second, here's a follow-up question to this. If I pick butt, is it after David fucked her in the butt, or is it still just her fresh butt today? 65-year-old butt.
Go ahead and engage with the electrical
It
connection.
is, but right now, I don't know how long ago
I
she
love it.
showered or
Awesome,
anything.
bro.
Oh my
Ain't
god,
no
this current time or
open
vagina.
But again,
This is an interesting question. You know what, I'm gonna let Jeremiah answer first.
I think for present in the context from the show,
Raiden,
the show had it.
Raiden, oh, you mean nice Aphrodite? Oh my goodness gracious. Alright, you know what, just to be nice, because I love Aphrodite.
Come on, Jeremiah, you gotta answer now.
Jeremiah, go ahead, quick answer here. To make you feel better, I'll ask Raiden. Okay, how about Jeremiah? The stakes are raised now. I can't let that slide. The listeners want to know. Yeah, they do.
You have to answer what, Jerry?
Just a quick answer. Just a quick, you know what? Answer it for us, Jeremiah. Which one? Which one? Yeah, it's impossible here. Normally when we're doing our normal show, I suddenly tap in and whisper. This is much harder. I literally am looking like a football coach on the sidelines.
Ask Captain Underpants. We're just gonna say that Jerry met, Jeremiah met, I say get over there.
What are you gonna do, Joel? Gotta answer. We know you can't get sick. So,
I just sniffed the afro.
you're gonna hang on. You have to put your wiener into one of the two holes. This is what the show has become now.
No, I won't be a throw me out.
Still not an answer. Gotta answer, Joel. We can only move on after you answer.
Everything they're on there tonight, Jeremiah.
All you have to say is vagina. That means he's dipping and going to okay, Jeremiah. Thank you. So that means that by not answering, Joel has picked both the butthole and the vagina back and forth, showing that he just can't get enough in front of his parents. Yeah, that's true. That's what he's going to do.
Refuses to answer a simple question. And he's a comic. All right.
By the way, I'm going vagina and I'm finishing inside.
That's
She can't get pregnant. She can't get pregnant. It's gonna look like one of those. It's gonna come out looking like one of those. Like a chocolate donut, but with the vanilla icing, like a chocolate cake. Yeah, like a chocolate birthday cake that you get from a grocery store.
shit in her. Okay.
We'll save that for the VR chat or something like that. Okay, we got Rabolo is back. Is that right? Did I say that correctly? Yeah, there he is. He's up there. Yeah, Robert. Hey, Rabolo! What's up, buddy? Whoa, let's get you unmuted. Gotta unmute yourself. Yeah, there he is, Rabolo. We loved your submission. It was incredible. How are you, dude?
Oh, I'm good. Thank you, fellas. I had a mini stroke right there. I was on the fun times, but there was a miscommunication. I'm here. I was going to do a voice, but I was doing it in like I'm an Amish, like autistic guy, so I was like trying to get the shit going in my bolo gear. It was hilarious. But here's my friend here again. Say what's up. He's like being on TV like all the time.
I love it, Mike Gavin.
Oh wait, what's this? What you got here?
Uh-oh.
like a bow or looks like some sort of like some avenues in a concrete.
Any time it comes in front of the face,
Bone in a go. Yeah, it sounds like it.
and he refuses idolatry. That's
Rolo, tell us about the making of the video that you sent in for us. Tell us about that. A lot of production and incredible video.
Oh, thank you. This child man, he just ate it really bad. Okay, so I'm gonna update you. Well, Manolo is a big figure. He mentioned something about the cartel. I'm like, Rabolo's gonna step it up. We're gonna go to the cartel and tell jokes. And his buddies do it. And the blue is made out of brownies. Those fuckers are real. Those windows are, and they are real people. The first take I did was like 3 hours heating up those brownies. And it's literally, like it's my nose.
My goodness, look how that kid popped up. This is like watching Chris D'Elia's DMs. Yeah, it works on everybody right now.
and himself, the rest of the resources.
Well, hey, look, to make it creepier, here's Gilligan.
Hey, Gilligan.
This is my brother who played the
David, he has accepted himself all of the
Can you
mitzvot.
tickle that kid for me?
I don't know, man. I'm trying to start a career.
He's not doing it.
All right.
The rest of us are. We have to do
Oh my goodness.
Manolo's living it up. And I am too, man. We just finished some popcorn.
Oh my goodness, wow.
I mean, look, dude. Manolo's got a lot of catch up. I've got a kid.
Manolo also has a lot of kids out there running around.
So,
I just want
Now it's getting weird. If you're wondering, hey, I wonder if it was weird earlier, now it's getting weird. He does.
there's literally like a team of people
Taking the what?
all this sounds great, all the wording sounds, he's playing to me, nothing weird going on here.
Well, when you say nothing weird, now it sounds really weird. Yeah. And now I don't even think it's your child.
No, it's not. It's I think what he's telling us.
Oh my
See,
god.
now I don't like this typical question I ask because I thought going in it was his son.
Of course. Yeah. Now, so, Rabolo, how else has life been going for you this week, Robert?
Oh man, I am living it up. Trying to just stay positive. I'm trying to keep busy. I'm trying to take up some more healthy activities, man. I've consumed a lot of pizza and disgusting food. I watched a really weird movie the other day. Got a weird place. It was with Contagion. You guys remember that movie Contagion?
Yes.
That's the worst movie to watch right now. It's not fun, but an outbreak I saw. And that movie's hilarious. Kevin Spacey, like, his aides in it, and the Ebola virus, something happens to him, but it's a lot of fun. I'm still flustered over earlier. I had a stroke, I tell you.
Okay. No, it's good. It's great. Lots of laughs during your video. All is well there.
Thank you guys.
What's the deal with Gilligan? The Gilligan thing is a little bit confusing to me. I don't recall seeing him in the video.
No, I was trying to get my brother to reprise his role as the prostitute, but he couldn't tonight, so I thought I was doing some Skipper Gilligan thing, and we didn't have much planning because I didn't know if we were going to be on or not, but it's just a fun. I mean, there might be some symbolism there. I don't know. It's like a David Lynch movie. Just pretend you know what's going on.
you know, when all else fails and you have a half put together idea, like Gilligan in the background, you just do it. You know what I mean? That's what I learned at UCB. Is if you have to plan your characters, just roll with it and hope for the best. And it did that here. The video was unbelievable. Again, big pop on the werewolf coming out of nowhere. Great stuff, dude.
Well, thank you guys. Yeah, the last video was out of web. You know, I know it's a joke. That whole character was just down to know it's so hilarious. As I did in that video, and I got a lot of good responses, and that feels good, man. I mean, it's a fucking weird time for people who have no idea if we're able to sit in a patio at a Chili's, or we're gonna, you know, all get whatever it is. And it's just, it's nice to, I appreciate you guys doing the show.
I have a question. Is that belt that kid's above the bed behind you?
It is, yeah, because it was mine, and he made it his. But it's mine, yeah.
All right, bud. Fun times chatting with you. Thank you so much. Again, you're one of the guys with an open invite. Anytime you send us your admission, we're going to shoehorn you right in there. Great stuff, dude. Thank you so much. Very creative. Rabolo, ladies and gentlemen. The podcast. What's your social media, Robert?
Robert Land Pod. Yeah, Instagram, Twitter.
Robert Land Pod, all one word. There you go. There he goes, Rabolo. Fun times. Plowing through it. Let's go through another one. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy has submitted before, and he's submitted again. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a submission from Devin Clark. Ladies and gentlemen. Here we go, Devin Clark.
What up, yo? I used to work at Yahoo. You remember Yahoo? Yahoo was a hard job, man. We weren't allowed to Google anything. Google was like the N-word at Yahoo. Don't say it. Don't use it. Very strict. I remember there was a lady there, she was brand new. And she said it started happening, you know. She was like, okay, I'll Google it. She was never seen again. So what happened to Pam? Pam's been erased. I need a job, though. My uncle owns a hot tub store called American Hot Tubs. He said the industry's been hitting very hard. He's throwing a hot tub matter sale right now. Like Black Lives Matter, so hot tubs. Get your black ass in a hot tub. 30% off. Very disrespectful. I was out there protesting, but I was not looting, okay? I was angry, but I'm also unemployed. Like, can I loot a job? Can I loot gainful employment? I would love to run into a store and then run out holding a career. Like, look, guys, I'm a manager now. I can do this job. I start tomorrow.
Hell yeah, Devin Clark. Absolutely doodling. That's how it's done. Right there. Jokes, baby. Jokes. Hello, Devin. How are you?
I'm doing all right, man. I was kind of tired. I was long ass behind this one. I've been on for like 3 hours.
Yeah, what were you in line for?
I was trying to get my certificate of vaccination ID. That didn't hit. All right. Okay.
Oh, call back. That's right.
How from that?
Yeah, no, you got it.
I'm starting off wrong.
It was good. No, it was good. It was good. I love it. Devin, where in the world are you?
I'm in Hollywood right now. I'm actually at Hotel 6. I've been there for a while.
How expensive is that?
We'll see. It's with the VA transition out.
Oh, that's great.
I was like, the pandemic during my time. Like I was renting a room in a house and received it. And then I wanted to move to my own place, but I need a sex home. I have a full time now, so it's hey man, my cousin, let me sleep in the couch. So we can save up money to move to my own spot. And I moved out March 1st. And then I hit 15. You got this furlough from a job. You lost money. So I had to come to VA.
That's good. The VA was there for you. Veterans are doing pretty good right now, right?
But looking at my elbow, man, he's looking at the complete opposite. Half naked horse, nice house.
Yeah, he's at a
Hotel 6.
He's at a Motel 6. I can't believe how good the Wi-Fi is at Motel 6 in Hollywood. That's something that's surprising me the most. It's much better than your phone. Famously better than David Lucas's Wi-Fi. Some of the worst Wi-Fi. That's off his phones, and he has spring. Just incredible. My goodness.
You look so familiar. Where are you from?
I'm from the Bay Area, but I live in LA.
Have you been on my live before?
Say what?
Have you been on my IG live before? Have we roasted?
No. I see you in the store.
Oh, that's why I laughed. That's why I laughed.
What branch of the military were you in, Devin? Okay. Did you go anywhere? Did you go overseas or anything?
No, man. It was not a great experience. I spent 2 years in the Army just trying to get out. Not got a job. Put the process.
A real American hero right there.
Salvation.
Hell yeah, dude. So what have you been doing for fun? You're holed up in a hotel in Hollywood. What have you been doing to take your mind off all the stress?
Well, I've been doing on the Zoom show, and I've also been trying to figure out what album position I can decide to start a t-shirt company. There's nobody doing that, right? So I got a t-shirt company, and I'm just make t-shirts. I got a good idea for one called Don't Be Gay in Mexico.
Okay, right. Don't be gay in Mexico. That's a good one.
Why does every black man start a t-shirt? All my black friends back home, that's really, they asked me to invest in a t-shirt. They're like, bro, you got to do about 300 t-shirts.
What else are they going to sell on the promotion?
Hey, man, get your motherfucking thong, head ass or whatever.
Devin, how long have you been doing stand-up? 8 years. And how long ago did you move to Hollywood? Or to LA?
In September of last year in Dallas.
I really liked his set, though. I thought that was really good. Yeah.
That is a great bit, bro. God damn, that was a great bit, but it's fucking tiny. It's not gonna last long.
Well, yeah.
That's true. Yeah, that's one of the top ones.
Yeah, but it's good. It's good to exercise. But alcohol's good when it's good.
T-shirts, David made me put not you, but on a t-shirt. I think that's it.
Nah, that was just in that instance with her, bro. I just don't trust that pussy.
Oh my god. Why do you not trust? Oh, come on, Ryan. No, come on. Why don't you trust Aphrodite's pussy?
Good, bro. She, like, I don't know, bro. Like, they talk about dick from the 70s.
I think there's a TV guy. She got the shot from Shadows.
She's got the bullet that killed one of the kids. Oh my
I know there's 10 free CDs to get from Columbia. Okay.
You know the black lives matter protest the pussy. Actual history of African Americans.
This line of David Lucas jokes brought to you by Castle Alright, well, Devin, anything else crazy we should know about you or your life? Where's your kid? Oh, really? How's your kid?
I got the same age, bro.
Maybe that's how you guys know each other, single parent teacher conferences. They should be friends.
I know. You do it right here, huh?
But she's in the other room. She lives in her room.
Oh, yeah, my daughter's the only black kid in her school, so I know her kids are good.
Oh shit, that's a brag and a half. Those of you that don't know, in the black community, if you tell another black person my kid goes to the all white school, that's like, that's an argument in there right there.
I'm better than you. You're funny as fuck, though, bro. That shit made me giggle, bro.
Really great stuff, Devin. So fun to have your submission. Thank you so much.
I need to try harder with submission.
Hey, be goofy with it. Be goofy with it. Use that set that you have. Use the Motel 6 to your advantage.
Yeah, do a review of the Motel 6. Yeah, imagine you do your review of the stupid shit that you see every day, like whatever.
There you go, right, man. Just wrote a sketch right then from home.
I'm gonna do that. If you do it, we'll play it next week.
There you go.
And I'll put it on a t-shirt.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. The Motel 6 sketch by Devin Clark t-shirt available next week. So there goes Devin Clark, everybody. Thank you, Devin. All right. That was Devin Clark. And now, and only now, in your final hour, do you realize the true power of the dark side as I present to you my favorite comedian right now. A guy who, to me, while he's, still fresh and new technically as a stand-up comedian, he is a comedy veteran, and to me, is filling the shoes of some of my favorite out-of-the-box creative people, like Brody Stevens, and so many great comedians that one door closes, another one opens, and this is one of my favorites, the great Michael Blair. Everybody here, we little bit of music for some reason. Here's Michael Blair.
I don't want it to therefore leaving it. That's easy to process for me. Therefore, yes.
Take it to your desk where your calculators make work calculators from the CIA. I say go kill yourself. Revelation, not back chasing. DEA, slow your robot for that suit. Procedures, pay for you, baby. My God.
Is there a problem here?
Take the job, take the job. Get the money and go work. Take the money and go.
Every sport is different. For over 100 years, MLB is the beyond back. Donald Trump right this week about the U.S. Sales of lobster up and down. Mail-order Fridays never been more affordable. And you wouldn't believe how cheap it is to get a private except from a child.
An unorthodox, wild submission from the great Michael Blair. Everybody, hell yeah! He's with us right now. Are you unmuted, Michael? We gotta unmute you. Hold on a second. Yes, we hear you now. Hello, Michael. Oh yeah, how are the new Bluetooths working out? We had a quick chat during sound check, and Michael informed us that he has new Bluetooth speakers that he's very excited about. The daddy. How are they working out? How are the new Bluetooths? Yeah, dude. Looking ripped today. Fuck yeah, man. Absolutely. So how's life going? Big week this week, huh? Oh wow, that's awesome. How'd that go? Is he a fan of the show now? What a horrible way to find out your son has Lou Gehrig's disease. You're just tuning in to enjoy a comedy show, and boom, you're going to outlive your own son. What a horrible way to find out. Yeah, but you know, like it's not right. So, have they changed that bio yet for you? This has been a long ongoing thing. They finally. Okay, yeah, to read it, they changed it. It was originally Mike Lear, and you famously said, "Who the fuck is that?" And they changed it. Now your actual name is there, and then it says, so it says Michael Lear, and then it just says Tony Podcast. But get this, Michael's all jacked up from motor neuron disease. God's hands again in parentheses. Is that the wrong bio?
That's what you sent me. Honestly, Michael, to be honest, I read where and I think they changed it.
Did they change it on you? What's the
That's trolling him. That's pretty weird.
wow. Oh my goodness. This is going on. Yeah,
Honestly, Michael sent me a link earlier, and that's the link.
Yeah, they may have changed it again, Michael. It looks like this is going to continue to be an ongoing problem in your life. I know this must be.
There she is.
Yeah. That's true. I don't think.
How you living, girl? I'm lovely, thankfully. Let's do an update on Stacy's wedding. Should be 21 days, 4 hours, 59 minutes, 1 second.
Hopefully we get something soon. But I already got a password for what's going on. And everything else. Let's look at it.
Yes, you are. All right.
Here we go. Here we go.
Get some. Hey, that got a lot. That got 6.
Nope. Okay, go ahead, everybody. You got this. You got it.
No doubt. Give it to me. Perfect.
Everyone says it's true. You can't do a favor so as we give a free gift. But to do something to build our desire, that's absolutely that's an objective.
No doubt. Got it. Got it. Thank you, madam.
You're going to keep it as a more expensive, approach to the prohibition of Kilan. And not only can you not plant it, not only can you not see the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. You're going to need people to agree.
Get it.
Kilan to get rid of it.
No doubt.
And get paid for that now, which the Gemara says is so low. There is nothing else to go ahead and say. That's good. This phrase is so amazing. This is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic. The Sulomi.
Get it.
That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss. It was very interesting. But therefore, what this means is, let's
get it.
Full circle. How did we start with this? This all started by the case of an apple wants to break his battles of Guinness. He asks me, he wants to hire me a Jew to go break his battles. He gave me $50 a barrel. So
thank you, madam.
We can say no, because therefore that means I want.
Look at that strike, folks. That's one.
When nothing said, do it and cover up.
Get it.
Even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS. I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plan to be up on its own. I want to
get it.
Nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, keep the person. Things because the destruction.
I'll take it. 90s are good. Thank you, ma'am. I win, you win. You and I win. Reload.
It's so interesting. And that is in a greater society, we should hope take in yes, you know what? Anyway. Judgment. Everyone else's lifestyle choices are everything else.
Give me this. Almost.
That's that has to be our approach to the society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root this inner world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be evil. When there's something that is evil, it has to be evil. When there's something that is evil, it has to be.
No doubt here.
It has to be.
Oh, come on. That one in the back. Hiding. Give me this. I'm shocked for being touched.
Ultimately, again, become incredibly good. That's sort of method uses discussion. Yeah. Extraordinary message.
Get it.
Because ridding the world of evil is a rough. That is rough. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what we think about.
Oh, that finger slip. That was terrible.
The nation of Israel, the state of Israel. It's really think that like you really just want to applause, right? Just clap. Because we're doing the world's dirty. And again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see what's right, what's wrong. But the Muslim tells us that sometimes there is a little of good, and sometimes the Muslim says, Yishbar, the Tawala. You have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and if you do it,
Get it.
ultimately the process is the right. But ultimately, when you get to the other side of the process, that's when it's really no result. And the Gemara goes out. Good. Shavli Yasvi, so again, the same fellow is saying. And the after question, Shavli Yasvi, the kind of way like, the may have this from the other people. So what's like, this is very interesting. What happens if an atom sells his idol? So atom sells his idol and he has $74,000 instead of $1,000. Does that money, when the end of the atom, take on the same identity as the idol to sell it itself?
You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in friendship. Good job.
Good job.
Thank you, madam.
So it's very interesting. So ultimately,
Excellent.
so nothing said.
Let me know if you need anything. Yeah, definitely.
But rather, that money is just one thing. Listen to this, right? Here's what money
Yeah, it says Liza and I are having good conversations, right? Exactly. Correct. Thank you, ma'am. You're doing
I haven't told you before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry. Right? Sell off all of your idolatry. And then you have the cash. After you do that, then you do it. And let's say watch this. Let's over here. So now she says over here, look at Rashi. Rashi said, look at this is value. Oh, he's carried with the she's carried with from all this stuff.
Michael, even day drinking today. You look better than you. I know.
I got you invite
You look better than ever, but you sound like shit tonight. Okay, well, that didn't get a laugh, so now it just sounds really mean. Hashtag
So as you said before, while you're still Gentile, sell it off. Let me see. Obviously, she's going to go up the one side. So it's just, okay, that cash is committed. My time, well, we should get that side, and that was for fun. You gotta be fun.
All one word, Martin M-O-R-O-M-O-R-R-O-W. That's his Instagram and his Twitter. And you're on Jeremiah's podcast. You're on.
Yeah, it's ProWrestlingTees.com, and I have a feeling that Tony already knows this.
Yes, I do. I know.
Right, and brought me the posters from this.
Well, very, very well. We have a lot of cool things going on always. And the Nemeth brothers, of course, that's the great Nick Nemeth, a.k.a. Dolph Ziggler, who is a high-level professional wrestler, former WWE champion, could be a champion again any day now coming up, and also a very good stand-up comedian, tours all around the world with the great Sarah Tiana.
Look at this, you can just choose any wrestler, like, I'm an Andre guy.
Yeah,
Look at this shit.
It's
It's like that shitload just for Andre the Giant.
literally have all the best TNAs there. They have an incredible store that you can walk in Chicago, Illinois. I always go there when I'm in Chicago. And did you go with us? That's right. Yeah. Very fun. And you're on Jeremiah's podcast this week.
I know $100,000.
Yeah, that's gonna be good.
Yeah. And Jeremiah,
And this is also your 1-year anniversary of doing stand-up, is that correct? Yes. Still funny a year later. Absolutely.
Michael, I appreciate your video quality that you've been sending in lately. I love the opening. I saw the unedited version of you typing in the beginning part, your graphic part. Like you sent that to me. I love it. You are kicking ass, man. I love it. And please make your videos longer.
Yep. Yep.
We'll talk in chat later.
That's right. 100%. I love it. You know, you have full creative control. You're given the keys to the car. Especially since he turned me on to this Lion's Mane. You guys know about this? Yeah.
Explain it for you.
I'm 2 weeks in. Let me tell you something. I was talking with him, Michael and I text a lot. He's a shockingly fast texter. I don't know if he does I don't know whether he fucking uses voice activated or his nose. I don't know how he does it, but this mother knows. That's for sure, because that would be
I love that thing. I have that too.
Oh wow.
I have that also, Michael. It's so good. Like you can just walk around the house and like you just have the phone floating in front of you. Now in the future, there's not going to be a thing around your neck. It's just going to be like hovering in front of your face. It's going to be amazing.
Okay. Liquor etiquette. Let's see. Number one. Red Man has one of those they use it for frosty from Windows. He just sips it all day. That's incredible. But anyway, Michael and I text a lot now, and he turned me on to this lion's mane because we were talking about how fucking unbelievable his brain is. And he gives a lot of credit to that, which helps your motor neurons and things like that. It just keeps you fucking extra sharp. And normally I'm not a big supplement guy and all that, but it's been 2 weeks. I'm looking at this website. This is the right website. Yeah. What's the best one, Michael? Yeah, there is a specific company. Wow, yeah. Yeah, I think Paul Stanley. And just like magic mushrooms, they have so many different benefits and qualities and this and that. But I've been trying to, sharpen up because I've been fucking, not performing and this and that. And you don't know exactly where your brain is at in this stuff. I mean, I don't know. I'm pretty positive it's fucking working. I think it makes me get shit done faster and to relax quicker in the day because I take care of all my crap early in the morning and clear thoughts. And I mean, I was riffing this weekend on stage after not doing it for 3.5 months. It was my first time performing with lion's mane running through my veins. And I'm just saying, I just think it's just normal sharpness, just like sort of anything, you know what I mean? Like it's
I've heard of people that have concussions eating it to sort of like help their
it's good for your brain, is the point. And Michael looked it up. So,
you take it
yes, we hear you, Michael. Everybody's wasted today. Michael, go ahead. Okay, I will ask Joe Rogan. That's not a problem at all. I will ask Joe if Poly Mushrooms has any special mushrooms for my friend that is melting Lou Gehrig's disease a few years into ALS, and if he has anything special, that he takes his mushrooms 4 times a day, and if he has anything extra, that would be great to know. Right? Is that right? No, what happened is that you sobered up when you saw Red Man as well, and you actually sobered up through this interview as well. Something about Afro Brain sobered up everybody too. Oh my goodness, the sound effects are loud, everybody. Michael, we love you. Thank you so much. You're the fucking king. You're a god. Yeah, we love it. All right. Michael, we love you. Have a good night, buddy. There goes Michael Lair, everyone. The great Ryan G. about drew tonight's episode, believe it or not, and that is right here. Here's the drive. Look at that. Oh my goodness gracious. How fucking cool is that? It's like a Mega Man type of, is that right? What is that? It's like Mega Man meets Mortal Kombat. It's very cool. That is so cool. That's incredible. Yeah, that is awesome, man. He did that from the start of the episode to now. While you all sat around doing probably less than nothing, he completed that entire project. Just incredible. Every print's available at RyanJable.com. He's doing incredible auctions right now. He's giving you all an opportunity to get state-of-the-art Kill Tony artwork at a fun price, and it all goes to a good cause. Ryan G. Support your local white artists. You know what I mean? All this stuff going on, people are forgetting about white artists out there. And Ryan J.
You can actually go to his website right now. Look at it.
RyanJable.com. Here we go. We're on RyanJable.com for the first time in the show's history. Here we go. Heck yeah. Here we go. And then you're going to go to Kill Tony. Oh, there it is. Easy to navigate website. Look at that. Look at all that incredible artwork. Oh, look at that. An oldie but a goodie. I remember that episode. Yeah. Ian Edwards. You got a bunch of good ones in here. There goes Bert Kreischer and Kurt Fox right there. I remember that one very clearly. It goes on and on. There's so many. That's Sinbad and Dan St. Germain. Indeed. Oh, it's Gerard Cartley. Not Sinbad. Sorry, Ryan. My goodness. Anyway, bunch of dates going on, things like that. Everything's happening. Just signed on today to do La Jolla, July 9th through the 12th. Unfortunately, and trust me, I fought long and hard for this, but unfortunately, we can't do a Kill Tony that week unless we do like a hotel episode. I don't know what that means at all. This is, man, do I not miss the days of you drinking during Kill Tony? This is exciting. This is a great reminder of the difference. Anyway, but I have a new website, TonyHinchcliffe.com. I mean, not new, I just revamped it. It's a little bit sleeker, easier to see the upcoming tour dates, even though never a worse time to have clean, sleek, upcoming tour dates on your website. Perfect timing, Tony. You're such a great businessman. But a bunch of dates are there. I mean, we're going to try our best to make it to these things. It's a nightmare. I'm booking Miami at the end of July. I can tell these new websites. Look at that. Look at that. Straight to the dates, baby. Look at that. Look at that. That's what I wanted. Then fuck this shit. Give on the dates. They're like, what about your bio? What about that? Kill Tony? I like it too, because you can click on just the Tony. Yeah, it's very clear now. That was a thing that annoyed me forever. There's Kill Tony. If you want to see me do stand-up, that's Tony Hinchcliffe. There's stuff coming up. Look at this. Oh, wait, scroll up. Scroll up a second. Let me just show you. Okay, Boston's there, and then Miami's above Boston, right? Yeah. It's pretty much all the highest COVID-rated cities. I turned down Phoenix last week. So, like, you want to go to Phoenix in 2 weeks? It's only on the table for a second. I'm like, no. What are we talking about? Like, do you have a life insurance policy out on me right now? Like, what's happening? Phoenix, Miami, Houston, Brazil. They're trying to get me to Brazil? No, I'm kidding. Anyway, it's all good. Roast Master class is happening. We're having a lot of fun over there. We're over 100 students on my new weekly show. It's a Patreon thing. So if you're poor, don't even tease yourself by going to my Patreon, because it is a show of value. So don't go there and then become completely depressed. Oh, dear Lord, what the fuck is this? How much watch reruns of Joe Rogan? Yes, you will. Because you're poor. But if you're not poor, Go to patreon.com/hingeclef and join the new class. Get a diploma, a bumper sticker, a bunch of cool shit, a roast master class. Anyway, here's the rest of the crew. The leader of the band, ladies and gentlemen, as always, my lover, the guy who I've been all around the world with. Alright? We talked earlier about afros, bipolar vagina. This is a man that I would have sex with if he let me. Jeremiah Watkins, I know I'm trying to be nice. Hey, there it is.
City Smack and we'll add Jeremiah Dutchmark. And Michael Laird is on. Jeremiah Waters this week. We had a great conversation and a lot of fun and drama on there. And
Will tell us what the fuck you were talking about earlier, though, with the, like, right.
and then follow up JB and JB from headlining a couple nights a day at July. So see you at 10 p.m.
There you go. You're getting the weekends that I'm turning. I'm just kidding. It's him being probably one of the best ones in the country. Jeremiah is a monster. He's out there doing great material and taking risks, making videos for you people, going for hours, a bunch of fun stuff. Jeremiah Watkins, catch him at everything. Joel Berg, Joel the Menace was here tonight. I'm going to let you guys in on a secret. He was the ninja. He was the ninja the whole time. Joel, tell us something. You got the Mostly Sorry podcast. You're Mostly Sorry on social media. What else?
That's it. We're here in the news. Tomorrow we've been doing live chats tomorrow, 5 o'clock LA time. Whatever the fuck else.
Look, Joel, no one's had more corona scares than this guy. I mean, it is incredible.
Can I just say, too? When I got here, I don't know if David did something and then spit fluid to my eye. This whole show, that is all I've been thinking about now. I put Purell on my face. I'm freaking out. I'm going to go home, probably get tested again this week.
That's good.
So thanks.
That's good. Damn right. David Lucas. At David Lucas. Funny, right?
Sir,
Tell us more.
what's up, man? I'll be in my way with Tony. Guilty talking about me. But other than that, I ain't got shit. I just did the American Company this past weekend in San Diego. Shout out to them boys out there. It was lovely. Thanks for everybody who came out. Thanks for all the Kill Tony fans who came. A lot of Kill Tony showed up and showed.
You're goddamn motherfucking right. Kill Tony fans are the best comedy fans in the world. There's no doubt about it. Who would have guessed that people who watch a show where comedians talk to comedians about comedy, who would guess that they would be the best comedy fans? And also David Lucas's episode of he's a guest professor on this episode that just dropped last night on the new Roastmaster class. And you were an incredible interview. He talks about his method, which is very helpful for people that are just learning how to make fun of people, about identifying people as the animal that they look closest like, and then a hobby that that animal would do. It's incredible. He literally gives you a playbook on how to have silly, fun roast jokes. It's really cool, really awesome stuff. It was 2 hours you and I spent together almost. So, anyway, right, Redman.
Hey guys, we are recording right now for Death Squad Studios. We do a fun podcast called Dead Air every Tuesday with Brian Holtzman and then William Montgomery and David Lucas every Wednesday. Check it out, deathsquad.tv.
Yeah, Redman's about to vomit right now. I haven't seen you this drunk in 3.5 months. Good night, everybody.
Number 3 is an couple to negate his friend's idolatry, even if he worships a Gentile who agreed to their idolatry with king. He did idolatry. Can he be without love? That is tolerance. Yes, this is What's a good piece of shit? You don't have so much as now getting more definition.
Hey, this is Rick and coming to you live from the Comedy Store for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up for Tony Hicks Class. Everybody. Hey, you with your mask on. Feels great to be back.
Put it back on. Those are very cool. Yes, we have new microphones and we have disinfected microphones. We're rotating in new microphones as we go. It's an exciting time. What do they call it? The new normal, right? Anyway, it's good to be here. I'm excited about this. We are back at the Comedy Store. There's a parking lot full of people that hopefully are watching live. David, you want to go check on that real quick? Instead of looking at your fucking phone. These people are unbelievable. We haven't missed a beat here at Kill Tony. It's exciting. Thank you to BetterBox. Thank you to L7 Studios. Thank you to Dead Squad Studios. We've been all around beautiful Los Angeles. Any studio that wasn't looted, we did a version of this show at. We went all around, and now we are back home, live streaming to people in the parking lot. That is what it has come to. How's it looking over there? Oh, that's always good.
Back at the Comedy Store, back at things that are happening.
Exciting stuff. Well, in any matter, it's definitely going to be on YouTube in a few days, or something like that, right? Excited to be here, though. How's it going, David? Good? No, it's not streaming. Okay. Who's going to figure it out? Oh, look at that. Well, you can use both hands if you want. I am so excited right now that I am bonered up, dude. I have a full boner right now. And look, I know there's a lot of people that have dealt with erectile dysfunction, and you know how awkward it can be to talk about that in person. Luckily, there's a simple, convenient solution to get the treatment you need without leaving the couch. And our friends over at Roman have spent years building a digital platform that can connect you with a doctor licensed in your state, all from the comfort of home. Roman makes it convenient to get the treatment you need for erectile dysfunction right from home.
Just grab your phone or computer, complete a free online visit, and you'll hear back with a U.S. licensed physician in 24 hours. And if the doctor decides the treatment is right for you, your medication can be shipped right to your door with free 2-day shipping. You also get free unlimited follow-ups with your doctor anytime you have questions or you want to adjust your treatment plan. With Roman, there's no commitments, and you can cancel anytime.
Wow. So if you're struggling with ED, stay home and go to GetRoman.com/kill for a free online visit and free 2-day shipping. That's GetRoman.com/kill for a free online visit and free 2-day shipping. And since you're going to have a big boner, you don't want it to be hidden in all those pubic hairs that you got. So that's why you get Manscaped. They are the best in men's below-the-belt grooming. Manscaped offers precision-engineered tools for your family jewels. They obsess over their technology developments to provide you the best tools for your grooming experience. We've all had some accidents trimming the old pubes. You know, stuff gets wild down there. I had Michael Lair trim my pubes a couple weeks ago, and I have the same amount of testicles as Duncan Trussell now. That's why Manscaped redesigned the electric trimmer. The Manscaped engineering team spent 18 months perfecting the greatest ball hair trimmer ever created. And just released the new and improved Lawnmower 3.0. The third generation trimmer features a cutting-edge ceramic blade to reduce manscaping accidents. Millions of balls are about to be nick-free thanks to Manscaped's advanced skin-safe technology.
Yeah, I just used this for my first time to 3.0, and when I tell you it's premium, I mean premium. The battery will last up to 90 minutes. You can take a longer shave, and if it's taking 90 minutes, you got some trouble already. The water-resistant technology allows you to groom in the shower. One of the coolest features is the LED light, which eliminates grooming areas for closer and more precise trimming. They've also upgraded the motor. The motor's like insane right now. And let's not forget about the charging stand. Show your motor off loud and proud, because the intelligently designed stand is convenient charging time powered by USB technology.
And if you're listening to us speak right now, I want you to experience it firsthand for yourself. Trim that junk of yours. Get 20% off plus free shipping with the code KILLTONY at manscaped.com. Your balls will thank you. Get 20% off and free shipping with the code KILLTONY at manscaped.com. That's 20% off and free shipping at manscaped.com and use the code KILLTONY. Yippee-doo-dah-day. That's done. We have no guests tonight, as with all of the more quarantine-esque episodes. However, we do have a band, and every single episode is meant to be different characters. We never know what they're going to be. They just appeared in the back about 15 minutes ago and have been preparing for tonight's show. We have no idea what they're going to be. Maybe it's some of our favorite characters from the past. Maybe it's brand new characters we've never seen before. Let's all find out together. It's the best damn band in the land, the KILLTONY Band. Jeremiah Watkins, the return of Chroma Chris, and Joel Jimenez. Everybody, here we go. Uh-oh. I know that music. I know that music. And so does the, yes, thank you, so does the YouTube algorithm for sure. Hello! It's the Cat Burglars, everybody. The return of the Cat Burglars. How exciting is this? Welcome, guys. Very famous characters known for saying. That's pretty much it. I love it. And you guys were also on the 2020 band calendar. What month were you guys on? Oh, you don't know? I remember you guys being on there. They sold out of 2020 band calendars.
That is a technicality. There is a stack somewhere in somebody's closet.
Oh, well, I'm sure it was close. The Cat Burglars are here. I'm excited. Your name's just Cat Burglar, right? And you're also Cat Burglar?
Cat Burglar too.
Cat Burglar.
I can't do my identity, but I do have to be completely honest. Business has been a little slow right now because everyone's at fucking home. It is very hard to sneak in if you're at fucking home.
You didn't have an accent there for a second, and then it came
They do
back.
not have accent. I'm good at disguising.
It's an American Cat Burglar. Okie dokie, and what we got back there? What's your name, little cowboy?
Phil. It's fun watching Chroma figure out what the food's like with the audience for the first time. Anyway, back to you in the studio. It was just as good seeing Joel figure out the audience for the first time.
I love this. You guys are having a cat fight. A cat burglar fight.
It's true, we are stealing Tony's time right now.
Hey. Well, welcome, guys. I'm glad that you're here. We're going to have some fun today in this, the return episode to the Comedy Store. Very exciting stuff. I haven't seen, Cat Burglar 2 reminds me of a guy I haven't seen in months named Chroma Chris, and I'm very excited to be this close to someone like you.
I have no idea who you're talking about.
On with the show we go, and I have some exciting stuff. We have people are here, and we also have the Bucket of Destiny is active tonight. There are a grand total of 4 predetermined healthy people in the Bucket of Destiny tonight, and some new, a couple old, and we're going to see how it goes. But first, to get the show started with a bang, Ladies and gentlemen, a legend on this show. You have to wait like a professional. Is the longest tenured regular in the history of the show. He is known as the Big Red Machine. This is his first time back at the Comedy Store in a long time. He was so excited that he almost ran up on the stage before he even said anything about him at all. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the return to get things started of William Montgomery, everybody. Here he is. Wow.
What's up, y'all? I'm now Hispanic. You can call me Sofina. I'm from COVID-19. Making a sequel to Saving Silverman is where I convince Jonathan Silverman not to jump. Did anyone else think the granny of Mrs. Doubtfire looked like Robin Williams? All it takes is a tongue to make the peace sign vulgar. There's a pussy joke. I'm making a new butterfly effect movie, but every time the story is retold, you just end up being a basketball player. Bitch told me that didn't work, you piece of shit.
If we're talking about Syria, we're not talking about Jesus, we're talking about Brandon. Fuck yeah, William Montgomery. The return of William Montgomery. William, how are you?
So nice to be here. I feel a breeze on my penis as a joke.
No, well, actually, your zipper is down.
Now, you said you broke your shorts last week. You told me this. You still haven't fixed them or bought it. You got a gain weight. Now I'm on a size 40 waist. And it turned out to be too big. It was a little too husky.
Let me see. What do you have, a belt there? Yeah, you do. You have a little elastic belt. Oh my God! Look at your stuff.
Basically, I'm still working at the storage unit place. I think I'm fired now. But I was showing someone, I don't know, to my 10, to my 15 something, telling them the amenities, and I felt the breeze on my penis. And I looked down and my penis was poking out of my boxers.
Is that true?
It's true.
So it was out of your boxers and out of the open hole in your pants?
It was just, my penis head was just out of my boxers.
How about your pubic hair? Have you been manscaping?
I have never messed with my pubes, so that's a little beef I got with the manscaping.
Yeah.
I think the women like a full bush.
You do. Have you ever, but you've never even seen their reaction to anything else?
No, I have. In South Korea 2 years ago, I was there. The women were like, oh, you have red. Oh, you have red, yeah.
Wait, what do they say? Oh, you have red, yeah. Maybe you have red what?
Hair.
Oh, red hair. That's what, oh, you have red, yeah. Oh, okay.
And I showed her my pubes. Some of my pubes are longer than my penis.
Yeah, you need a manscape.
I'm not manscaping. What were you just saying? You said that? I'm glad it wasn't you, you motherfucker.
Oh, Pepper too.
That first thing you said tonight was not good.
What did he say?
What's wrong? Why can't your mama?
He didn't even say that, William.
He's a racist piece of shit from Arkansas. He went to the University of Arkansas.
Did you just see Mrs. Doubtfire this week for the first time?
I did. I saw that in Aliens 3.
Aliens 3. What an interesting... where do you usually watch your movies at? What library?
In a library. That was pretty good.
Yeah.
Hey, Redman, I wish you were Jamaican like Sean Paul.
Why do you wish that?
I was hoping that was going to get a bunch of laughter. Took me
Nobody knew. Not even people that know well.
Hey, Redman, I wish you were Jamaican like Sean Paul.
William, what'd you do this week? Anything healthy?
I got, well, I got my RT back from work literally after 2 years. You would think I was the worst employee they had. I didn't get a raise. I still make minimum wage after 2 fucking years.
But they give you health insurance.
What is that noise? I picture me being with Princess Diana, just with the drunk guy driving, just him making that noise before he hits the pole.
That's actually where it is. That's what so William, 2 years, minimum wage still at this job, but they give you health insurance, is that correct?
They do.
Did you ever use that health insurance?
I do.
So did you use it during the pandemic?
I have what people call a ascending testicle. I have a testicle in my ballsack that goes up into my tummy. I get paid.
Is that what that is that protrudes out of your
I
tummy?
had to pay $1,500 out of pocket.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, Michael, shut it down, dude. This isn't working out. And I hate that bitch came with you. You know I hate her, man. Get her the fuck out of here. Dude, Michael, you know I hate her, man.
Nobody's over there. You have a lot of anger in you this week.
I do. After the bad report at work, I swear to God, Tony.
What exactly did that report say? I want to know exactly what the report
It said I don't do good in sales calls. It said I have low energy.
Let's try it. Let's see what one of those feels like. I'm calling you right now. Okay, I'm calling you. You pick up.
Hey, thanks for calling Storage, etc. This is William.
Hi, William. Okay. I'm interested in having a storage unit. I need to put some shit in it.
What are you storing?
I'm storing a bunch of baseball cards.
What do you need to store?
Baseball cards.
How long do you need to store?
A lot of them.
How are you getting your things here?
Car. Actually, yes. Okay.
5 by 5. $77. How does that sound?
And you sound like a shitty salesperson.
Come on, Tony.
You started the smallest storage unit.
5 by 5. Yeah. Baseball court.
5 by 5. What do you think? 5 by 5.
Yeah, I'm in South Korea right now.
5 by 5.
5 by 5. I have a question.
Cat burglar.
Yes, do you have a rent of your stomach as storage space? Because there's a lot of that was really funny.
So, William, what other thoughts about watching Mrs. Doubtfire this weekend? By the way, the granny in Mrs. Doubtfire was Robin Williams. That's why she looks
Was it really?
Yeah.
What happened to him?
Get the money.
He had a disease or something. Why did he kill himself?
Oh my goodness. Yeah. No, that's
It was funny. I loved him. He played the genie.
yeah. Aladdin.
Loved Aladdin. I was in Aladdin.
Oh, you were in Aladdin.
I was in Aladdin.
Wow, I didn't notice either. What character did you play in Aladdin?
I played one of the street urchins, the three Barcy twins.
Judith?
What are y'all fucking doing here right now?
William, don't acknowledge anything that you
I'm
do.
kidding. I kissed one of them one time, and the two brothers.
No, there's nothing going on. Okay. Just focus on the questions. So the bar seats, right?
Man, what's going on? Why'd you do that finger thing?
What?
Why'd you do that finger thing? What do you mean? I'm about to lose my job.
Yeah, I'll bring it to the stage, man.
What do you mean, bring it to the stage?
Talk about losing your job.
Seriously, what do you mean? I'm sick right now. They measured my temperature. I have 101. Wow. That's a fever in my book.
That's a joke for all the health department people watching online right
Yeah, good luck to the piece of shit that talks in the state next.
Danny up in the bird's nest was put his mouth on too.
Good job, Danny, you pussy.
No, don't make fun of Dignity. Oh yeah, look. I'm telling you,
Oh, Danny, I love you, dude.
right before you came out.
Remember when we kissed 2 weeks ago?
No, don't do that. Oh, that's a word you can do.
I know, I love you. Danny, give me the piece of.
How's your relationship going? You still with that girl? We're going to Las Vegas tomorrow.
Oh, that's cool. In Vegas tomorrow. Are you going to take that other comedian that she was fucking before you?
I am thinking about it. The guy, it turns out, the guy is very nice. We met a couple weeks ago at a bowling alley, just in the parking lot. They're obviously closed, but we met each other. He seems super nice. He's coming along with us to the Bellagio.
Yeah, he is.
Super excited. He doesn't have keys. I do. So it's sort of a hodgepodge.
What happened to his pubes? Did they all get lost in your girlfriend's vagina when you were fucking her?
There was an issue with the fire.
Who started? Who's gonna start the fire?
I swear to God. No, but seriously, Will asked me sort of one of my biggest fantasies is being with that guy. Brought all the weapons up. Brought all the weapons up to that hotel room in Vegas and started shooting all of those people at the country music concert. I swear to God, Bill, in my fantasy world, when the South Korean chick is looking at my pubes and I get pissed and I'm hanging out with the guy that used to go out with my girlfriend, I'm going to be clutching onto one of my weapons, break out one of the fucking windows and start fucking shooting.
I noticed you started sweating a lot more when I brought up that comedian that was fucking your girlfriend before, like you're covered in sweat.
Again, I don't know really.
The first 8 minutes you were up here, outside of everybody having a good old time. I brought up one guy fucking laying pipe and your girlfriend and I are dripping with sweat.
What am I supposed to do? Another story. What am I saying? You're seeing his girlfriend's vagina. It's not funny anymore, y'all. I think we're gonna get married in Vegas this week.
Oh my God, are you really thinking about that?
Yeah, I'm really thinking about it. You should go back to that bowling alley incident. Can you say that a little bit slower?
Have you ever considered that there's probably never been a worse time to go to Las Vegas than right now?
Do you think it's safe if I wear a face mask? That's what happens in Vegas. It comes back to Los Angeles.
It's true. You might not. If you go to Vegas, you might not be able to join us.
Yeah, you won't be able to go next week. Brothers. Come on.
Come on. Don't go to Vegas.
Come on.
Stay in LA.
Come on.
You work for minimum wage at a storage facility.
You know what I heard earlier?
Are you gonna go there and put your $60 all on black or something? Everything's
I put it on red. I really do. I'm looking forward to talking about the podcast. I looked into people learning me, Bert Kreischer, and what's his name?
Tom Segura.
Tom Segura. At the end of their podcast today, they had a freestyle episode. So I love it when I see that. And it horrifies me. Why? And I start thinking, where do you want the person? Do you think I have drive a car? Do you think I can find your pussies on some sort of winding road? Do you really think I have anything to lose? Because I swear to God, I fucking do. Okay, I will find where y'all live if y'all keep stealing my shit.
What happened? Oh, that is right. Bert Kreischer famously said
He took my nightmare thing and then he took the freestyle thing. And again,
it's a freestyle thing. What freestyle thing did you
just at the end, David Lucas and I, our thing, we freestyle.
Oh, I didn't know that you guys
So people learned it.
I never made it to the end of one of the episodes.
That's pretty funny.
Alright, William, fun times, dude. Way to get the party started here tonight. This is very unorthodox and audience-less.
It is so nice to actually see you all tonight.
Yeah, for sure. This is the first time that we've seen William in months because we're dead.
The Varsity Twins. Let's give it up for them, y'all.
The Varsity Twins. There you go. There you go. William Montgomery, everybody. William Montgomery. There you go.
touches it, you know. Stars of fire. Hey, look at that, a new microphone. Shout out to David Deary helping us out big time tonight. Keeping everything nice and clean. Incredible. Thank you, David. Not a big fan for David Deary. Oh, there's only a few people I miss him. Staff members. Okay, we're gonna go to the bucket for the first time in months. How about that? It's the first time in months that we go to the bucket. We're going to see which one of 4 names. Oh, this is very exciting. I just hung out with this next band last night. We are good friends. He is not only a great comedian, but one of the most promising employees here at the Comedy Store. A guy that hangs out late. He's part of the cool kids. Ladies and gentlemen, a good friend of mine. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Mitch Burrow, everybody. Here we go. Mitch Burrow.
Thank you. Really being fat. I used to not be fat.
Therefore, that means if we want to be in existence as a and nothing said, do it, cover Allah. It involves the destruction of the result of that prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the IS. I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the plan to be open on its own. I want to open it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do activities and get the proceeds of the destruction of destruction of prohibitions ultimately is a good thing. So that it says you get paid and cover Allah. As I said, it really is such an interesting idea. And it's part of Western society. And that is important as members of society, just as a general function in a greater society. We should both think of it. Yes, you know, like, not sort of revolution. Yes, more is the place to stand in judgment. And everyone else's lifestyle choices are different. Live, to a certain degree, that has to be our approach to our society. On the other hand, so it's teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to root in our world. And when there's something yes, it has to be. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When something is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. Sometimes when those norms so ultimately again become incredibly important. That's what it matters. Yes, destroy the INS about Allah life. Which is a great the world. Is it rough? It is rough. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's far from incredible challenges. We see this for think about such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel, the state of Israel is doing, and some of you think that like he's living just one cross, right? Because we're doing the Lord's journey. And yet, again, it's hard. Because often we want to can't see what's evil, what's good, we can't see what's right, what's wrong. But when that tells us sometimes there is a little like good, and sometimes when nothing says Yishbar, Kala. Sometimes you have to identify evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and then if you do it, well, the process is difficult. The process is good. The process is good. Well, if you get to the side, the process, that's what it's about. The Gemara goes like, but Hadu Yasvi, so again, the same and they asked about the question, was Hadu Yasvi, if you're coming by like, you may have a list of me, I don't know. So what's like, this is very interesting. What happens if Akum sells his idol? So Akum sells his idol, then he has now something for $1,000. Does that money, the friend of his demon, take on the same identity as the other? Now, meat offenses damar biadori. Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So, we don't know. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, nothing. We start with the elements from the other. So not. It says, I think it's not. I think it's not. How says is higher than me. He has that money. That money does not retain idolatrous activity. But rather, that money is just one big. Listen to this. Right? Here's another proof. يتهنون الأصل في دراسة. When these people came up around what happened, however, zero. About the still scouts. This is fascinating. So that comes like this. When these people came up around what happened, also in and they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off more of your idolatry, right? Sell off all your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then you now listen and watch this. Watch over here. And actually, yeah, the Suez Sky. All these guys will have to shoot Sky. Also, we have a phone as well. Because remember, if they convert, they still own the idolatry. The idolatry, like number one, can never be gained, right? Can never have its identity. They can't get rid of it. Because instead of why you're still Gentiles, you sell it off, you have the money, then you can convert to the money is money. What do you see from there? Obviously, see something with a lot of sells it's his idol that cash is committed to the United States. My time, we shouldn't have got said that we have to come together to the proceeds sale of the truth on the hands of the it's committed. I can tell you shiny and take them that I can pray. God, I love you. Maybe that makes sense. Since process of conversion, obviously they're negating theological significance and conversion. So that's
I used to be in the Marine Corps. What bothers me the most is that I've been the same size now for 5 years. And still, whenever I see somebody that I haven't seen like a month or two, they'll come up to me and be like, "Damn, Mitch, you look gooder. Are you losing weight?" And I'm just like, that in my memory. And every time you see me, you're just like, "Oh, it's not as bad as I recall, actually." I miss not being fat because I used to fucking a lot more, just at all, really. I you some bucks sometimes. I miss it. I actually lived in Asia for 3 years. Fucked a lot of Asian chicks when I was over there. Not quite like a fetish or anything, just more what was available at the time. One of my friends found out that I used to fuck a lot of Asian chicks. They got excited, like, dude, I love Asian chicks. I want to hook up with more Asian chicks. What's the secret? And I was like, well, I moved to Asia. So, I don't know how much we'll get into this. That's what happened.
Fuck yeah, Mitch Murrow. Absolutely. Mitch is a great comedian here at the Comedy Store. Very, very happy that you're here with us. We've been kicking it this weekend. We've been hanging out, having fun, and I was able to sweet talk you into coming on here.
Yeah, I was happy to do it.
Indeed.
It's been 3 months since I've done stand-up comedy, which I think was very obvious.
That was great. That was great. I must admit, you look great. You've lost a lot of weight.
Since last night, yeah. I feel like I lost some weight after last night.
Yeah, we had fun last night. Mitch and I'll just come out and say it. We smoked DMT last night.
Wow, we did.
Yeah. Mitch smoked a lot more than us.
I fucking went to a place, and then I looked at Tony, and I said, oh, you're a bad person.
Wow, you saw that? I saw my soul. Oh, fuck yeah. You don't even need DMT for that.
That's right, it's right. You can just do this show. It's fine.
How did Tony act on DMT? Was he talking about himself?
No, he did say he wanted to watch more reruns of the show.
It's true. I do love watching reruns of the show.
And there was a certain duality to it, though, because, like, even though he scared me, I still, like, grabbed onto his shoulder.
He wouldn't let go of
And
it.
I was like, you're my anchor. And I need you, because I can't go to this place again.
Yeah, I was keeping him. Even though I'm a dark spirit, I was keeping him right where he wanted to be.
Tony just uses
Well, there's the first shoulder chant in someone. Yeah, that was fun.
What did you see in the experience? Did you see any visual? So that Tony's a bad person. That was it. And he commented everything. Well, the problem for me was, I don't know if I just hit it harder than everybody.
He really did. He hit it much harder. And I don't know if you even remember this, you did 2 rounds.
I did 2 rounds, yeah.
And he did a lot of funny things. He was killing the entire time for 10 minutes straight.
I should have done it before the set.
He's sort of rough to do DMT around because all he did was talk the entire time. Everybody else is just sort of like, wow. Mitch is like, you're a fucking dark spirit. But he also said it was funny. Annie was sitting there on her boyfriend's lap, and out of nowhere he goes, what the fuck, are you two dating? They've clearly dating. And then there was also a dog on Annie's lap. And it been there for like 30 minutes. He's like, oh, fuck, where'd that fucking dog come from?
Are you dating? I don't know if anyone's ever done drugs before, but it fucks with your perception of shit.
Yeah.
And DMT might be the strongest one.
Was that your first time doing it?
No, I've done one of those pins before, but it was my first time doing it with that many people. I've done it with one person with me, so that was a little more relaxed. This was, and plus, like, no one got as high as me. So then I was like, am I okay? Which is something I ask myself a lot of times anyway.
Mitch not only hit the DMT pen, he also hit the KFC pen. He has a vape pen that is just the flavor of chicken.
It's just a straw that's so creepy.
So that's fun. Mitch and I were having a lot of late nights here, playing around with the great Don Barrett's. Towards the end here, we were on a real run.
Supposedly trying to get us with Morgan Freeman, but yes. And then Tony would just make fun of me thinking that I could have sex.
It was great. Oh, the audience. You're a
very handsome guy.
You're a good target. How long have you worked at the Comedy Store?
I've been at the Comedy Store since Halloween of 2018.
That's awesome. Halloween's a fun night to start, huh?
Yeah, it's put on the
Most people keep doing it.
Yeah, people are like, oh, look, someone dressed up as the Michelin Man. The hamburgers are here. Have you ever burglarized anything? Did you food anything or anything like that this year?
Just, houses when I was in the military in Iraq.
Oh, okay. Is that a thing that a lot of American soldiers did, right?
It's very no, it's like you go into like old bases and stuff, and you're just like, oh shit, a fucking AK-47, man.
Hell yeah. Excellent. Did you take anything that you still have that you really like?
No, I didn't transport anything that go back, but I did have some friends that have AK-47 stuff.
Do they like check your bags?
Yeah, like you. So we worked on helicopters, and so we were able to like take the floorboards out of the helicopter, stick stuff on the floorboards, and then fly back. Like we just smuggled shit back.
Children's shoes and clothing.
Virgin shoes taken out of the man's bag. I shouldn't have said that. Like, I shouldn't have said that. I fucked up.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. There's no to be offensive. This place is 21 covers. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding, Chris. He's not watching. He might be actually. He actually might be nothing else. He didn't even want to do the show 6 months ago. Now he's watching it. How does it feel, buddy?
Not a whole lot.
Anyway,
Just in the bed. I'm just
what's the youngest girl you ever
early
hooked up with?
service to service.
Segway, that's a segue right there.
Last year, I was like a 22-year-old.
Hey,
More
And the next morning, she goes, so how old are you? I was like, I'm 39. And I called me the next day, she's like, I'm 30.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, no, I'm 39. And then she never talked to me again.
you should see you since you lost all that weight. Yeah, he's great, dude. He's great. Do you do any exercising, anything to get the heart going?
Yeah, you saw me last night. I was really 15-year-old.
He was wrestling Curtis's, I believe he's a blue belt son. He is a blue belt. And he was
All right, big nose.
He did beat me 3 times.
You probably have a good, what, you guys figured out 150 pounds?
I'm probably weigh 150 pounds for it.
Yeah, and it was hilarious. I mean, we were fucking done.
I mean, to be fair, he trains.
Yes. Yes. He's blue belt versus.
And also, I don't know, Curtis was here, but he was fucking corner manning me the whole time. No one was sitting in my corner being like, hey, do this move.
Yeah, we were all laughing.
They were just like, they hit me the belt, like, oh, see, put him in it, like, swing around, get him in a full guard. Like, no one was helping me. So, like, that's the fucking bullshit that I have to deal with. Okay, I'm fighting on my own out there. I ain't part of the fucking Nelson clan, apparently.
You look like you trained, like choo-choo trained. Yeah, you got choked out a couple. Did you go unconscious the first time we were on the
No, I'm a bitch, dude. I tapped real quick. As soon as I felt his arm around my neck, he didn't even do it that hard. I was just like, yeah, we're done.
Normally when bitch taps, it's on a dry film window that's close to nighttime. Yeah. So, what have you been doing during this quarantine to fucking stay sane?
I do a lot of camping. There's a lot of off-road in my Jeep.
Yeah, you do have an awesome Jeep. In fact, I'll tell this quick story is that one of the days, one of the nights I was out, I think I was coming from one of the shows, and I drove by what I thought was Mitch's Jeep, and the guy was actually shaped like him. I got next to him, I rolled my window down, and this is a true story. I was like, Mitch! And the guy had headphones in, and he turns and he looks at me and he goes, the fuck did you just call me? I thought I was calling him a bitch. And it wasn't you.
No, he actually knew who I was. He was upset. He could get us confused.
I love it, man. Very funny videos. I also, when you guys were in quarantine, you and the other tour guys have been making your own series, and it kind of was fun to watch because it kind of made me feel like you guys really do have like that when you're at home, like through your tour guide shirts and things.
Yeah, so we made like we were missing work, and we just decided to start making videos of us checking IDs and shit. And then the first video we posted got 125,000 views.
had it pinned on my Twitter because Crystal retweeted it because we included his Netflix special.
Oh,
So
shit.
I've since unpinned it.
Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame. You must have gotten so many hits on TikTok.
Yeah. I got a lot of young fans. Working good.
There you go. I love it. And what is your social media so that people can follow you?
Everything is Mitch Burrow. TikTok, Twitter.
MITCHBURROW.
Yeah, man.
Is that different than Joe Burrow?
Oh, he's Burrow. Yeah, he's no way. GH. No, I think he's got an SOB. Or maybe we're cousins.
Yeah, something like that.
I mean, obviously, world-class athletes.
Now, but you're from Atlanta?
Outside of Atlanta.
Let me ask you something. You're a real Pikachu. I mean, you're a real big fan.
I don't like the Confederate flags. I don't know
What do you think about the statues,
Take them down.
Take them down?
I don't give a shit. Those aren't my fucking heroes.
Right.
You know, I mean, there was some fucking NASCAR shit that people were fucking up and get upset.
You love NASCAR.
I love NASCAR.
That's right. What do you think about the Bubba Wallace
I love it. I wish you win a race so I can feel better about something.
Yeah, it is weird, right?
Yeah, I mean, come on. There's got to be some black drivers out there that can win.
That's why I'm trying to ever win in NASCAR. Maybe have they ever thought about like jumping out of the car and just sprinting to the because they're pretty famous. Stereotypes. That's a good stereotype to have.
I think it really matters what I think it's all about steel.
Oh my goodness, Red Man. Oh, Red Man. Yes, you guys all want to do it together?
You know, the problem is that it's hard for them to see the track because the windows are tinted.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
I was going to say they never finish a race because they keep getting pulled over. Oh, shit. Oh my god.
You know, they banned the Confederate flag from all of the races, but the only race that they really banned it from was the white race.
Oh, that's a goddamn shame. That's one of my favorite races. New York white.
Oh, Jeremiah didn't recognize you. That's
all right, well, Mitch, so much fun. I'm so glad you did this.
Hey, man, yeah, I don't
Right.
I fucking love you. You're an awesome guy on stage and off. And I think that the fans that were watching are, we always introduce them to a lot of people that always preach your laws. And
I mean, look, they like fucking William Montgomery. I'm like, William Montgomery is not retarded.
right, exactly.
Hello. Who do you want your hero to be?